welcome back everyone, welcome back to another day, another qualifier here of the Esports World Cup 2025, the Americas Closed Qualifier. Again, I'm of course your host, Live VIP, with whom I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in chat and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our second qualifier of the evening. Of course, earlier today we were live with the Asia qualifier. Now we're back with the Americas. Oh boy, and what a stacked bracket as well. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, the bracket is insane, and we are and we have a lot to go through. Here we go from the top. So we have been going over the open qualifiers over the past couple of days. We've been going through open qualifier day number 1, open qualifier day number 2 as well. A lot of open qualifiers, but now we are here, now we are back with the closed qualifier. Back with the closed qualifier, back with our top 8 players of the Americas region. Here we go. We have from the top Trigger versus Master. Trigger, of course, from Canada, Master from Brazil. We have Special Juanito from Mexico. We have Future from the Americas. We have Scarlett from Canada. We have Diego Kelezer from Brazil, Chan from Mexico, and Astrea from the Americas as well. We have our top 8 players, a very well kind of balanced group of Protoss, Terra, and Zerg from all around the Americas as well, from Latino America, from North America as well. It's great to see. And out of all these players, only one can qualify for the main event, so there can be only one. Best of luck to everyone involved. Of course, as you can tell by the title of the stream, we are going to be covering Scarlett versus Kelezer. Meanwhile, the main stream are going to be covering Cham versus Astrea. So an intense matchup is going to be coming up ahead of us here. Over the mainstream, I believe Steadfast and Beomov are going to be casting. I also believe Rotterdam is covering his own series as well. I'm not too sure which match he's in, but I believe he's going to be covering one of the other matches that are available to us as well. So best of luck to everyone involved. Again, hope you're all ready in the chat as well for a night full of StarCraft. Let's go, baby, let's go. So we're jumping into game 1. Videos are complete, and we are jumping into Maganatha. Let's go. Likewise, as we're jumping into the first game of the series, this is a best of 5, by the way. Best of 5, not a best of 3. Oh boy. And spawning in the top right on the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran. It is Kelezer. Diego, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5. Also, as we get into this, a big shout out in the chat as well to Rodin18. Thank you so much for the subscription for 19 months. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it always, Pappy, always. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft, as we had a bit of a shaky start to the day as well. Earlier today we were live with the Asia qualifier, but we could not cast the Korean qualifier. If you follow me on social media, follow me on Twitter, I was posting about it. I was posting how we were stuck patching the game for 2 hours. Unironically, 2 hours. We were stuck patching the game. By the time we finished patching, the Korean qualifier ended. And no one casted. No one casted the Korean qualifier as a result. I was so sad. I was smurging, Pappy. I was smurging. Thankfully, you know, we were able to get back in game and cover the Asia qualifier at least, but we missed out on the Korean qualifier, and everyone missed out. It's very sad start to the day. But again, we should be okay moving forward here. From here, we should be able to wrap up and get into the Korean qualifier tomorrow without any issue. I would hope, I would imagine. Until then, though, you know, we're wiping the slate clean. We're now getting to the Americas qualifier. We are ready with our ZVT. So far, standard opener, we have a Rex Expand here from, CC first out of Kelezer. But on Maganatha, you can get away with this. Welcome one and all to the largest map in the map pool. This is the biggest map that we have to offer. Longest rushes by ground. So something like a CC first is viable on this map. So very greedy start here from Kelezer. Meanwhile, Scarlett across the map going hatch gas pull. Link speed is soon to be on the way, pulling out of gas, looking to get a third base as well, and getting to a standard opener. Let's go. Now, if you were here earlier this morning, we were covering Kelezer. I say this morning, yesterday, I guess. technically 24 hours ago, we were covering Closed in his own matches. We were covering Closed versus Eggs, if you recall, versus El Huevito, and we did see quite a wide berth of play from Closed, ranging from standard play, ranging from 2 base all-ins, ranging from 2-axe Reaper as well. So Closed, he has been quite diverse when it comes to his play. Here is being quite greedy though. Remember, CC first into a 3rd CC before starport. So very economic, very greedy build here from our Terran player, taking advantage of the map itself and looking to take a lead economically. Meanwhile, nothing crazy out of Scarlett, still just droning. So far the early game is a little bit more is going to be a little bit more slower. Are they? Sorry, I was just catching up with the chat. The other game is a little bit more standard. There we go. A little bit more tame here, a little bit more reserved, as both players are just droning, saturating. Both players are being focusing on their economy, I should say, more than anything. From here, we're getting to reactor Hellion into Banshee play. No Reapers, I should emphasize that, of course. Getting into the tech lab. From here, we can go for an add-on swap into Banshee, or we can keep the tech lab on the racks and go for a faster stim. Closed does have options with how it wants to engage the mid game. Link Scout comes in, and Scarlett does confirm the opener. Big scout there from Scarlett. She does get eyes on the CC, on the starport timing as well, and on the add-on. So Scarlett sees everything she needs to. Meanwhile, Closed now moves out. Behind this, it's going to be on Scarlett to keep up with Queens. Now, because the map is so large, and because it's so big, and because there are so many bases, it is not uncommon to see Muta play here on this map. And we all know that Scarlett, at least back in the day, would be quite fond of that kind of style. So we could see the resurgence of Lingbane Muta here on Maganatha. Otherwise, we could just be seeing Lingbane into Hydra. We'll see. The thing about Scarlett is that her games are quite limited when it comes to what's being publicized, because Scarlett hasn't really been active. Scarlett did take the off-season off. Right, Scarlett, from July of last year up until only like 1 month ago, Scarlett wasn't really competing in tournaments. Recently, she came back for the Boomer Bash. You know, that was last month on Wardy's channel, and then she started playing in some open tournaments as well. But again, that was only in recent times. That was only in the last month or so. So we don't really know the current state of play for Scarlett. Obviously, she's been practicing, she's been training, she's been improving over the past couple of weeks. But how does she compare to everyone else? We're here to find out. Let's go. We're here to find out. As the Hellions do poke in, they poke out. Likewise, oh my god. Oh man, if you recall at the start of the game, I was referring to how like we've been seeing a lot of diverse play at Closed, how we saw some like 2x Reaper, we saw some 2-base all-ins, we saw some bio play last time during the open qualifiers. Well, now we're seeing mech. Now we're seeing nothing but mech here. So a greedy start from Closed into Mass Factory. He's here to mech it up. He's here to make it up. Likewise, he did open up Banshee. He did go for the add-on swap. The Hellions are looking to poke in. They're looking for a way into the mineral lines, into the bases. So far, Scarlett is keeping up, but Scarlett has yet to confirm what's going on. She has yet to scout the mech of choice. She's yet to confirm. Hellions, they poke in, they pull away, more factories are finishing up. We do have that Banshee still amassing behind this. We might just not stop Banshee production. There is a style of mech where you go into battle mech with a Banshee support, you just keep making Banshees as well. And they honestly do a great job when it comes to sniping Ravagers, sniping Queens, getting into mineral lines, and just pulling apart the attention of the Zerg player. Meanwhile, 1-1-1, sorry, I say 1-1-1. Meanwhile, 1-1 upgrades here into mainly, so Lingbane out of Scarlett. Everything so far looking standard, but against mech, we need roaches. Like, roaches are going to be required here against a more mech composition. Some players have tried to play around with Lingbane Hydra against battle mech with mixed results, but it does feel just really risky to go for that style because your army is just so fragile and so vulnerable. So often we don't see it. Not anymore. Meanwhile, we do have a blue flame alongside mech pillars on the way here for Closed, embracing battle mech, initially starting with Mass Hellion, and now he reveals himself. Yeah, seeing this many Hellions has to be mech. Now Scarlett knows instantly. Ooh, Hydra then. We did speak about it as a Lingbane Hydra is viable here, but it is difficult to pull off. I mean, at this point, we're already getting into mailing speed, already getting to the melee upgrades, may as well. As Banshees do hit the fourth even. Catching out 2 workers. 2 drones going down. Now, when it comes to Lingbane Hydra, again, it's a very fragile unit composition. It has a lot of potential, has a lot of DPS, has a lot of firepower, of course. The real strength of Lingbane Hydra, though, comes in the form of the Viper. Once you get into Hive Tech, as the Queen goes down, well, once you get into Hive Tech, once you get in towards Viper composition, that's when you can really thrive and start to abduct the Cyclones and really support your army. Speaking of, there it is, Infestation Pit. This should be for the Hive. Likewise, we can also go into Infestors early on to try to lock down the army as well. Infestors can support. As Hellions, they poke in. Going for the Queens. Yeah, the first Queen is under fire. The first Queen is going to go down. Lingbane does roll on forward. Look at reactions here from, from the Hellions. They do pull away, and a couple of Aliens will connect. Not bad, cashing out 4 or 5 Hellions. But here come the Cyclones. Here come the Cyclones, and you saw just how heavily they just dominated the Lingbane. The Lingbane barely put a dent. There's barely any Lingbane left, and now the Hydras are exposed. And lock-ons are brutal. And Kelzer, he's overrunning, going for the mule. Oh wait, Kelzer. I mean, hey, he baits out some of the Bailey. No, no. I was about to say, he was like, it was an accident. Kelzer, you're an animal. Oh my god. How could you? GG, and Kelzer, he will break through. He will take a lead in the series. Oh my god. Kelzer, again, saying that it was, I think they're good friends. I should take it back a little bit. Kelzer, Scarlett, a lot of the NA players, Astrea, they're all good friends with each other, and I do buy that Kelzer did that by accident, but that's still a very, very smudge accident. Oh my god. Este Diego. GG, well played. With that, Kelzer does take game number 1, and I'm sure he's apologizing profusely to Scarlett for that. His inner Terran just took over. What an animal. Just every Terran fiber within him told him to mule. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay. With that, we're getting to our next game. Jesus. Kelzer just said, I'm sorry, I gotta unhockey the rapid fire on that one of these days. Scarlett saying Z, Z, Z. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion down in the series, but looking to bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. We have the Resilient Terran leading the series 1-0. It is Kelzer. Here we go. As we are going to be opening up now, when it comes to the mech style that we saw out of Kelzer, part of why we saw it, as we were trying to emphasize, is Magnatha is a very large map. You can be very greedy, and it does allow you to get away with that sort of play without being punished by any kind of run-bys or counterattacks. So as a result, mech on a map like Magnatha makes a lot of sense. I don't see mech working anywhere near as well here on Ultra Love. Welcome to one of the smaller maps. We go from extremes, largest map, to this is not the smallest, but one of the smallest maps in the map pool. Here, aggression is favored. Aggression is favored, not just favored, but also seen quite often here on Ultra Love. We get a lot of all-ins, we get a lot more assertive styles. That goes both ways, by the way. Because of that, we see a lot of Zerg players actually open up Roach. We saw Lingbane out of Scarlett last time, because usually you can get away with that, but on these smaller maps it is considered to be safer to go into Roach play instead, then into Lingbane. So Roach opener, then into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Sticking with just purely Lingbane can be quite difficult to get away with, especially if your opponent doubles down and they go for something like an 8 rank, for example. If they go for very strong timing attacks with Stim, with +1, with a bio style, it can hit quite hard here. But we'll see. Go. Here we go. I see risky in the chat. Brutal Diego. Again, he was apologizing to Scarlett, even out of game, was apologizing. And again, they're good friends. Este Diego. For now, Hatch got spool, standard for now to Scarlett. Reaper does get into the middle line. And the dance has begun. Picks off nothing yet. Doesn't get a Zergling, doesn't get a drone. So far, solid defense here from Scarlett. Behind this, a third CC before Starport. So economic opener here out of Kellizer. So far, so good. Go. As there's that starport on the way. Now, just because it's a 1-1-1 doesn't mean it's going to be standard play. I do expect to see bio out of Kellizer now. He's not just a mech player. Typically, that's something you want to mix in a couple of times in a series. Remember, this, bearing in mind, this is the best of 5. We might see it once more. Or we might see it all the time. Meanwhile, if you recall at the start of the game, we spoke about how it's considered safe to go for roaches on Ultra Love, and there it is, Roach Warren from Scarlett. Again, this isn't really too much of a surprise, and if we can call something like roaches at the start of the game, then Kellizer, I'm sure this is also in the back of his mind as well, to scout and to check the tech, and to see if it is going to be roach play. Now, the thing about roach-based openers here is that I was talking about how it's a little bit safer, and true, like lava-wise, it's a little bit more efficient. You get more units early on, and you can be very safe against your Hellions, against your early game pushes. But if Scarlett does cut worker production, then we can actually be quite aggressive with this. We spoke about the rushes by ground being short on this map. We spoke about how, or now we're speaking about how some of these bases are a little bit more vulnerable. They're a little bit more exposed, especially because of that rush distance. So something like a Roach All-In is available here to Scarlett. Not saying she has to, but that's also going to be in the back of Kellizer's mind. So we'll keep an eye on the drone count. We'll see if Scarlett does commit. For now, a couple of Roaches are on the way. There is the lair. So 420 lair timing. Working towards Roach speed. A couple of Roaches are on the way to help defend. And Scarlett is still droning. Scarlett is still droning up. Behind this, we do have Bioplay out of Diego, is going for extra Raxes, a 3-1-1 setup. He thrown down as well, again that 3-1-1 setup. He thrown down as well, again that 3-1-1 setup. So far, so good. Now, 8 Raxing has been very trendy as of late. We'll see if Kellizer is deterred to go for such a thing against a Roach style. We'll see. So now, poking in. Scarlett setting up in case the Hellions do go for a dive. Behind this, getting a 4th base. Getting those Eva chambers. And for now, just holding on with Roach Ravager. So far, so good. Those Roaches, they do poke in. They catch a couple of Hellions. Likewise, Banshee's making their way into the main. And we'll see if Scarlett can keep up. Still droning, still saturating. Scarlett also scouts. Does confirm the bioplay. If you recall, last game there was no scout out of Scarlett, and she was in a way playing blind. She was not fully aware of what Diego was up to, but this time she knows. This time she is aware. And so far, 4 drones going down. Nice damage with the Banshees. To have +1 range on the way so far for Scarlett. I'm curious to see if we invest into 2-2 upgrades, if we go that far, or if we go into +1 melee after +1 range, to switch into Ling Bane. As I mentioned before, just because we open Roach Ravager doesn't mean that you have to commit to purely Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, Infestation Bit, our first big sign here that we are taking. Likewise, Scarlett does start droning her 4th base as well, so we're gearing up towards a longer game state. Scarlett's just droning, saturating, macroing up. There's that Baneliness, so this should be initially Roach Ravager into Ling Bane, and with this fast hive, we can rush into Ultras. That's typically the tech path that you go down here. Again, the Roach Ravager is just an opener, then you abandon it, and then you get into Ling Bane, and then you get into Ultras. There is another path you can go down, which is Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker Viper. That is a less traveled kind of path, but it is also a thing, it's also viable. Hive is on the way. Baneliness is done. So far, Scarlett just focusing on defense, spreading the creep very well, by the way. The creep is already covering half of the map. We're getting to that point. And the pressure's on Kellizer to try to deter that. Moving out the double drop. Likewise, a 4th CC is on the way. Also moving in. And of course, we're taking gases for CC. Kelzer is not going for an A-ranks, is not committing to any kind of aggression. We are just saturating, building up, and we're embracing a much more standard game state here for both players. There's that hive that we spoke about. And with this hive, we can go into Viper production, into our spellcasters. We're expecting to see ultras on the horizon, but we'll see. We'll see what Scarlett does decide to take into. That's a lot of roaches. Geez, 21 roaches on the way. Oh my god. So I was just caught off guard by hearing myself. Meanwhile, we do deny the expansion. Nice pick up here from Kellizer. Oh, did the stream go down? Ooh. Wait, what? Why did the stream go down? I do apologize. Sorry, on my end, everything's fine. Oh, that's concerning. But yeah, we've been good. Do apologize. As we do have a, we spoke of the ultras. Ultras are on the way. Ultra Cavern, I should say. The problem is that because there's a 2-minute delay for the stream to reconnect, it takes 2 minutes. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't occur again. If it does, I'll probably have to restart the stream and connect to a different Twitch server. Because it looks like maybe the Twitch server is a little bit unhappy, but here we go. Fire does stim in, has out a couple of workers, takes down the spine crawler. The hatchery does go down. Nice pickup. Okay, we're taking him towards ultras. Yeah, Curry's telling me that our YouTube stream was fine. It was just on Twitch. That's unfortunate. So it looks like something's happening with Twitch. Regardless, focus on our game. Again, if you want to watch the parts that you missed, then it's all on YouTube. it's fine there. As we are streaming on both platforms. But regardless, we do see Scarlett going for a split push. Now, Scarlett, she wants to get rid of these roaches. She invested quite heavily into this roach army. We want to trade them out. We want to get rid of them and switch it out for Ling Bane and for Ultras. As melee upgrades are on the way. Scarlett does trade, but these are efficient trades for Kellizer. Kellizer picking up every single roach. Roaches are going down. Scarlett rotates. And thankfully is getting rid of the roaches, but again, not the most ideal way. How many Vipers? So far, two. Two Vipers. Ultra production. Spires in production as well for that Corruptor tech. Or for potentially Greater Spire into Brood Lords. Elves breaking out both armies at max. But again, Scarlett still has too much Roach Ravager. Takes down one tank. Kelzer moving in. Scarlett is split. Scarlett ready on both sides. He's ready. But yeah, if you're in the chat, let me know if the stream goes down again on Twitch. If it does, then I'll probably have to restart the stream and just connect to a different Twitch server. But that's disappointing to hear if that's happening on Twitch. Smurge. As Kellizer does stim in. Likewise, coming back the army, the creep is receding, gets one of the ultras, gets one, gets two. If both ultras go down, nice deductions, takes down the tanks with the marine army, they just stim in, they take down the Roach Ravager, Banelings are rolling forward, but off of creep, they should not connect, and they don't. Yeah, no major connections, Kellizer is still rallying out, still has a line of attacks behind this. Better trades for Kellizer. Scarlett rebuilding. Building back up on ultras. Did she lose her Vipers? Oh, she lost her Vipers. That is brutal. Both Vipers did go down. But Scarlett's creep so far still spreading quite nicely, especially towards the left-hand side. Spreading into Kelzer's bases. You know, Kelzer wants the expansion. Up! Oh my god, just barely does snipe the base. Oh my god, Piles don't quite connect, and Kelzer does get away. Massive pickoff. Takes down the Fringe expansion. Meanwhile, Infestor's on the way. Getting to Biles. Oh, Tank's on siege at the wrong moment. Oh my god. Yeah, Tank's getting caught on siege. Massive pick up here as well as 4 tanks go down for free. A nice catch here from Scarlett. Very nice catch. Lings, they move out. The only Fappy stream is also fine. Oh no. Not like this. Meanwhile, Double Knight into the main. Kelzer getting to Ghost production. Does pull the boys. The army does respond. Oh, the Changelings though! Let's go! Changelings, they do delay. At the same time, Scarlett pushing into Planetary. Planetary goes down. Nicely done. Down goes to Planetary, but oh my god, the Bio Army does him hard. Shuts out most of the Ling Bane. Doesn't quite catch the Ultras. More Lings pushing on the right hand side as well. Scarlett doing well, pulling Kelzer apart. Overseer still in the main. Kelzer having a hard time. Ooh, as the Planetary falls, Kelzer losing 2 bases. And Scarlett's not done. Scarlett pushing right down mid as well, getting another Planetary. And this might just be too much. Kelzer trying to escape, trying to evacuate. Trying. Kelzer does break out, snipes the initial Viper, not bad. Viper goes down, Kelzer does take down the base across the map, but that's still going to be 20 SCV kills. Kelzer does have a bank, but he has to get a handle on his bases. As he's barely remaxing. Once again, Scarlett moving in. Does push forward, massive fungal. That fungal catching at the army, change fungal on the ghost. Yeah, massive fungals here as the entire army gets caught out. Snipes are still brutal, and oh my god, Kelzer does take the fight, but still plummets in supply. Those are expensive losses here, leaving so many Marauders, so many ghosts, and Kelzer cannot rebuild. Meanwhile, Scarlett can. Scarlett, she can rebuild. Oh god, be careful. But Scarlett, she can remax. More Lings, more Ultras on the way. Another Ling run by coming in. Kelzer trying to build back up. Trying to. Scarlett already maxed out once again. And Kelzer needs time. He needs time to build back up and to recover, but Scarlett, she's not giving him that time. Catching out the ghost, massive pickups here. 3 ghosts, 4 ghosts going down. And losses that Kelzer cannot afford. GG gets called, and Scarlett will overwhelm. Scarlett will take game number 2 and tie up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Scarlett does tie the series up. And again, Scarlett able to get into her own final form, able to max out, get up to 4, 5, 6 bases. Kelzer, I would say, had a decent start in the mid game when he was able to snipe the Vipers, catch out the Ultras as well. But the moment that momentum swung heavily in favor of Scarlett was when she caught, what was it, 4, 5 tanks? Like, she caught so many tanks in the center of the map. They were left unattended, and they all went down for free. And from that moment, Kelzer, he was stuck at home. He never quite rebuilt that tank count. He was not as fortified as he otherwise should be on his 5 bases, and Kelzer was torn apart. Was torn apart left and right. GG, well played. And more importantly, we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth series. I was a little bit concerned. I do not want to see a one-sided matchup for either of these players, whether it's the direction of Scarlett or Kelzer. I want to see a game 4. I want to see a game 5. I want us to go the distance. But let's go. Let us go. As again, Scarlett does recover here. And up next, we're going to be loading into Persephone. Persephone is going to be one of these more aggressive maps as well. I mean, I say aggressive map. I mean, we actually see quite a bit of later games here. The thing about Persephone is that there are less bases. There are less bases, but they're relatively closer to each other, more so than on Ultra Love, or more so than even on Pylon, for example, as well, where you're a little bit more spread out. So here the base is a little bit more compact, but the map itself is smaller. It's a smaller map overall. There are kind of less avenues of attack. There's less rotation potential to try to catch your opponent off guard. So yeah, we get a bit of a mixed bag here on Persephone, and there are definitely some unique features like the healing pad and the gold bases. We'll see. We'll see how our players will approach this. We'll see if Kellizer will mix it up a little bit. As on Ultra Love, Kellizer went for a pretty standard style, going into a 3rd CC before Starport, get into his 1-1-1, get into a 4th base, a 5th base. Like, he wasn't really too aggressive or too timing oriented. But here we go. Here we go. Scarlett famous for crease fighting. She is. That's why I'm bringing it up. That's I tend to feel like it's very iconic of Scarlett. That's why we talk about it. Go. But looks like our players need a moment. They do need a moment. As we are now getting ready, our players are back, and we're jumping in. And I'm ready already. I'm glad to see that back and forth matchup here, getting into game 3, and we'll see who takes a lead in the series, and who gains momentum moving forward. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Canadian Zerg. We're tying things up 1-1, bringing it back, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player from Atlanta, Brazil, representing himself, currently teamless, being forced into a tied series. It is Kellizer. Here we go. Go. So we are going to be building up, as we are going to be amassing. So far, standard opener, standard timing here with our hatchery, so no early gases, no early spawning pool. So far, so good. Let's go. I just learned the secret to ZVT. Take inefficient trades in early and mid game, and you have 80 drones and bank. Then trade evenly to win. If you recall, it wasn't, I mean, we tried to bring it up at the time, but momentum did swing heavily in favor of Scarlett when she did catch all those tanks. Again, it meant that as a result, the bases were more vulnerable. It meant that her run-bys were more effective. It meant that she could actually find damage at those fringe locations. Not just that, but I mean, someone else brought it up in the chat, and yes, 100%. Because of the multi-player aggression, there were 2 groups, really 3 groups that were moving in. We had the double Nidus, which was, of course, distracting and pulling away some supply. Likewise, Ultras towards the left, and another army on the right-hand side as well. And we saw Scarlett just all over the map, all over Kellizer. It was impressive. It was very impressive to see Scarlett being able to overwhelm Kellizer in such a way. But now we are loading into Persephone. Let's go. Likewise, you can also see, just because the map is so small, like once a mistake is made, once a fight goes awry, like so quickly, you can just counterattack and just keep pushing in into the bases and just apply that pressure and be unrelenting. Just not let up. It can be quite an intense map. Here we go. We are loading into Persephone. Persephone coming up next. Reaper moves out. Last game, Kellizer wasn't quite able to get a Zergling or a drone. This time poking forward. This time poking in. Gets a Zergling, not bad. Pulls away. And once again, 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener here out of Kellizer. Nothing crazy this time. As a reminder, we didn't see any kind of like strong committed timings out of Kelzer last game either. It was a little more macro-oriented, a little more passive. I mean, he was being aggressive with drop play and trying to at least deny creep, that is true. He wasn't able to get really past that halfway mark, which can be difficult on ultra level. Here, less so. There are kind of less defensive positions. As Reaper pokes into the main, trying to get a read on what's going on. We can see that there's no early tech. But Scarlett actually pulls back into gas sooner. Okay, you have my attention here. Saturating her bases. Is building up. With that, Scarlett gets 100 gas a lot sooner than normal here. We'll see if we're going to do anything with it. Behind this, we go into Cloak Banshee. So 3 CC Banshee out of Kelzer. Hellions are being active. Kelzer's looking for another way in. And so far, Scarlett doing a great job of just keeping up with the Hellions. Likewise, moves out with her Lings. Trying to catch out the army if at all possible. Scout comes in, does confirm the tech lab on the starport, does the researching, and I was curious what was going to be done with the gas. Roaches. We're getting into roach play. That is going to be a Roach Warren, and alas, no lair. Okay, later lair timing. At around 450. But if you recall, we saw Roach play on Ultra Love, and we were emphasizing how because the map is so much smaller, we often do see Roach play as a bit of a safer way to open up in ZVT. I would apply the same logic here on Persephone as well. Ooh, and Kelzer this time making it up once again. Now, we did expect to see this at least once more in this series. I wasn't expecting it so soon, though. Okay. So extra factories are being thrown down. Now, thankfully, Scarlett is already going into roaches. Even without the scouts. Like, she had only seen the 111. She'd only seen the 3rd CC. There was no tell. But again, because the map is smaller, roach play is a little bit more common. As we are building up. And because Scarlett is already blindly going into roaches, and then she will have a stronger force against the initial Hellion Cyclone. Again, game 1 did go heavily in favor of Kelzer because Scarlett took so long to scout and took so long to realize what was happening until it was already too late. She didn't realize it was mech until the Hellions arrived. The mass Hellion, I mean. So game 1 was a late scout and a late reaction. This time, she's already set up, getting into 1-1 upgrades. Cloak Banshees are deflected. And we'll see what Kelzer can get done. Now, I'm not saying that because Scarlett is opening up roaches that just hard counters mech play. Not at all. It's just that now Scarlett is going to have a bit of a more robust army against mech, naturally. And now she confirms. Overseer goes into the main, and now she does confirm the production. We have the infestation bit already on the way. From here, we can go into early infestors and early fungal growths. So this time she has the information she needs. This time she's aware of what's going on. There is no surprise factor for the mech. As Banshees, they do hit the would-be 4th. I guess 5th base. So 5th base under fire. It's going to be cancelled. Going to be denied. Oh. Kelzer does pull back. Investing into Hyperflight Rotors. So Kelzer, he's committing into non-stop Banshee production. We did speak about this in game 1, how there is a style of mech where you go battle mech with Banshee support and you keep pumping out Banshees. And specifically, they actually do a really great job when it comes to sniping infestors. Like in the midst of the fights. Ooh, meanwhile, Overlord Speed is on the way. More roaches are amassing. We did not invest into infestors. We're going for a hive instead, so faster hive, Nidus Swarm as well. So if our Hellions, they rotate, they do a great job here at denying creep. Scarlett does move out. Scarlett does move out across the map. Again, going into a Ling Bane Roach Ravager composition. Lings are ready for a run by. Hellions still being active. Again, they're just a 9 creep. That's her only job. And Scarlett is about to max out. Yeah, she's knocking down those rocks, getting ready to rally. The max is about to be here. The max out, I should say. Getting to mainly speed. Scarlett, she's almost there. Meanwhile, behind this... Oh, gee, that's a lot of cyclones. That's a lot of cyclones. 11 cyclones already. They've been banking up back at home. And now they're meeting up with the main army. Banshees, they go for the Ravagers. One Ravager going down already. Nidus into the main. And Kelzer, does he notice? Does catch out a couple of Ravagers. 2-3 Ravagers do fall. Nidus in the main is spotted. But it will finish. And Lings go for a massive run by as well. Kelzer out of position. Nidus does complete. Lings hit the mineral line. And nothing quite in the Nidus. But still, SVs are going down, getting up to 13. 13 workers. Roach's Ravagers, they do pop out eventually. They won't get much done. Yeah, the Roach Ravager is cleaned up. Nidus on the right. Nothing quite inside. And Kelzer holds. Does bleed out 13 SCVs, but not the worst loss here for Kelzer. He's got mules, he can rebuild, he can remax. His army is still standing. And from the side of Scarlett, so far, the Hive is mainly being used for upgrades. We have Adrenal on the way. No Infestors yet. Going for Mass Drop Lord. Overlord Speed was done quite some time ago. Scarlett going for the gold. As Kelzer, he's shocking around. Scarlett avoids the main army. Once again, getting ready for run-bys. We have a Ling run-by here on the right-hand side. Likewise, Drop Lords through the left, I would imagine. As Kelzer is maxed. Back at home, does leave some supply to defend. Oh, that's going to be killed. Yeah, that's going to be kill, number cancel. Nice pickup. Once again, going for the center tower as well. The Soul distracts the Soul, buys time, and Scarlett, what's she doing with that time? More upgrades, going for the Spire. From here, can start getting ready for potential Broodlord Infestor if need be. Now, when it comes to this army, you can't... Oh, as the Dropper Lords are getting caught out. Oh, God. That's a lot of dead Dropper Lords, and Scarlett is heavily supply blocked. Ling run by once again, but Banshees are back at him to defend. Not the best unit to defend against Lings, but, I mean, they're still there. Ooh, that's another kill. Jesus. Another kill. We do cancel one of the CCs, thankfully. As we just see Diego racing all the way back home. A couple of Lings do burrow. Once again, Kelzer is distracted. Scarlett able to buy time to break out of the supply block. And now we have Infestors. Okay, what I was going to say earlier is that you can deal with this kind of army without Infestors if you can surround, if you can outposition your opponents, if you can lure them onto creep and then come in from behind. But these head-on engagements will not go the way of Scarlett. Oh my god, Kelzer! Nuke remaining forward. Jesus. Gets a little bit too cavalier with his army. Bleeds out a lot of Cyclones, but despite that, the Locons are brutal. And I'm afraid to look. How were the trades? That was 7 Cyclones for 9 Ravagers, 40 Lings. Banshees, they come in. 3 Queens that go down. The queen count is limited. Oh, nice fungal. Very nice fungal, very nice Biles as well. Catching out 2 of those Banshees. But we spoke about this earlier. They are designed to hunt down those Infestors. They go 1. There's 2 Infestors left. Likewise, they force out those fungals. Ooh, we're running out of Hellions. Yeah, Kelzer is running out of Hellions. He's running out of support. He needs those Hellions to buffer. As he does race back, leading out even more Cyclones. Extensive losses here for Kelzer. Oh! Biles take down another one of these Cyclones. But at the same time, with the reinforcements, looks like Kelzer, he has enough. He has enough, he breaks through. Pushing onto creep. Zerglings are amassing. This army is very vulnerable to Zerglings. Again, the Hellion count isn't there. Once again, going for a run by. There are a couple of Hellbats. Okay. A couple of Hellbats to defend. And I'm a little bit afraid to look, but did any Infestors survive? 2. Okay. There's still 2 Infestors. They barely did survive. But again, I feel like, especially in that last fight, you saw like the power and the potential of those Banshees, where you can hunt down those Infestors and force out those Fungals as well ahead of time. And there's still a couple of Banshees left over. To deal with them, Scarlett did make a couple of Corruptors. Corruptors now in the mix. Kelzer claiming another expansion. Oh, he's trying to claim another expansion. The Nidus Swarms are brutal. Scarlett looking for another way in. Overseer behind the main base of Kelzer, getting ready for another Nidus. Scarlett has been able to claim the gold. We'll have a boosted economy as a result. Loving Bard Infestors. Still only 2, I believe. Yeah, still only 2. Army gets spotted. Kelzer has to pull away. I believe does spot the Infestors as well. I am mainly concerned by the lack of Infestors. Like, 2 Infestors can be okay if they can connect their Fungals. If not, it can be terrifying. Speaking of, Fungal connects with 3 Cyclones. And takes down 2. Oof, 2 Cyclones go down. Infestors are spotted. Killers are pulling away, claiming another base, at least trying to. And now it does confirm the gold. Kelzer out of position, going for the planetary, and it should go down. Oof. Yeah, massive alien connections. Nice pick up, 11 SCVs. 11 SCV kills. Scarlett again, thanks to the gold base, she can afford these trades. Instantly remaxes, has the bank to work with. Oh, here goes the fungal! Oh my god, massive connection! They have brutal fungals! And they, alas, Kelzer does take them to the face. More Cyclones now coming in. Better concave out of Kelzer. Scarlett does zone. Does zone away, but Kelzer keeps on pushing. Again, no Fungals left. Forcing back the army. Link's coming from behind. Trying to get the surround off. And the army is locked down. Cyclones, they can barely not get away. Oh my god. A lot of Cyclones do fall. A lot of Cyclones being sniped. Kelzer does pull up in the supply, and you can see the difference here. The armies do trade, but that was a worse trade for Kelzer. He has no back. Kelzer compared to Scarlett. Scarlett can remax. Kelzer is having a hard time. Making use of the heal. Oh jeez, the speed zones. Catching up the Cyclones. Pushing towards the gold. Kelzer needs more time. Likewise, Scarlett has yet to remax. Has a lot of Ling Bane, but maybe limited with Larva. Oh! Yeah, Lings are coming for the surround once again. Where are the Hellions? Yeah, pure Ling shuts down the Cyclones. There is no support. Now we're making 7 Hellions. Now the Hellions are coming out, but again, it's late. The damage has been done, and Scarlett has done it. Has broken the main army. Taking more expansions, taking more bases. Again, Scarlett can max. Kelzer cannot. Down to 200 minerals. Again, barely an army for Kelzer. And Kelzer, he never took the space. He's been trying. He's been trying for so long. The one burrowed Ling. As Lings, they just surround the army once again. Only 2 Hellbats. Lings that were overrun. Once again, not able to scan in time. Once again, that Zergling is still denying a base. Nidus Swarm on top of it. Just to ensure that Kelzer cannot expand. And Scarlett is almost remaxed. So I was curious earlier about why it was taking so long to remax, but Scarlett has no queens. Scarlett has only 2 queens, so injects are very limited. They're very limited here. So Larva as a resource is a bit of an issue for Scarlett. That's why the remax is taking so long. But it's fine. Scarlett does surround, shuts down the Cyclones. Finally, Kelzer can expand. He just wants to take bases, man. Yeah. And again, there was some strong moments here for Kelzer, but the economy is failing him. Meanwhile, more tanks going down. And again, Kelzer doesn't have the supply to be here at the same time. We'll lose the mineral line, we'll lose the base. Kelzer trying to break out. Trying to break free. Oof. Does bust in. Yeah, and so many drones are falling. I mean, this is a nice run by here by Kelzer, but this doesn't really matter as much. Scarlett can afford this. Scarlett, she can afford to lose a base. Kelzer cannot afford to lose this. Oof. Tank goes down. Mining is denied. We have Broodlords in production. Let's go. Do we have any infestors? 5. Not bad. 5 infestors with the main army. Plenty of fungals. Speaking of, they should be coming in. I will zone. Once again, another Ling run by, another surround. Ooh, this one's going to be a little bit closer, though. As Lings, they barely will get the expansion. Just barely. Oh, my God. No repairs. Base goes down. No, Kelzer not looking. No paying attention. And we'll take the Lings to the face. Broodlords are revealed. And Kelzer cannot keep up. Not like this. We want Nidus into the main. He's on the way. Likewise, Lee slashing on those tanks, getting on top of the Cyclones as well. That's Fungal on the right hand side. Ooh, that's another Fungal connects. Yeah, with that, GG gets called. There's just nothing remaining here, and Scarlett will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew, GG. GG will play. Scarlett will take the lead here. Again, Kelzer, he had some strong moments, he had some strong fights, but did overextend. If you recall, there was a time on the right-hand side where he did push a little bit too far into creep. The Cyclones got surrounded, they got locked down by the Lings coming in from behind. That was when we saw Kelzer trying to push towards the goal base. Likewise, Kelzer, he was also a little bit lax when it came to remaxing or rebuilding Hellions. He was there was, I feel like, one time where Kelzer, he was almost maxed out, but he was on maybe like 80-85% Cyclones and barely any Hellions whatsoever. It was mainly Banshee, and without that, you saw how well those Lings could trade and just lock down the army and tank lock-ons as well and support the forces of Scarlett without any Blue Flame Hellions. So likewise, again, Battle Mech, you know, is maybe not the most diverse composition out there, but again, it does require that kind of support for the Cyclones. Cyclones are good, but likewise, you know, Cyclone Hellion is even better at times. On top of all that, though, the bases, right? We saw it took so long for Kelzer to expand top right and to expand in the center as well. And just because of the non-stop aggression, we saw so many Ling Rambais and harassment options there for Scarlett, Nidus Worms as well, and even though it was only a couple of Zerglings or a couple of Nidus Worms, like, it was enough to deny the bases. Kelzer just didn't have the attention or the time, the room to invest into dealing with that, while also defending in the main and also defending on the other side of the map as well. There was just a lot going on and never found the time to do so, to be able to properly expand for so long. With that, GG. GG well played. With that, Scarlett does take a lead, and now we are getting into our next game. We're loading into Tokamak. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Canadian Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-1. It is Scarlett. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, down in the series 1-2, and we'll see if he can recover, bounce back, and force the A smash. The pressure is on. One more loss, and he is out of the upper bracket. I should specify that as well. It is Kelzer. here we go. So we're getting into Tokamak. Now, again, for greater context here, this is a double elimination bracket. This is still the first round, so regardless of who wins and who loses, they will still have a chance to bounce back through the lower brackets. So they will have another life, essentially, to fall back on. Regardless of whether Kelliser or Scarlett go down. Ideally, you want to hold on to that life for as long as you can, of course. But there is still that chance. So now, welcome to Tokamak. Tokamak being one of the larger maps of the map. Well, not as large as Maganatha, but large nonetheless. Very defendable on 4 bases as well. If Kelliser did want to turtle on this map, this wouldn't be a bad map for it, to slow the game down and to try to get into something a little bit more robust, like a more traditional form of mech, for example. Likewise, I would say that Scarlett would have a stronger chance here at actually getting into a comfortable game state. When I say comfortable game state, I'm thinking of Ultralove. If you recall, on Ultralove, Scarlett was able to get into her 3rd, 4th, 5th base, even up to 6 bases without too much issue. She was able to maintain map control. Her creep spread was getting out of hand, and it was quite difficult for Kelliser to keep up with Scarlett, especially after a rough fight in the center of the map. We could see that kind of dynamic again here on Tokamak. That's a scary thing. Like, if you're going to be passive, if you're going to be more defensive against Scarlett, I mean, that means you relinquish map control, but even more so than normal because of that creep. So it's a hard call to make. I guess what I'm getting at, if Kelliser wanted to be aggressive on this map, it's more difficult. It's more difficult to be aggressive and to be the aggressor here on Tokamak. Not saying it's impossible, not at all, but, you know, the map is working against you. Because the rush distance by ground, likewise how defendable the 4-base setup is. Wings, they do get across the map, but the Reaper's in position, and the Reaper will... Oh! Looks to deflect. Yeah, gets 1, gets 2. Kelliser did not SCV scout, so did keep the Reaper back at home. Wings are dealt with. Behind this, going for a 3rd CC before Starport. So far, so good. The Raxus float back towards that starport as well for the potential add-on swap into Banshee play. And from here, we could once again embrace mech, or we could go into something like bio again. Again, Kelliser can play both. Meanwhile, roaches. Interesting. Now, if you recall, we were talking about like roach play and roach-based openers, and we brought the subject up on Ultralove, and we brought it up on Persephone as well, just because the maps are smaller, so it makes sense to open up roach to begin with, just to be safe. Here on Tokamak, I would say that this is a little bit less, it isn't as necessary. Like, here on Tokamak, it is more viable, it is easier to get away with Ling Bane, and to get into that kind of style. Despite that, Scarlett's still playing very safe. Very safe, does still open and does still play roach. After game 1, never again. Meanwhile, we're going into BCs, add-on swap into Fusion Core. No. As we are looking to rush into those battle cruisers. Meanwhile, Scarlett is going for a much earlier lair. This is what, a 4:15 lair timing? So earlier Roach Warren, much earlier lair as well. Are we going into Overlord speed? Gases are being taken. No Overlord speed yet. If we do see it, then I would lean towards Drop Lord play. But here we're getting to +1 range, so just earlier lair into earlier road speed. Aliens are moving out. The Viking will deny the scout. So Scarlett is not fully aware what's happening. We know that they're going to be BCs, but Scarlett is in the dark. Now, seeing the Viking is already a tell. This is the first time we've opened Viking this entire series. Every game so far, it's been Banshee-based play. So, Viking opener, into Banshee, then into BC. Initially seeing the Viking is a tell that it should be at least Liberator follow-up, or Battle Cruiser, of course. Scarlett rushing into the Infestation Pits, thanks to the fast lair. This is a 5:30 or 5:20-ish Infestation Pit timing. That's crazy. Oh my god. Very early. And Kelliser is meching it up. It's getting into mech. Going into BCs. Scarlett has yet to piece this all together. So far, there are safety spores, at least in some of the bases. There we go. We have a spore on the right. We have a spore on the left. Infestors on the way. And the BC is coming. How many queens? 6. 6 queens to defend. A bit of a lower queen count. As Hellions pull away, BC teleports into the main. And so far does hard down the drones. So far 3, 4, up to 5 drone kills. 5, 6 drones going to be going down. Queens, they do respond. And the BC should get out of here. It does float away. As 6 drones go down. Not a bad start here by Kellizer. Scarlett responds with a Spire. And behind this, we are now getting into Cyclones. Now, because we had to invest into the battle cruisers, it does mean that macro accelerators and these upgrades for the mech army are going to be more delayed. They're going to be later. Meanwhile, the BC is still getting some damage done. Again, it was a later scout and a later Spire as a result, so Kellizer can be active. Scarlett, meanwhile, just droning up to 80. Getting up to 4 base saturation. Despite the high Hellion counts, Kellizer hasn't really been able to make use of them, but here we go, he's moving out. How many Hellions? Jesus. It's 16! Okay. 2 groups of 8. Kellizer splits up. The roaches are in the center. Bearing in mind they're infestors as well. Kellizer poking in, distracts on one side. And dives on the other. Yeah, he's going straight for the mineral line. Roaches are distracted. Hellions, they bust in. And drones are going to get roasted. And so far, nice damage. Getting up to 6, 7 drone kills. It was worth it for Kellizer. Invested quite heavily here, but that's going to be 16 drones. Oh, 17. Getting up to 20. Oh, 18. 18 worker kills. Very nice damage. As Kellizer pulls away. Lost 7 at Hellions. And that was well worth it. Again, Scarlett was distracted. Going into Swarm her. Okay. Sorry, I did miss that. Going to Swarm her to support. As a follow-up, Swarmhurst can be very efficient. I'm not too fond of Swarmhurst against a battle mech composition, as the Swarmhurst are now spotted. And the BC can punish. Like, nothing here shoots up. Yeah, BC's a move in. Cyclones respond. So I'm not entirely convinced here, but ooh, the Biles do graze the BCs. There you go, we have 8 Corruptors now on the way. Stormhurst, they excel when it comes to a more traditional form of mech, like a really tank-heavy style, something that's more immobile. Oh my god, speaking of immobile, very nice catch. Nice fungal. Scarlett shuts down one of the BCs. That should not have happened. So very nicely done. Scarlett holding, oh no, they're holding her own. Meanwhile, the Swarmhurst, they get caught out. Not like this. Losing almost every single Swarmhurst. Ay, ay, ay. That was brutal. That was 6 Swarmhursts going down, and they did not pay for themselves. They did not pay. I mean, and you can see here the issue with going Swarmhursts against Battlemech specifically is that Battlemech is more active, is more mobile, has more of a presence on the map, and can punish. Oh. But Scarlett's doubling down. We have 7 more Swarmhursts on the way. She says, no, I'm going to make this work. So, okay. Okay. Scarlett does forces back. Scarlett up to 11 Swarmhost. That's creep is being denied. Kellizer rotating around. Anyway, here comes that Locust Wave. It's spotted. BCs are ready, but I believe this time there are Corruptors. Yeah, 8 Corruptors. Locust Wave, they get 1 Cyclone and a couple of SCVs. Not bad. Likewise catching up the Nidus, getting on top of the Corruptors. Ooh, so many Corruptors going to be going down. The Fungal does graze the army, but still a more efficient trade here for the Terran, for the mech. Yeah, BC's not coming in. Oh! Piles don't quite connect. But there's no Fungal with this army. Yeah, the files are not gonna quite. I mean, they do grace the VC at least, but the locals are brutal. And the Cyclones, they have their way with that ground army. Oh my god, so many Roaches, so many Ravagers gonna be going down. Now going for the Queens! The Queens, they get caught out. Ay, 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 every Queen falls. The Ravagers as well. Scarlett is remaxing, but that was a brutal loss for Scarlett. Mining is being denied as well. Again, that was not the fight to take. There just weren't any fungals there. There wasn't any support. Yeah, no support for the army. Kelzer does win the fight. Speaking of though, oh, nice fungal. Nice fungal. Catching out 3 Cyclones. So better pick up towards the end. Behind this, Kelzer taking another expansion. Banking resources. Here is where we do need some more Hellion support. I mean, I say that. We haven't much Lings. We have some. But this time, Scarlett is going for a bit of a more Roach, Ravager, and Infestor heavy composition. With Swarmhost, less Lings. So you can make a stronger argument for Mass Cyclone here from Kelzer. So there are less Zerglings. Scarlett just now getting into +2 melee. Meanwhile, the base is going to be denied. Kelzer will not expand. It's a kill. It's a kill in the CC. Kelzer taking another base. BCs are moving out. There are 5 Corruptors. Yamato is done. Uh-oh. No spores. Remember the Queen count was reset. There's only 4 Queens. Yeah, the Queen count is not there. And there are only 5 Corruptors. Bearing in mind there are 3 Yamatos, but oh, Kelzer does pull away. Does teleport. And Scarlett still has her Swarmhost and still trying to make use of them. Speaking of Locust Wave is about to be sent out. Once again, the Swarmers are getting caught. Oh no, they're locked in. Oh my god. Brutal snipe. They do burrow, but the Swarmers, they're trapped. And Scarlett, can she save them? Going for another Nidus. Locust Wave is right. The Locust Wave is running out. And brutal scan. We spoke about it. The Cyclones, they catch up the Swarmers for a second time. And once again, this just emphasizes how difficult it is to pull off Swarmhost play against Battle Mech. It's so difficult to get away with them. Also, props to Kelzer for being active like that, right? For being active, for splitting up his army, searching for those Nidus worms. Kelzer moving in, pulling Scarlett apart. And the base is going to go down. Knocks down the expansion, knocks down the mineral line. Kelzer are just overwhelming. We have 40 Lings in production. Let's go. Oh my god. As Kelzer is running out of steam a little bit. Running into Bailings. Yeah, Bailings do crash in. Remember, we have Ling reinforcements. Scarlett can still take a fight. Kelzer has to back off. Has to respect this. Lings are spotted. Okay, that was 44 Lings in production. They shut down the Cyclones. And we need some Hellions now. Now is the time for Hellion reinforcements. Scarlett has been losing base after base, mineral line after mineral line. Scarlett down to 68 drones. Kelzer's 1 on 80. Kelzer this time has a booming economy, especially compared to Scarlett's. There we go, 6 Hellions at a time. Kelzer's rebuilding. How many Infestors? 3. 3 Infestors for Scarlett. She has a couple of fungals in the bank. Ooh. Mineral line is denied. Scarlett moving in. Cashing out Kelzer. Where's the kiting? Oh my god. Late reaction. Does have a late reaction. Pulling back to the tank. Planetary's not done. And Kelzer is being cornered. Yeah, there's no way out of this. Here come the fungals. Kelzer just cornered here in the center of the map. At the same time, here comes the second army, though. We pull up a surround. No shot. The surround comes in. And who catches who? Fungal's not good enough. The Cyclones, they surround the Ravagers. And with that, Kelzer takes the fight, overwhelms the VCs that's still alive from the start of the game. Infestors get caught. Oh, it was a bait. Keller's is saying, oh no, I'm trapped. You have me cornered. No, no, not like this. There were plenty of cyclones. And with that, Kelzer has done it. Will overwhelm, breaks through the main army, takes out all the Lingbane. Kelzer still has a greater economy. And GG gets called. Kelzer will tie the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Whew, we have a tied series. We have a back and forth. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let's go. That's all I wanted. That's all I ever wanted here. We're going all the way to game 5. But who will claim the series? Again, it's been very intense, very back and forth. I'll be honest, saying one thing here. I'm a little bit surprised by how... Oh. I'm a little bit surprised by how... So we're getting into the next game. By how much Kelzer has been committed to and investing into mech in this series. Has done it quite often here, actually, quite often. Most I thought like maybe like twice at most, but that was the 3rd time. So we've seen quite a bit of mech out of Kelzer. So now getting into the ace match, and we'll see if Kelzer does embrace mech once again. Here we go. Referring to the previous game, of course, Kelzer, he was able to achieve quite a lot of damage with the initial opener, opening up BC into the Hellion run by. If you recall, the big moment where Scarlett did lose her economic advantage or her economy was when Kelzer went into 16 Hellions, split them up into 2 groups, and was able to just annihilate an entire mineral line. It was crazy just how many drones were roasted there. From there, Kelzer was able to, in a way, gain map control, able to take some better fights, of course, as well with those cyclones. We saw that Scarlett did attempt to invest quite heavily into swarm hosts, into Nidus swarm hosts, as we were trying to emphasize. It can work, don't get me wrong. I want to say that at least, that it can work against battle mech, but it is more difficult to make work against battle mech than against a more tank heavy form of mech, just because of how active the battle mech is. Like, ideally, you want to be bouncing back and forth with your Nidus swarms and going in, getting your Locust Wave out, and then pulling out, and then just, like, again, trying to outmaneuver the Terran opponent. But the problem is with battle mech is that they have map control. For the most part, they often do have map control, and it's more difficult to get away with those Locust Waves, to get away with those Nidus swarms unscouted. It can be quite hard, and we saw that Diego Kelzer, he was all over it. He was all over those Nidus swarms, all over those swarm hosts. So the investment into them just wasn't as worth it there. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Leylines, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion, being forced into the ace match. Can she bring it back? It is Scarlett. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran, tying up the series 2-2, bringing us all the way to the ace match. Momentum is on his side. It is Kelzer. Ooh, as we opening up 2x Reaper. Okay, now we did see this during the qualifiers. If you were here yesterday, Kelzer did whip this out against Eggs during the qualifiers. I believe Kelzer, I think he went 3x Reaper, if I'm not mistaken. I think he doubled down and went up to 3x's as well. So we'll see which variation Kelzer goes for. As a reminder, this is not an all-in, but this is very aggressive. It's a very aggressive start. The goal here is to go Mass Reaper, is to deny the 3rd base of Scarlett, contain Scarlett on 2 bases, for as long as possible, while building up behind it. Zeraxes are now done, or now finishing up. Reaper's going to be on the way, and Scarlett will confirm this with her Overlord. Now, as a reaction to this, ideally you want to pull back into gas. Like in a standard game, you pull out of gas, you don't need to rush into link speed, but upon seeing this setup, you need link speed a lot faster to help keep up with the Mass Reaper. And Scarlett does confirm the setup. As a result, will prioritize link speed, stays in gas. And Scarlett needs to confirm whether or not this is 2x Reaper or 3x Reaper. And upon seeing the CC, Scarlett knows. Okay, Scarlett, she has confirmation. She knows it is not 3x Reaper. As Kelzer does poke in. So far, just dancing with the army. Does get one Zergling. Oh my god. And Kelzer pulls away in time. Now, this 2x Reaper follow-up typically goes into a heavy bio style into stim. But we'll keep an eye on Kelzer as the factory follow-up is on the way. There are some players that will go straight into a CC from here, straight into a third command center. But Kelzer already transitioning. We can see Kelzer invest into only three Reapers. If Kelzer saw a hatchery, Kelzer will have to make an extra wave of Reapers going into a 4th and 5th Reaper to force a cancel. But there is no third expansion. Scarlett is contained on 2 bases. Kelzer, he got what he wanted, and Kelzer is transitioning into the follow-up. What do we have? Reactors on the way. Oh, going for an add-on swap into Hellions. Third CC on the high ground as well. So, in a sense, 3 CC 2-on-1, but Kelzer going for the add-on swap into Hellions is a little bit more unique. Typically, we see Reactor Tech Lab into fast stim, but here stim is delayed. Stim is going to be delayed. Starport on the way. Are we even going into bio, by the way? Like, bio is the standard follow-up, but we might just not. Okay, now we have a Tech Lab. Is this for an add-on swap? Yeah, you can see we're just using the racks to scout. We're looking for the Overlord. Behind the Scarlett now expands, takes a third. But we can still, I mean, this should still be stim. No, sure, add-on swap into Banshee. Yeah. Right? Yep, add-on swap into Banshee. We're just using the racks for add-ons. Okay. So what is typically meant to be a bio follow-up could be something far more sinister. Could be. As again, the Raxes were just used for add-ons. Hellions are moving out. What do we have in the main? Show us what you got. Behind the Scarlet is going into Roach play, correct? Oh, fast lair. Fast lair, no tech yet. But we have plus on range on the way. I assume to get into Roaches. I would assume. Hellion breaks forward. Takes down a good amount of tumors. And there's that Roach Warren. There's a lot of tumors going down, but the queen count here is high enough. Scarlet does hold the line. And yeah, it's not going to be bio, is it? We should have stim. Like, there it is. I was saying, like, yeah, the Rax is only used for add-ons. We are embracing mech once again. This is a more awkward follow-up. Like, as you can see here, like, these Raxes are doing nothing. Like, sure, they made add-ons for a time, but they've just been sitting there doing nothing since then. So this is, I would say, like, an inefficient follow-up from a 2-Rax Reaper. But he's getting there. Like, it's a little bit clunky, but it's happening. Okay. Okay, I see you, Diego. I see you. As Hellions they poke in, they catch up more tumors. We have Hyperflight Rotors on the way. Getting into Banshee speed. Roaches are amassing. Thankfully, Scarlett is playing Roach, by the way. Against Diego, it's just worth it. To play Roach every game. Ooh, but does catch the Lings. Yeah, Lings getting caught out. A massive catch. As Kelzer is pushing towards the bases. Roaches and Queens are keeping up. Yeah, that's a lot of Queens. It's a lot of Roaches. Kelzer are looking for another way in. Oh. Does bleed out a Hellion. Hellion does bleed out. Kelzer rotating over. Does get into the mineral line. Yeah, Eversham's just 1 second too late. 4 drones go down, only 4. Kelzer does pull out. Behind this, Scarlett has been droning, saturating, getting up to and working towards 4 bases, but this 4th base is late. Remember, the 3rd base has been delayed. The 4th base is delayed because of the opener and because of the setup, so the economy is not where it needs to be. A lot of long-distance mining, but the base is slowly getting up and running. Behind this fast infestation bit in towards infestors. So Scarlett is getting towards her ideal composition of Lingbane, Roach, Ravager, Infestor. She's getting there. Meanwhile, back at home, Kells are on 3 bases. Getting up to 3 bases. 4th CC is on the way. Working towards Battle Mech once again. Getting into Cyclone production. Diego, he's quite fond of the mech. Okay. I mean, it's pretty good. Can be quite difficult to deal with. Ooh, no spore. No spore in position. Drone's going to be going down. This is brutal. The queens are plenty of them. They do respond. They do react. That's still going to be 9 drones going down. Ay. Likewise, no spore here at the natural. Yeah, no spores anywhere. Okay, there's a spore in the main. The spore in the main base, spore at the third, but no spore here in between these 2 bases. Banshees, they pop up. As we try to intercept the Banshees, they get away. 16 drone kills. That's an entire mineral line. Ay. Brutal losses here for Scarlett. Scarlett has to re-drone, has to resaturate. 13, 14 more drones on the way. And throughout all this, Kells are just chilling. Just chilling back at home. Getting a 4th base. Investing into more Hellion Cyclone. And we have more Banshees producing. Now, I did mention this previously, but may as well reiterate for those that maybe weren't here for the previous matches. But these Banshees, they do play a pivotal role, not just when it comes to harassing, but when it comes to sniping high-tech units, specifically Ravagers and Infestors, the Spellcasters. We saw them used in such a way on Persephone, if you recall, and can be used here as well. As Infestor's coming in, ooh, does get a nice fungal. Locks down mainly Hellion. Hellions are locked down. Ooh, Queens, they get caught. Yeah, rough movement for the Queens. And shout out to these Raxes, by the way, just giving permanent vision here. Being used as Overlords. And she's a rotate over. They're headed towards the new mining base, the fresh mining base, but there is a spore this time. As spores have been thrown down in every mineral line. Scarlett is ready. Despite that, only 1 spore goes. Never mind. 1 spore is not enough. Spore goes down. May now be pushing on the right hand side. There are Infestors though. Oh my god. Catching out 2 Cyclones, but no follow up. Oh my god. Again, Kells are playing with fire. Has to get the hell out of here. Does pull away. More Banshees to get into the main. They're being left on a move. Yeah, they're being left on a move. The Banshees they're just being thrown away here. Brutal losses here for Kelzer. Now he does notice. Losing 2 Banshees. Oh, nice fungal. Very nice fungal. Once again, catching out the Hellions. Hellions are caught. And Diego running out of Hellions here. The Banshees are going for the base, going for the expansion. Queens, they're late to react, late to respond. They're racing on over. No transfuse. And the base will fall. Kells are making up for losing those Banshees earlier. They'll snipe an expansion. Behind this, taking another base. The Rax finally being dealt with. Let's go. Kelzer does get behind the mineral line. How many Infestors? So far, 6. 6 Infestors for Scarlett. Fresh space has been taken. Ooh, mineral line is still exposed. It's going to be another 6 drones falling. Meanwhile, Scarlett taking up towards Broodlords. Greater Spires on the way. Getting ready for Broodlord tech. Meanwhile, Kelzer is maxed. And we'll see how he makes use of this army. As we're moving in. Fungals will connect. They catch out some of the army files as well. Ooh, brutal connections. And Kelzer has to get the hell out of here. Does get caught by the Fungals. And Kelzer, he can still take the fight. He will chase. Yeah, he chases this down. And no Fungals left. Ay. Yeah, the lock-ons are brutal. And Ravagers are falling left and right. There's a scan. We maybe have 1 fungal remaining. But the army crumbles, and they have to get out of here. No, the infestors, get out of here. Lands one fungal. That's still gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. Every infestor. The infestors go down. Brutal losses there for Scarlett. Ay, ay, ay. Again, it was a close fight. And Scarlett does have somewhat of a bank, only somewhat. The Spore went down. Banshees, they arrive once again. And remember, there are no queens. 0 queens, 0 anti-air. The Banshees, they wreak havoc. They deny mining. No anti-air. There's maybe some infestors. There's going to be a fungal soon. Spore does rally in. Spore can handle this eventually. Oof, gets a Banshee. Scarlett will try to shut this down. The Banshee's still going ham. Still no anti-air, by the way. Oh, God. As more drones are falling. One nice catch. Gets over the Cyclones. No Hellions. Yeah, limited Hellion support here. More Cyclones going down. As Killzary does quite well. That one Banshee. That one Banshee. We have 1 queen in production. Let's go. More queens are on the way, thankfully. And the Banshee will finally go down. I'll be honest, based on how much damage these Banshees have been doing, I kind of wish that Killzary would go back into them. Killzary, he has stopped Banshee production for quite some time, but like we've seen them get a lot of value here this game. I feel like there's still value to be had. But Killzary is just doubling down on purely Hellion Cyclone. No more Banshees, unfortunately. Like, they have their place in this composition. Meanwhile, Fungal's coming in. Oh my God, another massive Fungal. Yeah, the Fungals are brutal, and Killzary should not be out here. He should not be here. Losing so many Cyclones. Hellbat's to go for a run by. Scarlett is remaxed. Killzary is not. Killzary has a bank, but again, Killzary out of position. Took a bad fight. Has to race on over. Hellbats, they catch a couple of queens. But you see, Killzary is struggling. Killzary, because of some of these more inefficient trades, Killzary, he has no bank to work with. Oh. Nicely done. Does catch the Overseer. There we go. Now going back into Banshee. He's like, you know what? The Banshees were pretty good. Yeah, they were. So now getting back into them somewhat. We're up to 1 Banshee. God, that is so many infestors. I think I would say, like, once we get into this many infestors, now these Cyclones are less valuable, and yeah, I think this is the right call. We have to go into tanks. Like, now is the time to go into a more traditional, like, tank-heavy style. There are just so many Fungals. Speaking of, oh my God. More Fungals grazing the army. We do see Killzary just on the edge. Oh no! That takes another Fungal. Cyclones, they maintain themselves. Another Fungal just grazes the army. And nice trades here from Killzary. He does quite well. We have ship weapons on the way. Ooh, this once again, Cyclones are getting caught out. But not enough support for them. For the infestors, I mean. Yeah, another big Fungal. Ooh, as we do now capitalize on this massive chain Fungal here, and Cyclones are falling one after the other. Expensive losses for Killzary. Ay, ay, ay. That was what, 10 Cyclones? Banshee goes down. 21 Cyclones falling. And again, Killzary, he needs to be more efficient than that. He doesn't have the bank that he needs. Not for those kind of trades. We have a Liberator on the way. That is interesting. Against this heavy of a Ravager count, it's going to be difficult to really have them get too much. Tank is isolated. Tank goes down. Killzary still just committing though. Still playing with fire. Oh my God, another Fungal. Another Fungal connects. Oh. Lock-ons are trading nicely though. How about back and forth? Are we running out of fungals? Yeah, those are the only 3 infestors. I'll take down one more Cyclone. Kelzer trying to chase. Again, fungals are limited. Liberator does go down. Never mind, Liberator barely survives for a little bit longer. Yeah, Scarlett now reinforcing the pure Ling. We have 22 Lings in production. And you can see Lings, they just collapse here on the Cyclones. They waste the local and tanks, they rally into the army. And Scarlett, I think, has done it. Scarlett, I think she has done it at this point. Just some really rough trades here for Kelzer. Broodlords have arrived. And Scarlett will overrun. Again, we just stuck on Cyclone. We were stuck on Cyclone for too long. For a little bit too long here. Ay, ay, ay. Broodlord's not moving in. I mean, I say that. Maybe I should believe in the power of more Cyclone. We're still committed. But Cyclones aren't the best answer here to Broodlords. The problem here, of course, is that Broodlords have the support of all these Infestors. If the Cyclones try to commit in, then we can, of course, fungal them down. As the Broodlords do push forward. Push forward. Hellions, they do get into a free mineral line. Not bad. Drones are going down, but the center base will fall. Now we have some Thor production. Thors are on the way. Making 6 Thors out of Jesus. 6 Thors out of time. That's a lot of Thors. Yeah, 6 Thors are on the way. A couple of Vikings as well. I believe there's only 1 starport, correct? Yeah, only 1 starport. So that 1 starport has a lot of work to do. Going back into Vikings. As the Ravagers are exposed, they're on the road. Where are the Lings? Yo, no Lings, no Infestors. The Ravagers are going down. Files don't quite connect. That was a massive catch for Kelzer. Scarlett out of position. Toss in a fungal. Lings are rushing forward. Oh my god, now Kelzer out of position. Kelzer does overextend. Takes down a Brood. Oh, that was a massive punish, though. We're getting messy. We're not getting Ronaldinho. Ooh, as another Broodlord falls. A nice catch with the Viking. Does turn away. Another fungal. Lings, they collapse on the Thor. Again, Lings are amazing against Thors, against Cyclones. We need those Hellbats support. Scarlett pulls away. Okay, Kelzer still in this. Like, catching all those exposed Ravagers was huge. Like, that was so many Ravagers going down. That was 15 Ravagers getting caught. Unfortunately, the Infestors were with the Broodlords in the center of the map. So they weren't there to support the Ravagers specifically. Behind us, we do have Hellions getting into the Minerals once again. Oh my god, the Hellion Rumblies! Yeah, they morph into Hellbats, catching out 12 drones, getting a lot of economic damage, forcing Scarlett back home, and this is alleviating so much pressure. This is allowing Kelzer to now expand, to build up his Thor count. At this point, there's only 1. No, he has 0 Broodlords. There's 0 Broodlords, so the Thors aren't as impactful. Oh, Lings, they get a full surround. Oh, good. They collapse on the Cyclones. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. So many Cyclones go down. The Lings, they pop up. Oh my god. Yeah, very efficient fight. Even catching both those Thors as well. You can see how well pure Ling can trade here without any Hellions. As Lings, they killed 8 Cyclones and 2 Thors. Like, the gas trade was crazy. 200 gas for 1,300. Ravagers now morphing in. You know, the Banshee going for the infestors, but just the one Banshee. We no longer have that like 5 Banshee hit squad. Just one. It's getting damage. Oof. Does go down. Hellions getting caught. Hellions getting caught out. Kells are pushing forward. Kells are going back in a couple of Banshees, building up his tank count. You can see here that the kind of composition is morphing here from Kelliser. But ladies are coming for a surround. They collapse on the army, getting on top of the Thors. But this time we have tanks. This time we have Hellbats. We go for the neural. But the infestors are being targeted down. Okay, brutal targeting all those infestors. We do have a brutal trade here. Scarlett bleeds out a lot of high-tech units. The infestors. Infestors are targeted towards the end by the Banshees. The Banshees once again the MVPs. As that was every infestor going down. And that was a messy fight. Scarlett bleeding out those Lings. Ravagers now falling again to the Banshees, to everything. As Banshees will just hunt down those spellcasters. They will hunt them down. Getting the final Ravager. No Ravagers left. Tanks have to get the hell out of here. They have to get out. Here come the reinforcements. Getting 1, getting 2. Hellions are trying to come in. Oh, but it might just be too late. No Hellbats. But Kells yields. He does hold the line. And once again, he punishes those roaches. We have 11 infestors. That's 11 fungals, by the way. Oh my god. Okay, going to Mass Ravager. Here come the fungals. Ooh. Losing another infestor. Yeah, once again, the infestor hit squad is here. Well, I should say the infestor hunting hit squad. Okay, 2 more infestors. Looking for another. Getting up to 3 infestors already before the fight begins. And finally, they're going to be hunted down. Ooh. Meanwhile, another base could be falling. But Kelliser, he's running out of gas. Ooh, he needs to mine. Needs to get it. He needs to pull in. Yeah, no gas income. Gases are limited. No gas income here either. Not yet. Yes, he's running out of gas geysers. Oof. Kelliser, he needs those gases. Oh. Another fungal. Oh my god. There's still some brutal losses there for Scarlett. What's that? Another 4 infestors going down. Scarlett cannot push into this. We have planetaries now. We have tanks. Another base being denied. Scarlett not going back into Broodlords. The Thor count has been reset. True. So no more Thors. No more Thors. There are some Cyclones. That is true. But again, they're still not ideal. And again, Kelliser, he's very, very gas starved. Kelliser once again breaking out. The scans will reveal the Broodlords now he knows. Up until now he wasn't aware. But Broodlords are revealed. Another infestor going down. Oh, does he get one more? Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Does like the base. Viking production has begun. But remember, there's still only 1 starport. I can't believe this entire game off of 1 starport. It's been crazy. Someone like promote like the people. Give them a pay raise. The people working inside the starport, I mean. They're doing so much for the Terran army. Give them a raise. Hard workers. So here we go. We do commit in. The Broodlords, I mean, they're doing quite a bit here in the back line. Yeah, there's no good answer. Broodlords, they just get that free damage. SME's going to be going down. Here comes the one Viking. Let's go. The Miles. Oh my god. Planetary falls. And again, there's no Thors, there's no Vikings, or there's only one. The Broodlords, they bully the ground army. Kelzer going for a run by, going for a counterattack. Scarlett has time to respond. Oh, one of the Broodlords getting caught out. Nice fungal, but no follow-up. Yeah, no more fungals here. Bathers, oh my god, they crash in! Bathers, they crash into the Hellbats. Lynx pushing forward as well. Ah, the Lynx are falling. There's that one Thor. There's one Thor, there's 3 Cyclones. There we go, second Thor has arrived. The Broodlords are on their own. But the Ravagers, they do come in. They go for the tanks. Tanks are stacked. 2 tanks are down. And Scarlett, I think she's done it just barely. It's so close. Pass out another Thor. Oh my god. Down to 2 Broodlords. 2 Broodlords remaining. Oh my god. Scarlett pulls away. Scarlett still has a bank to work with. Even remaxing with pure Ling is still good enough. The Ling remax. Let's go. The Thor's exposed. Go for the Thor. Oh my god. Really not? Mismovement there for miscontrol from Diego. Mispathing, I should say. The one Viking. Oh my god. The one Viking. Takes down the Broodlord. The hero Viking. Mining's being denied. Again, Kelzer, he is so broke. And Scarlett is maxed. Scarlett, she's maxed out. Kelzer just running out of money. Scarlett catches up the final army here, and then Kelzer is just out of steam. At this point, he's just out of resources. Kelzer being chased down. Scarlett has done it. It was a very intense back and forth. There were moments for both players. Went all the way to the ace match as well. And again, both players deserving to make it far in this tournament, in this qualifier, but there's only room for one. And with that, another base falls. Kelzer down to 1 base mining, half a base mining, really. And again, he had some strong moments in this game. Likewise, so did Scarlett, of course. In the end, Scarlett has more bases, has more income, can take these trades. Once again, moving in. Scarlett maxed out, or getting soon to be maxing out in her element. Going back and forth. And what do we have left? We have 4 Cyclones. We have 4 Cyclones, a handful of Hellions. Oh no, the Fungals are coming in. Get out of here. And GG gets called. There's just nothing left, and Scarlett will take the series 3-2, advancing on to the next round of the qualifier, to round 2. GG. GG, well played, Scarlett. She will do it. She will surpass the mech. Crazy, might be crazy. The mech goes down. GG, well played. GG, well played. As Scarlett will claim the series, and Kelzer Diego, he will go down to the lower bracket. As a reminder, this is a double elimination bracket, so Kelzer has another chance, but Scarlett will advance on to the next round. And again, that was only round 1. Round 1 of the qualifier. That's crazy. But what a banger of a series. Again, very close, very back and forth. Definitely a close one here, and the entire the entire rest of the tournament of the bracket was waiting for us, by the way. So let us head on over. Let's catch up what's been going on. Let's figure out where we are. Also, again, congratulations to Scarlett. Does claim the series. Against Scarlett, she was able to have better tech switches, better tech transitions. Kelzer, he at times had later scouting of the Broodlords or of the Infestors or of the Ling support that was coming out. I had a harder time adjusting, and also one too many times was caught out in the open as well, taking some more inefficient trades where he otherwise ideally doesn't want to. Again, the mech army is supposed to be the more efficient army here, but multiple times caught out by Lings, caught out by Fungals, caught out by Broodlords. GG, well played. Crazy series. I do think that I was joking about it earlier, but I do think the lack of additional starports was hurting Kelzer quite a bit. It meant that his reaction to the Broodlords was always really delayed, and likewise him trying to go back into Banshee play was also really awkward as well, just because he only ever had one starport at a time. So it took a lot longer to build up an entire army, so the Broodlords were more effective for longer. Likewise, it took longer to get into more Banshees, so that Banshee hit score was smaller than otherwise could have been as well. I do feel like that was really hindering, or yeah, I do think it was quite hindering here of Kelzer, and GG well played. Whew, oh my god. And let's catch up with the racket. Let's figure out what's going on. Let's figure out where we are. Here we go as we switch our scenes over and refresh. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket has been progressing, and here we go. Oh my god, there we have the fun fact, we were locked in our first series. All the other matches concluded in the middle of our just one series. Trigger took down Master 3-0, Special took down Future 3-1, and Trigger took down Special 3-0. All that happened while we were just playing at our series. Really fast matches elsewhere. Meanwhile, Astrea takes down Sham 3-0 as well. So again, a lot of more one-sided series. Again, we knew what we wanted. We knew what was gonna be. Oh, that is not correct on Wikipedia. It says 3-0 Scarlett. Hold on, let me just fix that. Hold on, where are we? Scarlett 3-2. Who's editing this page? 3-2, not 3-0. Save changes. I got you. Hold on, I'll cast and I'll edit Wikipedia at the same time. There we go. 3-2. Funada, whoever's editing this page. But yes, Scarlett does take down Kelzer 3-2, does advance on the face off against Astrea. Meanwhile, even Future's match already finished as well. Future took down Master 3-0, advancing on to the next round as well. We have our next series. So if you want to follow Scarlett into Astrea, that is going to be covered by the mainstream. The mainstream, shout out to Steadfast and Behemoth, they are going to be following Scarlett into Astrea. They have dibs on that. For those that are curious, we are just a community stream, and the mainstream, they have priority. So if they won a match, they get it. So the mainstream, they have Scarlett versus Astrea, so do check them out. We are going to be following Kelzer into Cham instead. So we're going to be following Kelzer into Cham, as Kelzer is still in the tournament. Technically, I could try to cast Scarlett versus Astrea by using the clean feed, but it would make the most sense. Oh. It would make the most sense for me to follow Kelzer into Cham. Make the most sense. So I do need a moment to set things up. Also, thank you so much. Hold on, there's a lot of notifications going on, but I do want to make sure I don't get left behind in game. Want to make sure we don't get left behind. So just setting some things up here while I have some time. Okay, let's catch up in the chat. Aye. But yo, thanks so much, Pesevenga. Oh my god, for the gifted sub to the community. Thank you so much, God. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Gifted sub to Luigi 11 LSM. Thank you so much. And likewise, thank you so much, Magic Missile, for subscribing with a tier 1 sub as well. God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. We do appreciate it. Again, we do appreciate it. Again, we do appreciate the support. Likewise, also 100 bits as well. 100 bits in the chat. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Again, I hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Whew, as again, I'm sure a lot of people watching right now are big fans of Scarlett and of Astrea as well. Scarlett and Astrea, that is a classic series, a classic matchup. I do not blame you if you want to check out the mainstream. The mainstream is going to be EWC_Black EN2, I think, but they have the mainstream. And they have you covered with Scarlett and Astrea. We're going to be following Kelzer into Cham. Trigger can take a nap. Yes, Trigger, he can go to bed. Just catching up in the chat. More games. Catching roller coaster of a game. It was a roller coaster of a game. It was very back and forth. Scarlett is allergic to anti-air. Well, Scarlett would often get into corruptor production whenever she would need to, and then morph into the Broodlords, and then again anti-air would be quite limited after that, of course. Be very limited. I heard Terran High Command rewarded that Starport stop with a melon bat bar / party. Worth it, worth it. As Vitas are underway, and again we're getting ready for Cham versus Kellizer. Getting ready for that match. Editing Wikipedia on stream. I mean, someone's got to edit Wikipedia. Someone's got to do it. I'm sure it'll be a good series. Scarlett versus Astrea. I'm sure it'll be a really good series. Astrea will destroy Scarlett. For those that maybe don't watch much of the NA region, Astrea and Scarlett, they actually do often trade back and forth. Like they're quite closely matched. So I do think it's going to be really good. It's going to be a very different kind of dynamic. For those that again are familiar with the NA region, Astrea versus Scarlett, usually that's going to be like 2 hours for that best of 5. By the way, like you thought that this series was long? No. You ain't seen nothing yet. Scarlett and Astrea, they often go into the late game. Like I'm talking like Skytorch versus Broodlord, Infestor, Viper, Ultra. Like it's that we see quite a lot of that. Quite a lot. So strap in for that one. It's possible that we might wrap up our series and their matches are still going to be like in game 2 or something. Like, I also have confirmation, by the way. Is a little bit sad to hear, but I have confirmation of something. We were going to be following Kellizer versus Cham into Juanito, into Special. As you can see, Special's waiting for the winner of the series, but Special, he just forfeited. Special forfeited. So I don't know what happened between Special and Trigger. But Trigger, he beat Special so hard, Special, he just forfeited out of the qualifier. He's like, I'm good. Oh god. So Juanito, for the Zacchaeus, he's out. Juanito, he is out of the tournament here. So whoever wins between Cham and Kellizer, they get a walkover. They get a free win in the next round, and they go straight into the lower bracket semifinals. So feels bad, man. I mean, Juanito is a good player. He's a good player, but again, Juanito is also one of those players that has been taking some time off. He has been spending less time practicing, less time playing StarCraft, and more time on other things, of course. More time elsewhere, working out, playing poker. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a break. I guess we're going to be going on a short break here. Just because Vitas is still on the way, so we have some downtime. Buenos dias. Managed to get any rest in between regions? No, not at all. I did not sleep in between Asia and this. I'm looking forward to going to bed right after this qualifier. I'm going straight to bed, and I will make sure to set all my alarms and wake up in time for the Korea region. Make sure. But yeah, with that, we're going to be going on a short break. A short break should only be a couple of minutes, and when we come back, we'll have Cham and Kellizer in a best of 5 up next. So we'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. It's only us. We've been live for 2 hours. It's still only second series. It's gonna be a long broadcast, isn't it? We're not gonna get any sleep. But welcome back. We just wrapped up with Scarlett versus Diego versus Closed, and we're gonna be following Closed into the lower bracket. Again, just to be transparent, if you want to tune into Scarlett, she does advance on into the next round to face off against who? Against Astrea in the upper bracket. And of course, that's gonna be covered by the mainstream. Again, the mainstream, they have priority. The mainstream have dibs, so they're going to be all over that match, all over that series. Meanwhile, we have our own series that's spawning in the right-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is a champ. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Terran player, the blue Terran. Currently teamless, representing himself, just wrapped up with an insane and intense series. It is a Closed. Yeah. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our fresh best of 5. As a reminder, this is a best of 5, not a best of 3. Non-stop best of 5s with a best of 7 qualifying match grand finals at the end. Here we go. And again, we're here in the lower bracket. What that also means, elimination match. This is an elimination match. The loser of this series will be out of the tournament. They'll be out of EWC. Oh boy. Here we go. As we do have our initial opener here, it is going to be CC first. We saw this actually in game 1 against Scarlett on Magnatha, if you recall. But CC first at a Closed, going for a delayed Rax. Very greedy build here by our Terran player. Meanwhile, Chem across the map going Hatch Gas Pool. Much more standard opener out of Chem, and again, a greedier start from our Terran. And I don't know if I'm ready for some more mech. I'll be like, I just realized what I've just stumbled into. I've stumbled into another TVZ on Tokamak. No. Now, Tokamak, of course, is one of the more macro maps in the map pool. I've been saying, like, oh, it's like a macro map. But to explain it a little bit here, is the fact that the 3rd and 4th base are a lot more secure. They're closer to each other. By the distance by ground is a little bit closer. They're a little bit more condensed together as well. On top of that, typically the area in between the two bases and coming into the natural is open. Typically this area is a ramp, it's open. That's the case on Pylon, for example. That's the case on Magnatha. Here it's closed. Here it's closed by rocks, so it's more secure. It means that aggressive rotations are limited, especially in the early to mid game, until you break down those rocks yourself. So it is easier to rotate yourself with the aggression, with the movement of your opponent. So easy to keep up with rotations. Likewise, choke points here at both these locations. Likewise, a ramp in the center as well. So you can also make a stand in the center of the map to slow down the push, to slow down aggression, and to buy time. So in general, just more defensive features here. As we do rush into the 3rd TC. So 3rd TC after the Rax. Very economic build here overall. And the last time we saw this led into mech. So I feel like we're going to be seeing some more mech out of Closed. Meanwhile, Chem, El Chamaco, I'm sure he was watching. I'm sure he was watching that last series. I'm sure he was watching Scarlett compete. So I'm sure he is aware. As we have some more classic Latino America versus Latino America action here. Like Chem and Closed, they have so much history with each other. So many matches between themselves over the years of StarCraft. Chem, of course, being the best Zerg player in Latino America for a very, very long time, and Closed being top 2 Terran alongside Juanito for a long time as well. I say for a long time because in recent years, even when Juanito was active, even towards the end, before we did get rid of DreamHack Latin America, Closed, he was surpassing him. Closed at one point a couple of years ago was dubbed the best Terran in Latin America, even greater than Juanito, even greater than Special. But that was what, like 2023, I want to say. Like, I think, what am I correct? Was 2023 when Closed won DreamHack Latin America? Can't quite recall. There was also a season where Chem beat Special as well. And EBT Latam. Until then, though, we are going to be rotating again. BC follow-up out of Closed. Yeah, we are going to be making it up from here. Of course we are. Hellions going for a dive. Meanwhile, Chem, tech-wise, only Link Queen. Drone's going to be going down. Not many drones to work with. Sorry, not many links to work with. Voice being pulled does get us around. It does lock down the Hellions. Whew, that could have been so much worse. That was 4 Hellions for 6 drones, almost a 1-to-1 trade. And behind this, Cham rushing into said lair and into the Roach Warren. So is getting into Roach play. Meanwhile, Battlecruiser production behind this. The Overlord Scout is coming in. Has yet to confirm. Oh, yo, we got Abathur. Let's go. The Marine will deny the Scout. Extra factories on the way, to be expected. Again, BC, it is a common introduction here to go into mech. Common opener. It does lead to mech. Cham still in the dark. He is getting spores, though. Spores in each base. Queens as well. Additional Hellions are revealed. Cham opening up, going into a Spire already. The Overlord Scout does confirm the fusion core. Cham is aware. Is aware. Hellions making their way into the mineral line. Gonna be zoned back. So far, Cham is holding, is defending. Some decent drone count. On 3 bases, but his 4th base is late. 100%. The 4th base is late. We can see Kelzer is parked over the 4th base on the left, and he does check the 4th base on the right. No expansion. As BC does dive into the main. Getting 1 or 2 drones already, but the Queens are ready. They're in position. Queens are in position. More Queens. They rotate. Getting it to 5 drone kills. Five drones going down. Meanwhile, more factories, more mech. Yeah, more mech on the way. But again, it was an earlier Spire, and I believe we already have those. We have potential for Corruptors. Not yet. +1 air attack is on the way. There we go. Corruptor production has begun. Banshee is deflected. And Cham is securing himself, but again, the 4th base is delayed and his economy is also quite late. We have a really weird dynamic here where the Terran player is actually ahead economically. So that is a concern. As Kelzer is in a better position. Kelzer already working on a 4th CC, as Cham is getting his 4th hatchery. Ideally, the Zerg player wants to be up at base to keep up with the muling of the Terran. It's back at home now, getting to Cyclones. Macro Accelerators on the way. Cham likewise also working towards Infestors. There's that Infestation Pit. As we saw in the previous series, like that's kind of the trajectory that we should be heading into Lingbane, Roach, Ravager, Infestor with Corruptor support. There was that one game where Scarlett was playing around with Swarm Hosts, but we shouldn't be seeing that here. My big concern, though, again, is the economy. The economy has been lackluster for Cham. Late 4th base, late saturation, late droning. Corruptors, they almost catch out the BC. Almost. Kelzer is expanding. Likewise, he does catch out some of these Queens. And Cham, he might just be overrun, to be honest. Like, Cham just doesn't really have much to work with right now. Like, the low economy is terrifying. Especially against mech. Like, mech already has a more efficient army, to be honest. So to have a better economy is terrifying, as BCs, they do head into the middle line, but Corruptors are ready. They're ready, they're waiting. Force back the BCs. Kelzer rotating around. Cham, ooh, is going into some Swarm Hosts. Bold move. There's 4 Swarm Hosts on the way. As I saw previously, it is difficult to make them work here against Battle Mech, and now we're getting up to 12 Swarm Hosts. That's a lot of Swarm Hosts. Hellions get into another mineral line. No Blue Flame, I just realized. There we go. I think Kelzer just realized as well. Blue Flame just now begins. He's had the money for it for quite some time. Does notice what he's lacking. Congo does catch 1 Cyclone. Ooh, and Kelzer is being cornered. Uh-oh. Yeah, he does get cornered. Lings, they get a wrap around. They collapse on the Cyclones. More Cyclones going to be falling. Ay, ay, ay. Kelzer, he has to pull out. But Lings, they chase him down. Catching out more Cyclones. Yeah, some rough losses here from Kelzer, and Cham, I should say, Kelzer is being overwhelmed. Kelzer did overextend. He plummets in supply. Cham, he's maxed. Cham maxed out. Local saves coming in, and Cham, instead of using them to harass, he's using them to just break through the main army. He's just brute forcing his way through. Here comes that Locust Wave, forcing back the Cyclones. Yeah, BC's under fire as well. Oof, and Cham, he does get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. This was a bit of a brutal trade as Cham, he will lose his army. But behind this, more Swarm Hosts, more Corruptors, more Roaches on the way. Cham, he peels off towards the left-hand side. Kelzer struggling. Initially, again, he had the better economy. He was maxed out. He was keeping up. But he was caught out. He was caught with his pants down. Kelzer not going for the center expansion. Local save comes in. And we're not even using Niduses, by the way. Takes out 18 SCVs. And the Zormers, they just waddle away. Waddle away at the same time. Ling Roach on the right hand side, going for the would-be planetary. Does deny. Chammy's just all over this. Takes out a BC. And another massive Fungal. Yeah, Fungal does catch out Kelzer. And Chammy's all over this. He will take down every single Cyclone. Once again, Cham just able to outposition or just punishing Kelzer for overextending time and time again. Whether it was here in the top left or here in the bottom right. Investing in the Mass Corruptor. Takes down the CC. Stormers, they just waddle in across the map. And again, this is a much different style than what we saw from Scarlett. And Cham finding a lot of success here. Just pushing on forward. The Stormers have been more successful here. And Kelzer just cannot keep up with these trades. Likewise going for the CC. This time will not get it. So pull away. Does pull back, does pull away. Again, it was still 19 SCV kills. Cham catching out the army. And the VC is going to go down. And likewise, another massive Fungal. Catching out the Cyclones. Corruptors are going to be thrown away. But here comes the Locust Wave. As we do bleed out all these Roaches. But it's fine. Still a worthwhile trade here for Cham. As he once again gets into the bases, denies mining. No major damage here, but does get a gas geyser, a depot. Value nonetheless. And we just waddle away. I mean, on the one hand, like, another reason why this is more successful, one, the Swarmers are very vulnerable. There's no way out for them. But the Nidus Swarms, they're an audio tell to the Terran, right? That the Swarmers are coming, right? If you're allowed Nidus Swarm Host, whenever they pop out, the Terran player is notified, oh, okay, there's like Swarm Host here in this area. But here, Cham, he just walks across. He just, well, let's go. The stealth Swarm Host. Just sneaking up on Kelzer time and time again. They do sneak up. Once again, Fungal on the main army. Catching, oh, it does overextend though. Yeah, Infestors are going down. We rally them in. So, not the best trade here from Cham. But, I mean, he's still resetting the Cyclone count. Getting 6 more SCVs. The Swarmhosts, they are a little bit isolated. And the Kelzer, I'm sure he's looking. Yeah, he's searching. He's looking for the Swarmhosts. It's like, where the hell are they? Get out of here, Cham. Get out of here. It does waddle away. Kelzer taking the gold. He's going for the gold base. Likewise, Cham, he is aware. Planetary just now finishing. And the Locust Wave will shut this down. You can see Kelzer is searching for the Swarmers on the left-hand side, but they're on the right instead. And once again, there's no Nidus here to alert Kelzer. He doesn't know where they are. And the Planetary is... Oh, it's going to be close. Does get it. Whew. Takes down the Planetary. Cyclones are running into the main army. And Kelzer, he's running out of steam. He's running out of money, running out of bases. Down to 2. Swarmers now, they rotate to the right-hand side. Going for the 4th base. Oh, nice fungal. Yeah, the chain fungals are real. Once again, catching out those Cyclones. Oh my god. Yeah, a lot of Cyclones do go down. Allows a zone away. Okay, well, here comes that Locust Wave. Going for the Planetary. And the Planetary, it's going to be close. Looks like there are enough repairs. Yeah, this time there's enough SCVs. Does repair. Does keep it up. Kelzer is searching once again for their Stormhost. Meanwhile, Cham coming in to try to intercept. Does cause a distraction. Uh-oh. Oh, barely doesn't find them. Barely not. Stormhost say waddle away. Do waddle away. Meanwhile, nodding around by. That's the main, by the way. The main base has landed. That's why it's an orbital, not a planetary. Kelzer getting desperate, floating over his main. He still has a lot of Cyclones. So a lot of Cyclones. Ooh, another fungal. Another massive fungal. The chain fungal even. Locking down the army. Ling Bang crashing on in. And Cham once again just cuts the Cyclone count in half. Even more than that. Meanwhile, Locust Wave takes down the planetary. No repairs in time. Kelzer just getting pulled apart. Let's go. The waddling Swarmhost. There's no Nidus, no subway, no fancy teleportation. Nah, they walk everywhere they go. Let's go. They waddle in. They take names. They kill bases. That's crazy. Of course, it is riskier because, hey, if they get caught, like, there's no way out for them. There's no escape that a Nidus would provide. So it's very risky. But, I mean, hey, Cham has pulled it off. Has been able to pull it off. Kelzer trying to keep up, but again, these are trades he can't quite afford. More Cyclones going down. And once again, the Locust Wave gets another mineral line. And Kelzer just being torn apart here by Cham. Cham, he's played against mech before. He's been mech too many times in the past. Never again, baby, never again. Collapsing the cycle, just a very different dynamic than what we're used to seeing here, or at least what we have seen so far in this broadcast, where Kelzer has been struggling. Shammy wants another base, another mineral line. Likewise, Sham has also been on a very infestor heavy composition as well, with like 6-7 infestors at a time. GG gets called as Kelzer is torn apart, and Cham will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cham, he will take a lead in the series. He will take a lead, and again, a very, very strong showing here by Cham. Someone did say something in chat, and I do have to echo that as well. A lot of it did come down to the first wave of Locust. That's typically how it is with Swarmhost, is that they're very momentum based, and that first Locust wave, if you remember, was not designed to harass, but it was actually moving out and bolstering the main army to break through a siege line, or to break through the Cyclone line, and to push in towards the 4th base of Kelzer. So again, was used more aggressively instead of, you know, trying to harass elsewhere. A bit of a different approach, I should say. But here we go. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be following, of course, following these two players into game number 2, following into Persephone. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into game 2. And we'll see if Kelzer once again embraces mech. Okay. We'll see if he does it once again. As, again, we did see some bio, at least that one game against Scarlett. Did go bio. So Kelzer has it in him to switch things up and to go into a more versatile composition, something more active. We'll see. We'll see. Doesn't have to rely on purely mech, of course. I still think it's wise to just open Roach against Kelzer, though, even if he does play bio. Just to be safe. The stealth host. Crazy. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Xeritus Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is a champ. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player. We have the blue Terran down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can make a series out of this. It is Kelzer. It is Diego. Here we go. Whew. As again, we are going to be calming down. Now, as a reminder, last game we did have Kelzer going for a CC first build on Tokamak. As the map is larger, it's more safer, it's more economic, more macro based. Here, going for a Rax first instead. We're calming things down on Persephone, going for a more standard opener, not cutting as many corners early on. And we'll see where Kelzer takes us. Again, he can once again embrace mech, of course, or we can calm things down and go for a more bio-heavy composition instead. He has it in him. We'll see. Especially after that last game, I don't know if Kelzer would have too much confidence in his mech. As Cham did have a very different approach to it. So now we are going to be expanding back on the low ground. Likewise, standard opener out of Cham. Oh, and welcome one all to Persephone. Persephone is a bit of a smaller map in the map pool. It's not as large, it's not as wide as Tokamak, not by any means. The bases are still a little bit more closer together, which does make it easier to rotate between them defensively, to defend your third base, or defend your fourth base as well. But there are less bases on this map, so if we do end up with a split map scenario, we have seen many a player run out of resources here as well. There's of course the goal base that you can take advantage of. If you recall, Scarlett was able to do so on this map, claim the goal and use that to advantage and have that edge over Kelzer, over the Terran, if we get into a longer game. So the goal base may be a factor. As Reaper, ooh, the Reaper overextends. Ay, that should not have happened. The Reaper gets one Ling, but only one, and that was not worth it. With that, Cham, he shuts down the Reaper, and with this, we can even hide some tech. I mean, Cham pulls out of gas, he doesn't pull back in, we're not rushing into roaches, but Kelzer doesn't know that. That's the dangerous thing about losing that first Reaper. You don't know what's happening. You didn't even know if they have a third. This could be two-base player to Cham, there could be a Lair on the way, there could be a Roach Warren on the way, there could be a Baneling Nest, there could be anything, and Kelzer is blind until his Hellions pop out. So a really scary start here for Kelzer. I mean, I say scary, Cham isn't doing anything. Like, Cham is just droning, Cham is playing standard, but Kelzer is unaware. He has less information that he otherwise would have in this kind of game state. Isn't really going to factor in, but, you know, there are games where it could. Not this game. As it is going to be 3cc into Starport, going for the Atom Swap into Banshee play. Now this time no Fusion Core, so we're not going into BCs or anything crazy like that. Atom Swap into Banshee. We're calming things down. for now. Now this can still turn into mech, don't get me wrong. This can still lead into multiple factories, or this can lead into multiple Raxes. Like, that's what's versatile about these 1-1-1 openers, is that you can go in either direction. So Kellizer, he isn't locked in yet. Nothing is set in stone. Tech Lab on the way in the Rax. That should be for Stim. That should be for Stim. Otherwise, we'd be seeing another factory. So it looks like Bioplay out of our Terran. Meanwhile, Cham going lair first. It is going to be a 4:28, 27-ish lair timing. Hellions, they move out. Going for the dive. Catching a drone. One drone goes down. Hellions, they rotate. Oh, they do threaten the third base. They don't quite commit. They don't quite commit here. As Kellizer is going into, again, as we mentioned, with that initial Tech Lab Stim. So Stim, extra Raxes, Bioplay is coming out from our Terran. Do love to see it. Meanwhile, Cham back at home, going into Ling Bane. Going into Ling Bane here, not blindly going into Roaches. So good read here by Cham. He did not get into the main base. He has seen the Hellions moving out, and that is a lot of, Jesus, that is 10 Hellions. This is far more than we usually get here with this kind of style. So extra Hellions here from Kellizer. Cham going into Mutas. Spire is on the way, going Ling Bane Muta. That's crazy. A rare sight here in current meta. Here's a rare sight. Banshees, they scout. Banshees, they bust into the main. They get eyes on the Spire. Kellizer is aware. And drones are falling. Nice damage so far. The Hellions are deflected, but the Banshees are not, as they are topped up by the healing pad. Banshees going back into the main. 8, 9, almost 10. Brutal damage. And more importantly, does scouts. That's what's important here, is aware of the mutas. And from here, he's already rushing into bio cores, into heavy marine production. Can go into widow mines, set up turrets, and get ready. As Hellions, they do overextend. A nice round. Jamie does catch out the Hellions. Half the Hellions do fall. Oh! As Hellions are at least able to clear up all this creep, they deny the expansion. Cham, he does let the Spire finish, but is investing into all these upgrades. Into bailing speed, into 1-1 upgrades. And we'll see if we ever do commit into Mass Muta. Meanwhile, Cham double expanding, getting a 4th, getting a 5th. Sorry, getting a 5th, getting a 6th base. Jesus. Needs all that larva. Does need that larva. As Muta production has begun, but this is going to be a little bit more delayed. Kellizer moving out. Getting a 4th CC behind this. He's not going for an 8 Rax. He is transitioning out, building up. How much does he have? 33 Marines. 33 Marines, 1 tank. Not too much behind this, but just a very Marine heavy composition. And Cham, does he have enough Ling Bane? 11 Banelings so far. Hellion gets thrown away. Kills are pushing in towards that center base. And we can see Cham trying to get this around. Forced to cancel. Forced to cancel the expansion. Music coming from behind. They do get a free tank. Yeah, very nice pickup. Tank goes down. That was the only tank. Likewise, does force out the stim. Kellizer racing back. Does race back. Mutase force back the army. This does give Cham some breathing room. Remember, he double expanded. He's still on 5 bases. Still on 5 bases. Respend that creep. As Mutas are once again pushing in. Whew, the game continues. Game does continue here. Kelzer, he made it safely back home. Turrets are setting up. Turrets are ready, for the most part. Both players will max. Cham just now going for the infestation pits, taking towards Hive Tech. This is later than usual, just because of all the gas spent on mutas. Like a heavy gas commitment. Oh my god. Almost gets the Banshees. Almost. Meanwhile, from here, Kelzer now working towards Widow Mines. Goes for a double drop. Cham is in position. He's ready for this. Yeah, he's... Oh no! Oh my god. Whew, I'll pick up. Does pick up in time. Cham trying to catch out the drop. Kelzer pushing in. Cham, he will come across the army. Not the best trade though. Mutas are going to be going down. Cham, yeah, it does beat out some mutas. Brutal pickoffs. Meanwhile, the Maidens, they connect. Oh my god, no kiting. Yeah, Kelzer, he was distracted. He was focusing on his drop. And no kiting whatsoever. Banelings, they do connect. And Kelzer, maybe a little bit fatigued after that Scarlett series. I mean, again, that was a 2-hour-long best of 5. That was a long series. And Kelzer, he's hurting. His hurting is falling apart. Cham, he's maxed out. Cham be like, thank you, Scarlett. Like, you wore him down for me. Let's go. Cham's like, mate, my series was like 15 minutes. I was chilling. I was getting some food. Just watching the series. Sitting back. Oh my god. As the drop is caught out. My shot going up. And Kelzer, he has to get some damage done here. He does find a mineral line. But there's still so many Banelings. Banelings roll in. Oh no! Once again, no kiting. Kelzer was distracted by the mutas. We'll take every Baneling to the face. Ay, ay, ay. And Cham, he does it. He has broken Kelzer. Or did Scarlett break Kelzer? Like, because there have been some brutal missteps here. Where, again, Kelzer, who's looking elsewhere. He's been looking elsewhere at the wrong moment far too many times. Was otherwise distracted. And with that, Cham does take advantage. Ay, ay, ay. That's the second time that happened. And with that, Cham with Lingbane muted with a more old school composition, he's popping off. He's popping up. Pulling Kelzer apart. Kelzer is trying to keep up. Ooh, my shot going off. My shot did connect. Kelzer threading the main army. That's a lot of Lingbane though. Running into the minefield. Oh my god. It's a little bit of mines. Cham does want to chase into this at the same time, going for a Ling run by. Catching out some reinforcements. Picking up some marauders, not bad. Takes down a couple of marauders. More Banelings now rolling in as well. Oh, they get into the mineral line. 8 SCVs, there weren't many SCVs to kill. Lings, they flooded behind this. No detection. The Widow Mines are about to reset. They're about to reset. But Lings, they do get on past. And they break through 13 SCVs. Catching marauders as well. And again, there's just been a shaky defense here for Kelzer. He's down to 58 workers. Cham on 85. Arguably too many drones as he's getting up to 88 drones. Jesus. It's a lot of workers. Now switching into Ultra Tech. Getting to Ultras. We're still lacking Overseers, which is a concern against this Widowmine heavy composition. So only one Overseer. Overload speed is on the way. Cham moving in. The mine shots are actually quite decent on the Lingbane. Oh my god, the mine shots are brutal. Yeah, everyone's into the minefield, the best fight that the Kelzer could have hoped for. And Cham, he has to back off. He now realizes, oh, okay. I didn't realize how many Wooden Mines there were. So Cham, he has to back up, has to pull away. We have Infestors now in production. And Kelzer takes a good fight. He does take a very good fight. With that, takes down the gold, it denies the base. Kelzer, he's still in this. He's maxed out. Now, Kelzer, because he stumbled his way into this kind of game state, he doesn't have a bank. The bank is not there, so he can't take any more bad fights. That may cost him the game. So Kelzer, he's got to lock in. At this one, he has to lock in. Building up his army. Does build up. Gets ready to move out. Cham amassing his own Lingbane Ultra. And does try to come in from behind. There is some detection at least. They're getting on top of the CC. Oh, this time better kiting here from Kelzer. He shuts down the Banelings. Kelzer bringing it back. Does maintain his bases, maintains his economy. Kelzer, he's holding. And we spoke about it, like here on Persephone, all these bases are a little bit more close together. They're more tight-knit. So rotating back and forth between the bases is more viable. As the map is just smaller. Just a smaller map. Less area to traverse. Cham taking one of Kelzer's bases. Cheeky move. We'll see if he saturates. So here we go. Moving in. Cham setting up. Switching into Broodlord. Okay, we're going into Broodlord Infestor from here. Like at this point, the Banelings, they just haven't been trading well. We saw earlier Banelings connecting beautifully, but a lot of that came down to miscontrol from Kelzer. Oh my god! The Fungals, they lock him down. And a much better fight here for Cham. Kelzer, he overextends. He gets punished by the Fungal. Banelings finally getting some value. Finally doing some value here. I think we're getting ready here for that Broodlord switch. Kelzer trying to stabilize. He has been stuck on the side of the map for quite some time. Meanwhile, defensively, Cham, he can't quite break the bases. Not anymore. You have Liberators, Widow Mines, decent defensive setup. That's where the Broodlords come into play. Scan does reveal the Broodlords. Ghost production has begun. How many ghosts do we have? 5. 5 so far. Getting up to 6. 6 Broodlords here out of Kelzer. As Chammy does commit in. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal mine shots. We get some decent Fungals. But there's just so many Widow Mines behind this. Snipes, they shut down the Ultras. Kelzer does take a better fight. Again, we need those Broodlords. Broodlords now moving in. It's going to be a bit of a slower approach. 12 more Corruptors on the way. Again, the era of Lingbane has kind of come and gone. Now it's about the Broodlord Infestor. Now moving in. Goes on the base. Once again, a nice Fungal, but is there a follow-up? Running out of Fungals. The Infestors are tapped out. Yeah, the Planetary does hold. Broodlords are exposed. We need another Fungal. Infestor moving in. Does land a Fungal. bad, but not good enough. The ultras, they just melt. The Broodlords are exposed. Shammy kites back. Does pull away in time. Pulls away to the spores, pulls away to the queens. But again, despite the infested count being high, there are no fungals. Like right now, they're tapped out of energy. So this is dangerous here. Sham moving in, but he doesn't have the best answers to these ghosts. The Vikings moving forward. I mean, I say that. How many ghosts are there? 15 ghosts. Oh my god. Ghosts, they respond to the Corruptors. Massive snipes. Corruptors going down. Infest is still gathering energy. As Broodlords are moving in. Oof. Another snipe. Another snipe goes off. And another where the fungals. And not quite in time. Fungals don't quite punish, but the base is going to go down. That's what matters. Sham breaks the expansion. And Sham, he's ready here to try to punish those ghosts. He's got the Ling Bane ready to dive. I say that Sham going for a run by instead. Does go for the run by. As the Ling Bane barely does get the planetary. Planetary goes down. That's two bases. Two bases are fallen. The creep is spreading forward, covering the bases as well. Oh, and Kelzer, he commits. Bold move. He does commit in. Sham, can he punish? Oh, Broodlord's getting caught out though. Losing one, two Broodlords. Sham trying to come in for the dive. Here come the fungals. Yeah, massive fungals. EMPs are okay. They're actually much better. EMPs do connect. One more fungal. And Beta, they just crash on forward. They shut down most of the ghosts. Expensive losses for Kelzer. He should not have been here. Kelzer did overextend, but no detection. Uh-oh. Yeah, zero detection. Ghosts, they survive. Sham, he will lose almost everything. Oh. As only one Broodlord survives. Only one Broodlord. Vikings, they waddle away. And again, Kelzer, he should not have been out here. He does escape with some of the ghosts at least, but that was a brutal trade. That was how many? That was 11 ghosts going down. And how many survived? 4. 4 ghosts made it out. Kelzer does have a mineral bank. Mass Reaper? Ooh, that was a misclick. There we go. Jesus. He had Reapers on the way. He's making... No, the misclick is real. He's making nothing but Reapers. Oh no. They don't stim, Pappy. They were meant to be Marines or anything else. Kelzer, Diego. The Mass Reaper switch. They never expect the 22-minute Mass Reaper, Pappy. Oh my, it's crazy. No one expects the Mass Reaper switch. Let's go. Time to go for mineral lines. He could even maybe snipe the base, actually. Be crazy. As Sham is trying to rebuild. Again, Sham's economy, it's a little bit lackluster. He needs that gold. His drone count is low. But we spoke about this earlier at the start of the game. There aren't that many bases on Persephone. We're running out of bases for Sham. He needs some expansions. Corruptors on the left-hand side, going for the planetary. Sham diving on the main army. Takes down the winter mines. But doesn't quite collapse on those ghosts. As the planetary does fall. But Kelzer, he's got 5,000 minerals. It's crazy just how many minerals he has. It's insane. Sham going for another one of these expansions. Railings, they somewhat connect. They get a handful of SCVs. 8 SCVs going down. Ooh, brutal snipes. Sham has to pull out. And Sham is maxed out, but this bank is still concerning to me. I mean, the production is not really in full swing here. You can see a lot of Raxes aren't really making anything. Kelzer has been struggling to remax, struggling to rebuild. But here come those infestors. Here comes a fungal. Once again, massive fungal to the face. And the fungals, they lock down the entire army. Chem, he will clean up. He will clean house. He will clean up everything. There's still so many more infestors, so many more fungals. And this is what Chem was looking for. The mass fungal. Ay, ay, ay. The ultras, they collapse in. Ooh, they force friendly fire on the Medivacs. GG gets called. And Chem, he will take the fight. He will snowball out of control. And Chem takes a 2-0 lead. Whew, GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Chem does take a 2-0 lead here. Again, Kelzer had a bank, but he had a hard time rebuilding, had a hard time remaxing. His macro was slipping. But this was an intense back and forth. But as we noticed, there were a couple of moments there where it does feel like the fatigue is setting in, right? Like, I was kind of joking about it earlier, but like the reality here is that, again, Kelzer, he did just play a very long, very intense series against Scarlett. Chem, less so. Chem had a series against Astrea, but it was over real fast and real quick. So Chem has had time to rest up and recuperate. Kelzer has not, and we did see some slip-ups there. I saw someone in the chat talking about like Banelings and how strong they are. As a reminder, in the first half of the game, it was Kelzer's attention being split and being caught by the Ling Bane, as he wasn't able to micro as we otherwise would. He wasn't able to kite back. He was leaving his army idle, and he was punished for it. But a lot of that came down to, as we mentioned, that attention span, the attention of Kelzer being distracted elsewhere, looking away at just the wrong moments and getting caught with his pants down. And we did see that a couple of games, a couple of times in this game. And Chem was able to capitalize. On that. Towards the end, we saw Kelzer kind of tighten up his play, but likewise, we did see that moment where Kelzer, he lost 11 ghosts when he overextended on the left-hand side, when he pushed too far onto creep, and he lost almost everything. Thankfully, there was no detection, so he was able to survive he was able to escape with a couple of ghosts. But if it wasn't for that, he would have lost everything. It's crazy. GG, well played. That felt like a moment where Kelzer kind of ran out of patience. But here we go. Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the player and fatigue setting in. The players are asking for a break. Yeah, the players are asking for a break here. They're asking for a moment. Understandable, completely. It's been a long broadcast already. And we're still in the early stages. That's what's crazy about it. We're still in the very early stages here. But they're asking for a moment. It's the new meta. Reapers, they counter infest is true. Did he misclick 20 times? Well, I'm sure he held down you hold down the key, right? Like when you're macroing, like you hold down like the key to make Marines or to make Marauders, and there was just a misclick there. I held down on the Reaper button. Crazy. What are the global qualifiers? I don't think they've been announced yet. Don't believe. We're working through all the regionals for now. All the regionals. Whew. But yeah, with that, GG well played. Chem is up 2-0. One more game is all that Chem needs to claim the series. We'll see if Kelzer can recover and bounce back. Again, they're both taking some time here to recover, to catch their breath. This is where I should have gone on a break as well. Like, true. Should have taken Q. Oh. Just catching up. The most Reapers I've ever seen at 22 minutes. Oh no. Why Reapers? They're so weak and useless at this point. Again, it was a misclick. Like, it was not intentional. If you remember, when he made those Reapers, he actually had more Reapers in production, then he canceled them all. Like, he intentionally canceled all the Reapers. and then start up Marauders and Marines. Like it was not intentional from Kellezer, not at all. Not at all. But yeah, with that Cham again, 1 game away. One game away from claiming the series. 1 game away. And our players have returned. Good, we good. Alright, good to go. Oh, the final game is going to be a Maganatha. Maganatha is, of course, the largest map in the map pool. Very large map. Long rushes and spy ground. And after game 2, Kellezer embracing Bio, I'll be honest, I expect mech. I do expect mech here. If you recall in the previous series, Kellezer did play mech against Scarlett as well. Did play mech against Scarlett. And here we go. He does need the boost. Kellezer, he needs your support, baby. Needs your support to keep this going, to make a series out of this. Let's go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg leading the series 2-0 and 1 game away from claiming the series and advancing on to the next round. For Xeritus Esports, it is a Cham. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Terran player, the Blue Terran. Oh, down in the series, down heavily here. He has to fight back here and now. Otherwise, that is it. His tournament run is over. He needs to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is a Kellezer. Let us go. Catching him in the chat. Hands him up, 666 in the chat. Thank you so much for the donation. $13.37. Thanks for EWC 2025 qualifier coverage. Awesome. You're welcome, Pappy. You're welcome. Thank you so much for the donation. We do appreciate it. And again, I mean, that's what we always do for the past 5 years. We actually cast every single region. Back when we had EPT, we would cast Oceania, Taiwan, Hong Kong, rest of Asia, Latin America, Americas, and Europa as well. We'd also cover every single. We'd be the only casters to cover every single region for the EPT, for the ESL Pro Tour, and now for EWC as well. That's what we do, Pappy. That's what we do. Okay, we cast more than any other channel out there, sometimes to our detriment, as we do not get a lot of sleep. No. The bed is not often had. No. And yeah, hopefully, I mean, we should be fine for this cast, but hopefully I'm not too fatigued for tomorrow's cast. Bearing in mind that our next cast is in 8 hours. Jesus, I think it's in 8 hours time. We're gonna be live with the Korean qualifier. Let me just double check that. I think it's in 9 hours actually. Hold on. 7 p.m. AEST. 8 hours. 8 hours from this message, we're gonna be live again. So the longer this goes on, the less sleep I get. But it's we'll do it anyway. We're good. It's just might be a little bit fatigued tomorrow. Aye, Pappy. Aye. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Because again, this event is going to last like at least another 3 hours. 100%. At least another 3 hours here. So we might get like 4 hours sleep, maybe like 4 hours sleep. I would like to get some food at some point. Like before tomorrow's cast, I mean. So we'll see. Behind this, though, we are going for our economic start. We do have our initial CC. Likewise, I believe we skipped the Reaper. Yeah, we skipped the Reaper. So CC first, into Marine, into Reactor, into a third CC before Starport. Very economic build here by Kellezer. And we do expect to see, I mean, I'm expecting this to go into Banshee play and potentially into extra factories into mech. As welcome to Maganatha. Again, the largest map of the map, longest rush distance by ground as well. It's a big map. And it can be quite greedy as a result. Can be greedy. At times. But now the Rax does pull back for the add-on for the Tech Lab to swap into Banshee play. And then after that, do we then throw down extra factories? Do we then throw down extra Raxes? Only Kellezer knows. Only Diego. As meanwhile, Cham is just droning, just saturating. Cham, he has yet to move out across the map for a scout. Still just saturating his bases. Hellions, they do dip in. They poke in. Cloak has begun. My eyes are on this Rax. What's going on? What's the plan? Have the Rax behind this. No tech lab. If we were playing Bio, we'd see a tech lab and we'd work towards STEM. And I don't see any add-ons. Likewise, a lair first out of Cham. Going into the initial lair. He pokes in, but now zoned away. Still no add-on, by the way. it's gonna be mech. It's gonna be factory. Show us the extra 2 factories. We know it's coming. We know it, papi. Este Diego. There it is. 2 more factories are on the way. Again, like the fact that there was no add-on on the Rax was a tell. Of course, the longer that it went on, it was more suspicious as there were no extra Raxes. So mech is on the horizon from Kelazar. And so far, the Hellions haven't gotten much done. Meanwhile, again, it was a lair first out of Cham and is going into Roach play. He has yet to confirm across the map. He has yet to scout, but is playing Roaches nonetheless. Again, like if we can read even as the game begins that Kelazar is most likely going to play into mech, then Cham can as well. So Cham playing safe, going into Roaches. Hellions looking for a way in. Meanwhile, ooh, Spire as well. Okay. Going for the Spire. Banshees are moving out. Hellions are in position to delay the expansion. Nicely done. 4th base is delayed. And how many Hellions? 12! 12 Hellions, going to be 14 Hellions for Kelazar. Now remember, the last time we saw Kelazar do this, he went up to 16. He went up to 16 Hellions. This was on Tokamak against Scarlett, where he split up his Hellions 8 and 8 and went for 2 Hellion run-bys at the same time. Banshees, they distract. Hellions, for now, they're all together. At least for now. Making their way towards the 3rd. Cham is not quite in position. Uh-oh. Okay. Lings, they get there just in time. Just barely. Cham collapses in. Takes down a Hellion. But a couple of drones did get roasted by the Banshee. Yeah, Banshees, they popped off. They now race back. Kelazar looking for another way in. Hellions are going to be deflected. Lings, they do get across the map. Oh! They threaten the mineral line. We have Hyperfight Raiders on the way. Once again, we're committing here into additional Banshees. This is what Kelazar does best. Going Battle Mech alongside Banshee support. Let's go. So Kelazar is building up. Now, we saw this attempt at style in Game 1, if you recall. Game 1 of the series, and Cham did shut it down. Meanwhile, we are going into mutas. This is risky, by the way. The Cyclone gun is low currently, but it's going to very quickly build up, and Cyclones, they will completely shut down mutas. Like Cham, he cannot fight head on. This is so incredibly risky. Mutas, they can shut down the Banshees, but ideally you don't want to show your hand too soon. Banshees pull away. Mutas are amassing. The mineral lines are exposed. Right now, Kelazar, he has no inkling of muta play, so there are no turrets. But how many Cyclones? 8. Already 8 Cyclones. I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced here. Like, I'm not too fond of the idea of going muta against Battle Mech, but so far the Roaches, they do dive in. Oof. But again, that's 8 Cyclones. Currently 5. Mutas, they get across the map. SCV's going to be going down. Nice collapse here from Cham. But there are defensive Cyclones. Mutas, they look for a way in. They get a couple more SCVs. Not too many. Now going for the main. Again, no turrets. 5 worker kills so far. It's okay, and it does force Kelazar back home. It's buying time. Oh! Now Locals are brutal. Losing 1, 2, 3. Oh, losing every single muta. Yeah, brutal scan, and you can see how little damage the mutas can do against this kind of army. They get 9 SCVs, they force back the army, but this was expensive. That was 5 mutas. So I'm not too convinced by this. I mean, it did at least force the army back home, and hey, goes back into the main. Back into the main base. Shem going for the planetary. Kelzer out of position completely. And Kelzer races back home. The planetary is going to go down. Yo, we got the slow veins. But this might be a one-way trip. Might be one way. Do we get the fungal? Ooh, not quite. Infestor goes down. And we've seen this before. The Banshee hits well. They're going for the Infestors. Or going for whatever they can get. Infestors, they pull away. Hellbats, they bust into a mineral line. Sham, he reacts well. He bleeds out 7 drones. But he's forced all the way back home. Kelzer, he wants that expansion. The Banshees are going ham. Where are the Queens? The Queens have to respond. Queens not coming in. 3 fungals spent on the Banshees. A 4th fungal even. And they escape. Banshees, 2 of them do get away. And again, you could argue that they already paid for themselves. They forced out 4 fungals out of Sham, which could have been spent on the army. Sham moving in. Going for Ling Rambai. Ooh, the Cyclones that defend from the main. Jesus. A couple of SCs are going down. Not bad. Getting up to, what, 7 SCV kills? 8 SCVs. Not bad. Chammy's maxed out. What's he maxed out with? What do we have? 20 Lings, a handful of Banelings. Mainly Roach. No Ravagers. No Ravagers with this army. Oh, sorry, I should say 4 Ravagers. So very low in the Ravager counts. Very low. Kelzer, he does rotate. Looking for a way in. Kelzer himself is maxed out with 24 Cyclones. That's a lot of Cyclones. Now pushing forward. Lockups are brutal. Do get a fungal here. Graze in the army. Tells Graze. The last Kelzer, he does bust through regardless. Going for the bases. We're still waiting for a fungal. Knocks down the towers. Yeah, zones back those Infestors. Make sure there's no flank. Meanwhile, ooh, got the base barely survives. Nice fungals. Where's the follow-up? The fungals are good, but the Infestors are going down. And again, the ground army is lacking. Alas, Sham, he will shut down most of the Cyclones. There was no K trade, but I would say still expensive for Sham. He lost 5 Infestors in that fight. Down to 2. Likewise, trying to catch out the main army. Going through the speed zones. Nice around. Very nice catch. Ooh, he locks down the Cyclones. Ay, ay, ay. Kelzer, he overextends. He will lose everything here. Every Cyclone, every Hellion. Meanwhile, across the map, the planetary goes down to the Corruptors. Chan, we saw this in game 1 as well, where he went into a heavy Corruptor composition and he would just use them to snipe bases. It was just non-stop sniping bases, sniping planetaries time and time again. We saw that in game 1, now we're seeing it here in game 3. Base goes down. Shammy's remaxed, once again moving out. The one Banshee though. The one hero Banshee. As Kelzer's retaking that center base. Retaking that 5th. Still committed to a Hellion Cyclone Banshee composition, making 1 Banshee at a time, still just the 1 starport. Kelzer, he is going to be forced back. Cham ready for a run by. Bearing in mind that this is not a planetary. Kelzer, he's distracted. Cham moving in. He breaks down that front door. Good reaction at Kelzer. Does pull away in time. Nice fungal the Cyclones. Yeah, fungal does help lock them down. But Infestors are being targeted by that one Banshee. Gets one. Gets two Infestors. Takes down two Infestors, but the base is going to fall. Can he target it down? The Corruptor. It is on fire. Oh my god. It is on fire, but looks like hopefully everything's okay. Ugh. Thankfully, there's no major engagement happening. Cham's main army pulled away. But, ooh. Okay. As it looks like there might be a keyboard issue here. Aye, aye, aye. Oh. Yes. Kelzer's being nice about it. It's all good. It's all good. Take your time. Reek. Yo, Enki, calm down. Aye, aye, aye. For the Enki laughing about it. Yo, we gonna regame? Oh no. But yeah, it looks like there might be a bit of a keyboard or a bit of a hardware issue here, so hopefully Cham can fix it. But yeah, so far it's been a really intense back and forth. I mean, discussing or going over the game state currently. Actually, you know what? We have some time. We have some time to go over this base. I'm pretty sure he tried to A-click this Corruptor, by the way, and that's how we noticed. But we do see that Cham is denying bases. He might even break down this base. It's going to be close. The boys are coming into repair. They're coming in to repair the CC. Behind this, Cham is remaxing, going into Broodlord tech as well. We have the Greater Spire on the way, working towards Broodlords. Infestors are amassing alongside them. So Cham is switching into Broodlord Infestor, or at least getting ready for that switch. He has been getting some upgrades here, thanks to the Corruptors earlier. So Kelzer, he's on the back foot. He has been on the back foot here for quite some time. But he can recover, for sure. Can recover. As Cham has had some better engagements overall. Take this moment to catch up with the chat. Looks like we have had some other updates in the bracket as well. Whew. Here we go. El chamaco, papi. Sí, papi, sí. El chamaco. You see StarCraft in your sleep. Oh no. Not like this. I have I'm pretty sure I have gone to bed and slept about casting games. Like, I think that's happened once. I think where I go to bed and I'm as I'm sleeping, I'm like casting a game of StarCraft. It's not even anything crazy either. I'm just still casting. I'm just still casting in my sleep, just chilling. No, that has happened before. Are we gonna get nice? We might. As I guess for now we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket itself. I guess. Yes, we have a little bit of downtime. It's a little bit awkward to catch up with the bracket at mid-game. But we do have some updates here. We have some updates. It looks like, ooh, as we switch things over and catch up on the brackets for a moment here. Just because there's not really much else to go over. Astrea did take down Scarlett 3-0. Big win there for Astrea. Does advance on offensive against Trigger. And Trigger and Astrea, they're facing off in the upper bracket finals. In a best of 5. That's being covered by the mainstream. That PvP is currently underway. Again, I do actually favor Trigger in that series. For those who remember, we actually hosted a show match here on this channel between Trigger and Astrea at the start of the year. That was before Astrea kind of took a break from the game, and Trigger, he was looking dominant there. But you know, it's been a moment, it's been a while, so we'll see how they compare. Likewise. Oh, looks like we have agreed. So Cham, he said that he it usually gets fixed when he restarts. Oh. Yeah, as they agreed, yeah. They agreed to resume from replay. Okay. So they are going to remake. All good. We're more than happy to wait. More than happy. As Chen, basically, he's going to restart his client, it sounds like. So he's going to restart his clients before jumping back in. All right, what was... So I was catching up with the bracket. So yes, we have Trigger versus Astrea. They're currently mid-series. Meanwhile, Scarlett goes down to face off against Future. So Scarlett versus Future, they're currently mid-series as well. They're locked in a best of 5. They're currently facing off. I don't think they're being casted anywhere. I mean, if anyone knows, you can, of course, inform us. But Scarlett versus Future currently underway. Meanwhile, behind this, we did mention earlier, if you missed out, we did let's everyone know, of course, that they did let everyone know, of course, that Special he did forfeit. Special did forfeit. So whoever wins this series will make it all the way through past another round. As we are remaking the lobby. So yeah, unfortunately Special he did of course decide to forfeit, so he won't be competing here. So this is actually going to be a big series for both Kelzer and Chan because they get to skyrocket ahead into the next round after Juanito, and they'll be facing off against the winner of Scarlett and Future. Of course, we're gonna be focusing on these lower bracket rounds. That's going to be where our attention lies. Of course, the mainstream, they have Trigger versus Astrea, so we're going to be following this series into the winner of Future and Scarlett. That'll be where we head next. So we need a moment here to get the lobby ready and resume from replay. This is all just a dream. We are all figments of Light's imagination. Oh no. I've gone too far with all the casting. Kelzer enjoying his first break in 2 hours. True. True. You're not wrong. The mule key. Oh. Trigger up 2-0. Yeah, there you go. like Trigger. For those who don't know, Trigger, he spent the past year in Korea. He literally spent the past year in Korea, like practicing, training, improving. Fun of a live entertainment, true. But yeah, Trigger, like he's been looking good, looking very good as of late. Very good. Any way to get into the Scarlett Future game to cast? We are going to be wrapping up this series first. If they are still mid-series, then we can jump into like game 2 or game number 3 or game number 4 or game 5, right? Like we can jump in mid-series after we wrap up. So it depends on how things line up. So we might catch the tail end of this series, or we might be too late. Depends. Like, our matches have been quite long between Cham and Kelzer. And we might have a game 4 and game 5 as well. Like, it's possible for Kelzer to still claim this. For sure. So we still do need a moment. Oh, there we go. We're jumping back in. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. Thankfully, there is a recover feature in game, so we can resume from replay and jump back in. Here we go. We are just recovering. For those that are curious, the way that resume from replay works is that it plays out the entire replay. It plays out, like, we can't see it, but in the game engine, it plays out the entire game. it speeds through it at like 8 times speed until it gets to the point where he's going to jump back in, and then bam, we're able to jump back into the game. That's how the mechanic works. It just plays out the whole replay in the background. So the longer the game is, the longer it takes to resume from replay, as it's bringing us up to that point. But here we go. Scarlett and Future currently playing. They are mid-series, but they might have just wrapped up. Oh. As we are about to jump in. Oh. Bam. Okay, we're back. Sorry, just catching you on Twitch chat. But here we go. We have returned, and from this game state, it looks like we do get the repair in time. The CC will survive. Whew. And sorry, just a little bit, frazzled, but we're back. We're back in. From this kind of game state here, Cham, he did just win a important fight. He was able to force back Kelzer. Likewise, behind this member, taking up in towards a Greater Spire, in towards Broodlord tech. Kelzer moving out. And Cham, so far, he is secure. The game does calm down. And again, for those that are curious, basically there was a bit of an issue with some of the huggies of Cham. He did have to restart, and now we're good. Now we're back. We have returned. Again, it's Cham, of course, who has the larger bank, has been able to take some better fights. Going for non-stop harassment here. Kelzer does spot a base. At the same time, Kelzer trying to expand himself. Ronbias moving in. Kelzer out of position, which is going for the bases. Oh no! Yeah, going for the planetary at last. Kelzer does have an army. Never mind. Does have an army in position. Despite that, SVs are still going down. Losing up to another 14, 15 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. 20, 30. Oh my god. Yeah, 30 workers going down. He does get the planetary. He came back in. Yeah, planetary falls and Kelzer just torn apart. At the same time, going for a base trade. Going for top left. And he will get a mineral line. We'll get a base. Yeah, the base is going down. Takes down the expansion. Gets one, may get another. So we're trading blow for blow, but Kelzer, he did lose so many SCVs. He doesn't have an economy. He can't sustain himself. Shem can. Oh, but Shem needs time to rebuild. Does need time to build up. Ooh. Trading with the army, but his base is going to be denied. Yeah, losing another expansion, another 2 bases. That was a kill, not a cancel. And another base as well. Shem losing 4 hatcheries. At the same time, he does catch out the army. Ah, there's no way out of this. There's no way out of this. All these cyclones, they go down to the lings, to the roaches. Brutal trade. Kelzer plummets in supply. Shem pulls back. Meanwhile, Kelzer switching into tank, but that's a lot of tanks. Oh my god. Switching into tanks. Turtling up. We're done with the battle mech. It's not working. Switching into a more tank-heavy style. To defend, to survive. Micro Shem rebuilding, remaxing. Yo, these Banshees are finally gonna go down. Cleans up all the Banshees. You have Kelzer setting up in the center. So how many tanks? 9. It's got 9 tanks now going to Liberators as well. Again, he's had a hard time defending, so why not just wall up with tanks? Let's go. It's going to be a lot of tanks. Oh, meanwhile, Cham getting caught himself, losing an Infestor. At the same time, oh, the Corruptors, they go for the dive, they go for the Planetary. We spoke about this earlier. Cham has been so proactive with his Corruptors. But this time he will not get the base. Has to pull away. You know, another hatchery goes down. Now we're now encountering a big issue here on Maganatha, and that is taking these fringe bases. Whether it's top right, whether it's the center gold bases as well, and bottom left and the center gold as well, they are so difficult to take for either player. Just because they're so isolated, they're so spread out. Oh, brutal lock-ons, taking down 2 infestors, 3 infestors. Now well worth our trade here for Kelzer. And Sham, he's still trying to double expand, still trying to get one of these bases up and running. Kelzer now moving up with his tanks. That's a heavy tank count. Sham, he's somewhat aware. If you remember, he does have that Greater Spire, and then we go Broodlords are morphing in. He's got 4 Broodlords so far. Thor production has begun. So switching out of Battle Mech and into Tank Thor. No. We're slowing things down. This is where Stormhost would actually excel even more. So the Cyclone count is lessening. Sham rotating over. Where is he going? Center base, or the base on the towards the south. Oh, Broodlord's moving in. the stutter stepping. That just looks so silly. That's great. The stutter stepping Broodlord. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. I'm here for it. God damn. Ultra Garen's on the way. Sham's still building up. Does find a couple of free tanks. Oh, there we go. Does get them. Trades out a couple of roaches. So not the most ideal trade here at a Cham, but it gets 2 tanks regardless. Still has a bank. Kelzer retaking these bases, getting another fresh mining base up and running. Key moment here for Kelzer. Thors they move in once again. So we have a heavy Thor count. Ooh, and we're going into Mech Ghost. Jesus. Ghost production has begun. That is like the ideal late game composition, by the way, is Tank Ghost. Sorry, Mech Ghost. Like Tank, Liberator, Thor with Ghost support. Meanwhile, Kelzer claiming that center base. We spoke about it earlier, how difficult it is to claim these bases. But Kelzer is going for it. Sham, he cannot let that happen. Likewise is moving in. And he will deny. The tanks are somewhat on their own. Lings, they collapse in. They're going for the tanks. Yeah, nice fungal here on the Cyclones. Thors are revealed. Bailings, they crash in, and he's going to get one, maybe two Thors. I say that. 4 Thors, actually. 4 Thors going down. Goes to 5, 6. Oh, my God. Yeah, 6, 7 Thors go down. There's still 2 left. Sham, he will lose this army. But he will almost reset the Thor count. And not the worst trade. These are expensive losses for Kelzer. And Sham, he remaxes. Remaxes with what? With 21 roaches. There's a scan. But despite knowing Kelzer, what can he do? Like, he doesn't really have much of an army. Does take the gold, though. Kelzer is down to 5 Cyclones and 1 Thor. Like, again, even though Cham didn't completely break the army, he did well enough. Did well enough. Did more than enough. And now there's nothing. There's nothing here. There's a planetary, but there's no tanks. There is no setup. Bailey's gonna be rolling in. Shuts down the planetary. And Kelzer, he cannot defend. Cham, he should be rotating from here. Going for the center base. Oh. Catching out a Corruptor. Sham once again rotating down towards the south side, going for another planetary. And Kelzer is spread thin. Another planetary going to be going down. Sham, he just pulls away. Collapsing on the main army, or trying to at least. He's down to how many infestors? Down to 0. Oh, good. 2 infestors on the way. But Sham has secured these southern bases. Likewise, Kelzer securing his gold. Suddenly, he has an influx of minerals. There's so many minerals here. So Kelzer is maintaining himself. Being run on the top side. Pushing in towards the gold. Bailey's, they do not get into the mineral line, but they take down the base. And again, Kelzer is just so spread thin. Again, these bases are just so spread out. They're so far apart from each other. We saw Cham struggling earlier, and now it's Kelzer struggling. Struggling to keep those bases alive. That's Maganatha. Meanwhile, tank's gonna be going down. Oh no, the mineral line! Catching out the SCVs! Yeah, workers are falling. Bit of 35, but the tank, so the Ultra does survive. Sham pulls away. And again, he's just all over Kelzer. Kelzer, he just cannot build up. Not like this. 20 SCV kills. From here, Cham denying the base once again. Denying the expansion. He's got the fungal. And fungal catching out the ghost. Nicely done. Every little bit counts. It all helps. That's me. Oh, I was curious. I was curious if they just replaced the rocks, but no, they just deal damage. Okay. Rocks down to half HP. Ooh, there's another CC's gonna go down. Also, he does somewhat punish. As things they get into the natural, they don't quite bust into the main. Regardless, they find SCVs. fine SCVs, now going for more expansions, and Kelzer is on his last legs at this point. Like, he just cannot build up. He's holding on. He's able to spend his minerals on Hellions at least. Able to make something. But again, barely an army. Link still wreaking havoc. Kelzer getting desperate, going for massive Hellion run-bys. That's all he can afford. Just all the Hellion run-bys. What else can he do? But he's out of gas. He's just out of gas. Can't afford much else. Now we get Swarm Hosts on the way. I feel like the time for Swarm Hosts is kind of come and gone. They could have excelled earlier, but it's fine, I guess. Why not? 10 Swarm Hosts on the way. ¿Por qué no, papi? ¿Por qué no? I guess in this position, Jamie can kind of make whatever he wants. Swarm Hosts, they can excel here at denying the space, denying the center expansion. Setting up more locust waves. And here they come. Thor is low, goes to the tanks, and gets one tank. Not too much damage. Oh, as Kelzer, he's on creep. His army is isolated. Cham, he wants the army. Like, from here, how does Kelzer escape? Cham is gonna cut him off. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is not the place to be for Kelzer. Like, there's no recall. He's gonna try to get out. Cham collapsing in. Kelzer, he's trapped. This is not the place to be. Sorry, Kelzer's trapped. And there we go. Gets a massive fungal. And Kelzer, there's no way out of this. He will lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. Again, this area is a bait. There's just no way out of this. Kelzer, he'll lose everything. He was trapped. Not like this. And now Kelzer just plummets in supply down to this army. Couple of ghosts, couple of tanks, one Thor. Diego. He fought his heart out. But again, El Chamaco, he likes the mech. God. He enjoys it. As here comes out Locust Wave, dives on the main army, does force friendly fire, the tanks are falling, and this is it. This is all he had left. Cham, he will overwhelm. GG gets called, and Cham, he will take the series 3-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations, Cham. He will claim the series 3-0. Again, Cham looking a lot more aggressive is what I will say against Mech. He was a little more aggressive, a little more assertive, a little more in the face of Kelzer. And Kelzer, he had a really hard time keeping up with that. He was torn apart left and right early on, and he just couldn't maintain his bases, couldn't maintain his economy, he couldn't maintain his army either. There were so many moments where Cham was able to punish Kelzer overextending, whether it came to his positioning or not. But GG. GG, well played, Cham. He will claim the series, and again, another bit of a longer series here. If we're 4 hours into the broadcast, and we've only casted 2 matches. Ay, ay, ay. But GG, well played with that. Cham will claim the series, and as a reminder, his next opponent did forfeit. Otherwise, we would have had another 2-hour series. But Special Juanito did forfeit his match, and up next we have Cham versus Future. We have confirmation Future did take down Scarlett 3-0. So my condolences to Scarlett fans. I mean, I myself am a Scarlett fan as well. We didn't get to see those matches. I don't think they were casted by anyone. I don't think they were casted. But yes, they did. That series did already wrap up. It was a bit of a shorter series, maybe more bio heavy. But Future did take down Scarlett 3-0. So Scarlett is out of the tournament, and up next we have Cham versus Future. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. And Jesus, oh my, we just got some more updates. Oh my god, the updates are coming in. Let's catch up on the bracket here. Let us catch up. Okay, here we go. So it looks like we don't really have looks like the Wikipedia page has not been updated, but the main bracket page has been. So you can see here it is. We do see Elizayo, aka Future. Future, he does take down us. Oh, actually, can't quite scroll down far enough here. But I'll let you know, Future did take down Scarlett 3-0, so that does have to be updated. Meanwhile, I just got another update, but Trigger took down Astrea 3-0 as well, so a very swift series between Trigger and Astrea. Trigger, he is now waiting in the grand finals, and he has a ways to wait. Trigger is speed running his way through. 3-0 Master, 3-0 Juanito, and 3-0 Max as well. Trigger not dropping a single game in this tournament, which again, coming into this, Trigger was favored. For those who don't know, Trigger, he spent a year in Korea. He was playing in last season of GSL, looking quite informed. Trigger, unlike a lot of these players, they did take some time off. I think we spoke about it during the qualifier last night, but almost every other player here took some time off during the off season. They all took a break. Trigger did not. Trigger, he's been on that grind the entire off season. So unlike these other players, Trigger, he's been in the midst and just engulfed and embraced in StarCraft, immersed in it, I should say, and oh, sorry, submerged in it, I should say. And with that, Trigger, he is very much so the favorite player. Like he's the big pappy. He's the one to bring down, and we'll see if anyone can hold a candle to Trigger, as he's been grinding while everyone else has been taking a break. Oh boy. So GG, well played. Trigger, he's waiting in the grand finals, and again, up next is going to be Future versus Cham. Here we go. Low bracket round 3. So up next is going to be Future versus Cham, then that leads into Astrea, then that leads into Trigger. So we have 3 series left. 3 series remaining in tonight's broadcast. And let's get ready for it. Here we go. Catching up. I would say in Wikipedia, what were the first 2 maps? Oh, let's see. Persephone. Beautiful. Just catching up in the series. We're catching up in the chat. Series has been epic no matter what the result. 100%, 100%, Pappy, 100%. Aye. Australia lost? Yes. Australia, he lost the Trigger. But for now, we are going to be going on a very short break, and we are going to be casting via the clean feed. Basically, because there's only 1 series kind of remaining here, in the sense that we have Cham versus Future into Astrea into Trigger, it does mean that we no longer can join the lobbies ourselves. It means that instead we have to rely on the clean feed. Speaking of, I guess you can see it right here. You can un momento. Bam, there you go. That's a clean feed. They're on a 6-minute break at the moment, so we're going to be going on a break for 6 minutes, and when we come back, we will be joined by the lovely, I think Indy's observing? Is he still observing? Otherwise, Steadfast and Behemoth, they're handling the production there. We do have our clean feed, and we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next series. We're going to have Future and Cham. See you soon. See you soon in the next series. right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025 America's Closed Qualifier. We've had already some insane and intense matches here, insanely long matches as well, featuring Scarlett, featuring Kellezer, featuring Chem as well, and now we are slowly thinning out the players here. We are running out of players. It did happen off stream, did happen in another series, but Scarlett is out. Scarlett is out of the tournament. Scarlett, of course, she was facing off against Future earlier and did fall 3-0. We actually do have the updated bracket here. Bam, there we go. It's a little bit small, but you can see that Future did take down Scarlett 3-0. Future took down Master 3-0 as well, and now we have Future up against Cham. For those that are curious, someone was asking about Special versus Cham. Again, Special did forfeit. We don't know why. We don't know why. We can speculate, I suppose, but I don't know if it's really worth speculating. It is a shame, of course, 100%. We always do want our players to compete and to play their best, even if it is, you know, maybe if the odds are against you, and even if things are looking a little bit bleak, you know, ideally, you know, in a competitive tournament like this, you do want to, you know, fight your heart out and do your best. But you know, I want to give, you know, the benefit of the doubt here. You know, maybe something came up and maybe something more of a personal matter or something like that, and then Special had to step away. Regardless, we are jumping into our best of 5. We have our maps here. We have Game 1, Incorporeal, Game 2, Ley Lines, followed by Tokamak, Persephone, and Pylon. Oh boy, okay. So we do have, we actually have gotten rid of Maganatha, the largest map of the map pool. We also got rid of Torches, we got rid of Last Fantasy, so some of the more extreme maps, like Torches and Last Fantasy, are very cheesy, very aggressive. Meanwhile, Maganatha is one of the more larger maps in the map pool, more macro-oriented, so we've gotten rid of the extremes, and we have some of the more standard maps instead. I say standard, less extremes, maybe a better way of putting it. We'll get into it. Also, shout out to BMOF and shout out to Steadfast. Of course, we do have permission to stream via the clean feed. This is the clean feed, of course. That means that we will have in-game sound. We'll have in-game sound. We'll have in-game audio. But of course, everything else is muted. But again, shout out to both Steadfast and BMOF for, of course, covering the main event over on EWC, over on their own respective Twitch channel. You can, of course, support them. You can go check out the respective Twitch channel over there. I believe EWC_Black, EN2, something along those lines. So you can support them there. Otherwise, of course, we have permission to cast. So we're going to be jumping in as well. Of course, we won't be observing, so we have to rely on their observing instead. But I'm sure they'll do a fantastic job. I'm sure. As we are jumping into game number 1 and spawning in the top left-hand corner here of Incorporeal, we have our Mexican Zero player. Oh, it is Cham. And in the bottom right hand corner we have the American Terran player representing Maturino Esports. It is Future. Wait, we also got the fanfare. I will very quickly set up the in-game logo as well. Hold on, just so we don't clash. In-game clean feed. Bam, beautiful. Okay, but here we go. Schedule looks amazing. Good work, man. Yeah, that's all we do. We cast everything, man. We cast everything. That's all we do. That's who we be. But we are stepping into Incorporeal. We do have Future going CC first. That is what we are pointing out here. So CC first out of Future. Again, Incorporeal is one of the larger maps. We actually haven't seen Incorporeal the entire day. Despite all these best of 5s, we have seen nothing but the other maps instead. This has been vetoed more often than not. This is one of the larger maps in the map pool, one of the larger ones. We often see longer or later games on this map as well. And we just see Future cutting corners going CC first. Meanwhile, we do have a hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Cham. Also, before I forget, if you're in the chat, predictions, I think predictions would have closed by now, but get your gamble going. Predictions are open, so place your bets while you can on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Here we go. As we are stepping in. As we are going to be stepping in here, and so far just again economic opener here out of Future, standard opener out of Cham, nothing crazy, nothing wild. We did experience a lot of mech already, and I do know that Future, he has it in him to play a little bit of mech, but I'm hoping that doesn't really come to pass. I would like to take a break from the mech and embrace some more bio heavy play. For those that are curious, Future, he did spend some time in Korea as well last year. Who was in Korea? Trigger alongside Future, Astrea, and Clem. They all rented an Airbnb together. This was in the month leading up to EWC, and they did basically construct a team house in Korea, just them themselves. They made their own impromptu team house, they trained, they got ready, and what did that lead to? That led to Clem becoming the reigning champion. It also led into them leaving Trigger behind. We made jokes about it, but of course, with that team house environment, Clem, he was then able to again adapt. He was able to train, able to improve, and become the champion of StarCraft 2, of course, of the year, and still I would say is the best player in the world. From there, then the players did return home, but they left Trigger behind. They pulled a Home Alone, and Trigger, aka Kevin, he was left behind in Korea, and he's been there for ever since. Trigger, he finally left Korea in the weeks leading up to DreamHack Dallas. Basically, I think the week before DreamHack Dallas, he went back to the Americas for Dallas, of course, and I think since then is now back in Canada, backing out Canada since then. But yeah, like all those months, basically almost an entire year, I think I want to say like 10 months, Trigger was in Korea, maybe 11 months even. And he's been practicing, improving. He played in GSL as a result. He did make it into GSL, so Trigger, he had a really good showing, really good results. There's a reason why Trigger is currently, you know, at the top of the scene and at the top of the bracket. But likewise, Future, he also went there as well, right? He also spent some time in Korea last year, did also improve, and we'll see if he can use that skill, if you can use those games, that time spent in Korea, to go further in this bracket as well and bring it down Cham. First things first, we do have our 1-1-1 getting into our Cloak Banshee setup. Now what's important here, this is a starport before CC. Usually it's CC before starport. This is the other way around. This is more aggressive. This is a delayed command surge, a delayed economy out of Future, and a much more aggressive start instead. With this, we're going to be able to get into Cloak Banshees that much faster. Likewise, Stim is also on the way, Rax's as well. This is not an all-in. You can see he's still expanding, but this is a late expansion. So Future's going to be that much more committed. Meanwhile, Cham across the map does open up with a faster lair. I think that was like a 4:15-ish lair timing. Jesus, so very fast lair there out of Cham. The last time we saw Cham rush into a fast lair like this, he went into Mutaplay. So Mutaplay is now on the table. We'll see if that's going to be the option. We do see Bailey Ness for now, though, for Cham, going into Lingbane. But do we go into Lingbane Muta? We saw that against Kellezer. We did see that the one time that Kellezer did play Bio. That was over on... was it on Persephone? No, not quite. We did see some Lingbane Muta here out of Cham. God, the games are all blending together, and I'm already giga tired. we've been up all day casting StarCraft. Of course, we were casting the Asia qualifiers before this, and we're still casting the Korea qualifier after this as well. And I would like to get some hours of sleep in between. Meanwhile, there it is, there's the Spire. Again, we called the Spire because we saw the early lair. So early lair, early gases into the Spire. Again, we saw this ahead of time. Now going into the Lever Chamber, we do see Cham going into his Lingbane Muta, which we already saw previously. So we have the advantage of knowing that ahead of time, knowing that he played this style against Kellezer, now doing it against Future. And we'll see if he can get away with it. As a Future, he does delay the 4th. Nice pickup. Takes down a drone, delays the 4th base. We just see Future massing up and rotating with his Hellions, building up his bio army back at home. Here we go. This Future, he would just taking note, he did not scout the tech yet. He's not aware. And this may catch him off guard. No. As the Spire is now done. You can see that Cham, he delays his upgrades. There we go, 8 mutas on the way. Cham has double Lever Chamber, but he's not making any upgrades here in favor of just mass muta. Banshees are zoned away once again. And the mutas are coming. 9, 10 mutas on the way. Mutas in production. They can more than one-shot SCVs. Cham, he does push right through the center of the map, though. He's going to be hitting here with +1 or with 1-1 upgrades with Stim and Combat Shields. Is a very strong timing here at a Future. And Muta's not going to help too much here. Again, can the Cham hold? Can he defend back at home? As he is lacking Lingbane. Trying to build up his army. Mutas reveal themselves, going for the dive. Yeah, does dive in. Takes down the first tank. Muta's going for the second tank as well, and it looks like they will get him. Yeah, both tanks go down. Nice cleanup here by Cham. He does have to avoid the Marines. Yeah, you can see he avoids the Marines. He pulls away, preserves the mutas. Very efficient fight there. But at least Future's now aware. Now he knows to throw down turrets. Likewise, he's just rallying across the map. He knows how vulnerable Cham is. He knows just how vulnerable those mutas are, specifically. And Future, he can try to break through. 2-2 has begun. Getting into 2-2 upgrades. Likewise, we are A-Rack. Jesus, I just realized we're A-Raxing. I'll be honest, I feel like an A-Rax is almost a hard counter to Muta play, to Lingbane Muta. Basically, what's happening here is that Future is not taking his gases. No gases at the third base. Likewise, that means no factory, no forced TC. He's A-Raxing. That is a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in at a Future. It's mass Marine tank. You make 12 Marines at a time and non-stop tank production as well. And because the Marine count is so high, again, I can't really see these mutas doing too much. They can maybe catch reinforcements 100%, but there are just so many Marines, and this is where Lingbane is a must. Meanwhile, Chammy does hit the mineral line. Turret's in position. Cham is supply blocked. Oh, and he's in danger here. Meanwhile, quick reaction. Future does repair in time. Does repair. Does force back the mutas. And Future is pushing in. He's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throat again. He's got so many Marines. Cham, he may have to just give up on the base. We'll see how he engages. Cham once again trying to catch reinforcements, but again, plenty of Marines to support, to defend. Yeah, the base is going to go down. Cham, he has to play it safe, has to play it close to the chest. He's going for the base trade. I mean, okay. Pulls back with some of his Lingbane. But he's going to be losing even more tech here. The Baliness is exposed. And Cham, I don't think he has an answer to the army. Gets into the third, he cripples the economy, but can he deal with the main army? That I don't think. Baliness goes down, that means no more Bailings. And Cham, he will lose everything in the natural and everything in the main as well. Like, he just cannot touch this army. Does kill the third. Now he's racing back home. We have backup Baliness on the way. Chammy turns around. Once again, Chammy cannot touch the bio army. He can maybe try to engage with a medevacs and maybe pick off like a tank. But he should not push up the ramp. Now, on the other hand, this army is trapped. He's going, oh Jesus, he's going up the ramp. Takes down the tanks, and can he break through? We get some decent Bailey connections. Oh, but there are just so many Marines. Yeah, there's so many Marines here. Cham, he does try to refocus, or try to re-engage. Decent Bailey connections. And Cham, it looks like he barely has enough. Takes down the entire bio army. There's still Marines left. Oh no, there's still Marines. It's close. Very close fight. And it looks like the Marines, they come out on top. They come out on top. GG gets called. And Future, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Future, he will take a lead in the series. Again, an A-Rax, I would say, is almost a hard counter to Lingbane Muta. Just because, as you saw, the Mutas, they couldn't really do anything. They couldn't catch reinforcements. They couldn't harass across the map. They couldn't engage with the main army. Like, the Mutas, they just couldn't do anything there. And so much was invested into those Mutas. And unfortunately, Cham did make the decision to go into the main. I feel like a wiser decision there. I think he could have still maybe taken that game. Remember, he had killed the third. We saw 2 base versus 2 base. Cham, he had the third and the 4th base. So 2 base versus 2 base. Cham, I feel like he could have maybe pulled off just waiting outside, right? Just waiting outside of the main, just keeping the army pinned in the main base, and the only way out would have been drop play, right? He would have just made sure that the army could not escape his own main, was trapped in, and maybe caught him if we saw Future try to escape and macro from there. I think there would have been an opportunity, or just commit to the base trade, right? Or just commit to the base trade and just go for the natural and go for the main and just commit to all the chaos. Unfortunately, Cham, he chose option C, which was push into his own main, into Mass Marine, and as we saw, it didn't quite turn out well there for Cham. He could not fight the main. He could never fight the main army, not like that. And GG, well played. With that, Future does take a lead in the series, and with that, we'll see if Cham can recover as we're getting ready for game number 2. We're getting ready for that second game. Rest, papi, rest. Oh, I would love to. After we finish casting. Aye. Again, the next cast is going to be in 7 hours. 7 hours time. That's going to be our next broadcast. I'm hoping I get at least 4 hours sleep. I think I should be okay with 4 hours sleep. I'll be good. I'll be good to go. Don't you worry. 4 hours is plenty of sleep. Yeah. So we are getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 is looking to be on another map. I'll be honest, I do forget the map order. I don't quite recall, but it'll be okay. Terran trapped. The Terran was trapped, which is what I mean. Like I do think that there could have been a little bit more success there if Cham had taken it a little bit slower, had been a little bit more patient to contain the Terran in his own main. Here we go. As we are getting into game number 2 here and spawning in the bottom hand corner of ley lines, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Xeritus Esports. It is a Cham and Chamaco. Waiting for the zoom. Or the swoosh. There we go. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of ley lines, going for the proxy 2 racks. We have the American Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Matrino Esports in its future. And here comes the proxy. Now, I say proxy 2 racks. We have a third SCV on the way. So it is going to be a proxy 3 racks here out of future. He's going to cheese Cham out. Is this what's happening in Scarlett? It's possible. It is possible. Also, I should fix up. I should have fixed up. I'm not observing. Clean feed. Beautiful. There we go. But we do have our proxy 3 racks here getting set up, and now it comes down to Cham scouting this. We'll see if he can come across this. The Overlord, the second Overlord, should be poised to check this area. This is a very common proxy location, and there you go. You can see the rally of the Overlord. It looks like Cham, he will find this. Now, does he confirm how many racks there are? That is the question. Once he sees the first 2, the reason why the third racks is further back is because it is more difficult to scout and confirm whether this is a proxy 2 racks or a proxy 3 racks. As the Overlord does get eyes on the raxes, Cham, he's aware of the proxy. He's aware of a proxy at least. And behind this, we'll see how he reacts. We'll see how he responds. 2 SCVs are revealed. This is important. Only 2 SCVs are revealed. The third SCV is further back. So it looks like a proxy 2 racks, when really it's more committed. And again, the SCV count is typically a tell of what's to come. And there we go. Third SCV is revealed. Cham is going for the Roach Warren, going for the gases. And Cham, he might just give up on the low ground. Cham, he pulls away. Again, taking his gases, going into 1 base Roach. He's not making a queen on the low ground, otherwise it would just go down. Here we go. As the hatchery is going to go down. Yeah, there we go. The last roaches are building up. Now, this base falling is not the biggest of deals because Future is committed. As he's going to catch the roaches out as well. That is brutal. Roaches are going to be falling, losing 1, 2, 3 roaches. These are brutal losses here for Cham. Losses that he can't quite afford, not in this kind of game state. As another roach falls. Meanwhile, the Marines, they get back to the bunker, and this is a rough defense here for Cham. And Cham is going to be forced into all-base all-in. He's forced into the all-in. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, even supply blocking Cham, catching out the Overlord. Cham trying to engage. Trying to. And is going to be able to break through the first bunker. 1 bunker goes down. Remember, back at home, Future is... Oh, never mind. I was going to say he's transitioning. He's getting into Marauder production. Marauders are on the way. King Custer Shell as well. Future, Okay, there we go. I was going to say that he doesn't want to back off, but he does retreat. Does abandon this position. There's that salvage. And we'll see if he can make it back home. As he's still building up more Marauders. Back home, there's no expansion. There's no factory. Still one base versus one base. Sham, he will soon confirm. And Sham has to be careful not to be called out. Marauders are revealed. Sham gets the hell out of there. Oh, loses one roach. We'll lose a roach. And likewise, oh, he just commits in. Yeah, 2 more Ravagers going down, but we're running out of Marauders. Down to 2. 2 Marauders left. Oh my god. Queen moving in as well. Still a clutch fight, but there are so many Marauders. Nice kiting here by Future. He kites back well. Saves the Marauders. Takes out another Queen. And Future, has he done it? Has he done it? The Vials. Oh my god. Vials don't quite connect, but Future, it looks like he's going to be forced back. He's running out of Marauders here. Stim is on the way. Sham breaking through. It's so close. So very close with Sham. He gets himself with the production and now getting into the tech lab as well. Again, a very clutch fight. But Sham, he will shut this down. He will shut this down. Deny Stim. Just barely. From here, we do see the factory for Future. It's back at home. Now he does abandon this position. Future is floating back. And from here, do we just drone? Do we do we get into a longer macro game? Future has yet to start a CC. There we go. His command center just now begins. That does feel quite late for Future because he doubled down and got into Marauder production. And Future is vulnerable. He has, what, a handful of Marauders left. He's racing back. There's going to be one bunker on the high ground. Sham is moving out. Oh, double starport. BC? He's going for BCs. He's crazy. Oh my god. Yeah, here we go. BCs are on the horizon. Meanwhile, the depot wall is going to be going down. I mean, I say DBC. This could just be mass. Like this should just be mass Banshee, I would imagine. As we have the initial Viking on the way to deny the scouts, to deny the Overlord. So far, Future does maintain the high ground. Tank is on the way. No fusion core, but here come the tech labs. Here come the Banshees. Okay, let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Oh god, what a quirky game. I mean, Shammy's droning. He's droning. He's getting a lair. From here, he can go into Mutaplay, for example, or Aspire. There's a salvage. Future breaking out. Future trying to break out. Me always spoke of the Spire. There it is. So it's very common here in this aftermath to go for the layers to go into 2-base Muta. And that's just a way to contain the Terran and make sure that they cannot expand. They cannot break out. Just to delay the economy for as long as possible. Creep is spreading thanks to the lair. Future, he will eventually take control of his own natural, but he's fighting hard for it. We'll see more CVs. Oh, going for the tank. Does bile it down. A nice pickup. Tank does fall. The Overlord barely survives. Finally goes down. And again, Future, he will eventually expand. That is as to be expected. But he had to trade out a tank. He had to trade out Marines and Marauders. Banshees, they do get across the map. Uh-oh. And what kind of anti-air do we have? Do we have any spores? 2 queens. Only 2 queens. Spores are in position, thankfully. Spores are ready. Queen's getting called out. Yeah, the first queen is going to fall. Nice pickup. Gets a queen. Going for another. Mutas are on the way. Oh, getting a second queen. 1 queen left. The boys have been pulled. He's just committing to the all-in. Oh my god. Future, I saw him pull the boys earlier. I wasn't sure if it was just transferring, but no, he does pull every single boy. Oh my god. How much anti-air is there? Mutas, they take down the Marines. And remember, these are vanilla Marines. Yo, no anti-air. Mutas, they wreak havoc. They will kill everything. Yeah, the mass Banshee is not good enough. Takes down the base, takes down the expansion. But the Mutas, the Motas, let's go. Nothing shoots up. He will clean up all the Banshees. Overseer's on the way. Let's go. As that was 18 SCVs. Again, Future, he pulled everything. Now he's pulling back home. One of the Banshees dealt with. Another Banshee into the main. Sham does clean up. And Future, he's in a rough place. He's in a rough position here. He's down to 20 SCVs. He can mule, but yeah, his economy is not what it needs to be. Not right now. He needs more time. The problem is that once these mules shut down the Banshee, and they eventually will. Oh. Nice tracking here by Cham. Very nice tracking. Takes down the Banshee. Back at home, what do we have? We have a couple of vanilla Marines. We have a couple of Vikings as well. Oh, we have a Cyclone. Okay. We have some anti-air. Mutas, they shouldn't get much done. As they get 4 CVs. Getting 4 CVs. Cham pulling away. Double expanding. And it's going to be a rough road to recover here for Future. We spoke earlier, the purpose of going into Muta like this is to contain, right? It's not necessarily about getting into the mineral lines and getting damage done, but it's about containing the Terran and taking advantage of that by expanding, by droning, by saturating. From here, Future is playing Bio, going into Stim, throwing down more Raxes eventually. Meanwhile, the Banshees are being very annoying, as detection is quite limited. No Overlord speed. Now, do we pull the boys for a second time? Is that the play? Not yet, thankfully. But that is a lot of anti-air. And Cham, where's his ground army? Where are the roaches? Without a decent amount of roach ravager on the ground, Future, he can do this. He can pull this off. Uh-oh. Yeah, Future ignores the 4th. He ignores the 4th base. He's going for the kill, going for the 3rd. Without a ground army, I mean, that's a lot of Marines. And here we go. The boys are being pulled. Mutas, they dive on in. They once again focus on as many Marines as they can. And it looks like, yeah, he will hold. Cham, he will hold on. He will shut down the Marines. GG gets called, and Cham ties up the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Aye. Again, a wild game 2 here, starting things off with a proxy 3-racks into Marauder production, into double starport mass Banshee, into a 2-base all-in where you pull the boys. It was crazy. It's a crazy game out of Future. But alas, Cham, he was able to keep up. He was able to shut it down. He was able to hold his own and recover thanks to the Spire play, right? He was able to break out with his Roach Ravager, make it difficult for his opponent to expand, and go into the 2-base Muta behind us. And with those Mutas, he was able to shut down the move out, shut down the all-in, shut down the boys. GG, well played. As Cham does tie things up. SCV Banshee push. They were crazy, man. It was crazy. But GG. And again, we are just setting up and getting ready for game number 3. Getting ready for that 3rd game. And yeah, I already appreciate that we have a back and forth here as well. Future, he can be a very quirky player, as you saw, to be like hyper aggressive at times, or even standard at other times. He's very diverse in his play. He does often come up with his own builds as well. Future is a lot of fun to watch as a player, and can be very tricky to play against as well. Very tricky. So we'll see what kind of build we have in store for us coming into game number 2 as well. We shall see. But yeah, yo, shout out to Sinistro in the chat. Big shout out to Sinistro, the head pappy, the head admin over at ESL. Much love to Sinistro. And of course, all the others working behind the scenes, the others working on the event, whether admins, observers, casters, production team. Much love, much love. I know there's a lot of work that goes into it, and especially nowadays, like it's crunch time leading up to EWC. A lot going on behind the scenes. So much love. So we're getting ready here for game 2. Sorry, game 3. We are gearing up. And again, behind this, Astrea is patiently waiting. Trigger also patiently waiting as well. They both have time to get food, get rest, have a nap as well. Ah, I'm jealous. They can nap. They can bench. As we're jumping into game 3 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg representing Exeritus Esports. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing it back and forth. It is Cham. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran representing Maturino Esports. It is Future. I didn't quite line it up. There it is. And here we go, and welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is, of course, one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, and Future does open up CC first. Let's go. Again, we saw this on Incorporeal, and there are certain maps that this does make sense on. I'm thinking of Incorporeal, I'm thinking of Tokamak, and I'm thinking of Maganatha as well. So CC first out of the Terran. Very greedy start to the game. If you recall, the last time we saw this on Incorporeal, this did lead into an 8-Rax. The 8-Rax did hit quite hard, did punish Cham for going mutas, and that is the biggest weakness here of muta play, is a very, very committed bio style can shut it down. Not saying it always will, but it definitely can. So based on the proclivity of Cham going into mutas multiple times in the series, we could see a 2-on-1 here by Future, 3cc 2-on-1 into 8-Rax. I wouldn't be opposed to that. And we'll see what he goes for, and we'll see likewise how Cham adjusts. Cham, he is one to play roaches in this matchup as well. He can open and play roach and play Lingbane Roach Ravager in the mid game. That is a viable option here for Cham. It is a safe way to play and a safe way to approach Future, but we'll see. We'll see what the plan is. So now we're building up. The sleepy admin. Oh, you're sleepy, Sinistro? Is that what you're saying? You're sleepy? Este Sinistro. Ah, no. It's okay. We'll get some rest soon. We'll get there. We'll get there. Here we go. So far we do have, once again, a 1-1-1. Now, winding it back, if you recall the match on Incorporeal, Future, he also went CC first into a 1-1-1 into a delayed third base, where he was a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active with his Hellion Banshee. We'll see if that's the case here this time as well. I mean, we're already seeing it. We're already seeing it here. So faster Starport, faster Tech Lab, faster add-on swap into Banshee play. Actually, we can turn this into a Hellbat push. Those are Marauders. Okay, no add-on swap. Instead of Banshee play going into a Viking, I would imagine into Medivacs, into that support for the Hellbats. Show us the armory, let's go. So much more aggressive here from Future, much more committed. I think I have seen Future do this by pulling the boys as well. I think I have seen that variation. But Future is going to double down. Meanwhile, Cham, does he open Roach? Does he? If he plays Ling Queen, then it's gonna be a tough hold here for Cham. Ay ay ay. There it is. There's the armory. Armory's on the way. As we are building up. And so far, Cham has yet to confirm. He's yet to confirm what's going on. As the Hellions are amassing. It is going to be a Roach Warren. Okay, Roach Warren to respond. Let's go. Roach Warren's on the way. But it's not going to be done in time. Chammy's droning. Now he spots the Hellions. Yeah, it does spot the move out. We need the arm. We need queens. How many queens do we have as well? I know Chammy does like to cut queen production. Okay, 9. Okay, nice. He's got plenty of queens. The queens are ready. The roaches are on the way. But does he have enough to support this? Yeah, so far, Lings, they try to engage. Lost Transfuse. Does Transfuse, does keep the queens alive. Nice concave here. Nice surround. Chammy shutting this down completely. Yeah, he shuts down all the Hellbats, even without roaches. The queens, they hold their own. Chammy's perfectly fine. He is perfectly fine here. He does hold the line. One Hellbat remains. Now switching into Stim. And this was so committed. Remember, there was no third CC with this. It's a late third base. Very late third base for Future. He was so committed to this Hellbat push with Marauders. And it was not worth it. And Cham now taking up into the lair. Double Evo Chamber. Getting a 4th base. Chammy's running away with this. Future, he needs to do more damage. You can see he's still being active with his army. He knows he has to find something. Drones, queens, anything. Liberator into the natural. Oh. Does thrown away. Oh, the Liberator goes down. Brutal pickoff. Liberator does fall. Future still being active with the army, rotating over towards the 4th base. Can he force a cancel? Again, he needs something. Heads towards the expansion. Remember, he's still on 2 bases. He's got 4 Marauders with this. Stim is still on the way. Chammy spots the army. He's ready. Oh, Chammy even catching reinforcements. No, miss rally. Future miss rallies into the army. Ay, ay, ay. Meanwhile, drones are going down. Nicely done here. Future getting 5 drone kills. Almost a queen. At the same time, Chammy gets across the map. Oh, gets us around on a handful of Marines. Not bad. Oh, but that's still 10 drones falling. That is brutal. That one Liberator going ham. Okay. Future, he now expands. He gets 10 drone kills across the map. Future is still in this game, but he's still behind. Like, the reality here is that Future is just now getting his 3rd base up and running. Cham fully saturating his 4th, or at least he should be. Getting to 1-1 upgrades. Now, when it comes to recovering in this game, Future, he has a couple of options. He can go for drop play, of course. He can go for drop play. He can go for a 3-base all-in. Like, he might feel like he's too far behind and just double down and go for an 8 racks. That's also a viable option. I don't know if I'm too fond of the idea of going for an 8 racks just because it's going to be a bit of a weaker 8 racks already, just because he has been slowed down. It might be wiser to just expand and try to macro out of this. It's up to Future, though. And he is taking gases. Okay, he made his decision. 2 gases are on the way. What does that mean? That means we are teching up. That means we can afford another factory. It means that we can afford further tech labs. And we are most likely not going for an all-in, and we are going to be expanding and getting a 4th. Jesus. I mean, with those gases, we're actually pumping out 6 Marauders at a time. That's a lot of Marauders. Interesting. We'll see if he throws out more Raxes. But it is a very heavy Marauder style. So the gases aren't for a second factory, they're for all the Marauders. As here we go, we do see Cham, he does strike the 3rd. Future out of position. Yeah, Future's across the map. The base is going to fall. The boys are being pulled. Everything's going to go down. And Future, he attempts a base trade, but he doesn't really have much of an army. Like, this army was designed to push and maybe deny an expansion, but now he has to end the game with this. Oh no, the full medevac goes down. Full medevac falls, and Future is just falling apart. He's falling apart at this point. Again, it all just came down to the failed Hellbat push. Like, the Hellbat push was just so committed. And with that falling on its face, that's... Yeah, it's hard to recover, especially at this level of play. Like, at this level, you can't commit that hard and not get damage done. Sham pushing forward. Again, there's no third to fall back to. Sham, he's maxed out. He's at 200 supply. He's going for it, badly. Going for the CC even. Oh my god. Bars are connecting. Bars are connecting. Likewise, forcing back the army. Again, he can just afford these trades. He takes out the CC with the vials. The CC goes down. Future is trading well for himself. Like, Future, he can clean up this army. But Sham, he can afford it. He can afford this loss. He can just rebuild. It doesn't matter. Every Ravager goes down, but remember, Cham, he killed the mineral line and he got the base as well. Cham, he likes it. he can afford to lose. It's fine. Behind this, we have 12 more roaches on the way, 2 2s on the horizon, taking up into Hydra Lurker. Interesting. Not into Lingbane. Into Hydra Lurker composition. And Future, there it is. He pulls every single boy. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing for Future. He has to end the game here and now, and he will. Either he kills Sham or he dies trying. All the upgrades are now done. 2-2 kicking in. Hydrogen will fall. And hey, this tank count, it's quite high. How about Sham? He comes in from behind. Yeah, it comes in for the flank. It collapses on the army. And Future, he's not going to break through. Not through this army. GG gets called. And Sham, he will take a 2-1 lead in the series. Whew, GG. Sham, he does take a lead. And again, it was a quirky start at Future. Once again, it was a quirky start. Once again, if you recall, Future, he did open up with what? He opened up with a... he went for an economic opener initially. He went for a CC first, into a 1-1-1, into a delayed third base, into what? Into 2 base Hellbats. He committed hard there into that Hellbat push, going for the Viking first, into Medevacs, into Marauder production, and his third base was so heavily delayed that he had to do some damage. He had to break the economy or break the base count of Cham, and he failed to do so, right? He ran into a massive concave of queens, and Cham, he had such an insane defense there, even without roaches, even with like, it was only like 6 lings. Like, he had the minimum amount of lings, but he was transfusing, he had the concave, he pulled the boys, I think, for a moment as well. Cham, he defended well, and from that moment, Future fell behind, just because of how committed it was, just because of how late the third base was, and he committed, he doubled down, it wasn't quite worth it, and from there, Future, he tried to recover, but alas, he did stumble along the way. GG well played. With that, Cham just showcasing his defensive prowess here, both in this game and in the proxy game as well. So very nice play here by Cham to be able to survive the aggression of Future. And now Future, he has to take a different approach. This is not working. Game 2, he proxied. Game 3, he went for a 2-base borderline all in. I don't want to commit to that just because he did expand, but like, I would say just committed on 2 bases. Do we see a standard game? Remember, the one game that Future won here was when he opened up standard and just 8-racks. he went for a 3-base all in. It worked wonders. Do we go back to that? Do we go for some more standard play? The pressure is on Future. The pressure is on. And the Future needs to be now. Oh boy. Here we go. Wait a minute, there is enough blood on my coffee after 4 regions today. Oh no. I typically don't drink coffee. I think I've spoken about this before. Like, to me, coffee is like it's like break glass in case of emergency. Where like if I have to do like a 16-hour cast, I'll drink coffee. Fun fact: I didn't drink any coffee at all during the DreamHack coverage. We had 3 days straight. Sorry, we had 2 days straight of 15-hour casts, and then we had the final day, which was like a 10-hour cast. Did it with just water. I was good to go. I was perfectly fine with that. But coming into these qualifiers, not gonna lie, I did have to take a sip of coffee. Did have to. But here we go. We are now jumping into game number 4 here in Spawning. In the top left-hand corner, we have our Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, leading the series 2-1. 1 game away from making it through into the next round. For Xeritus Esports, it is Cham. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Maturino Esports. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is a Future. We more or less lined it up. It's all good. But GG, well played. Here we go. We're now opening up. Oh, with a Rax in the main? Not a part of the wall? Okay, Future, you have my attention. This looks like a fake out. Basically, what's going to happen here is that the first Overlord of Cham is going to go to the natural and then check the ramp. And he's not going to see a Rax. Like, he's not going to see a Rax, and it's going to look like there's a proxy. We know there isn't, but that's the goal, I would imagine. He's still getting a CC, though. Huh. I'm curious what the purpose is, because I'm pretty sure the Overlord will see the CC, right? He will confirm. So Rax expand, Marine first out of Future, no SCV Scout, no Reaper Scout, no nothing. Cutting a bunch of corners. The Overlord does move forward. Oh, it's to bait the Overlord in. I see. Because the Rax is further back, he's gonna force the Overlord to go further into the bases to catch it out. Okay. I see now. It makes sense. So he checks. No Rax. He's like, hold on. Now he has to go further in. And as he goes further in, then bam, the Marines. Oh, as does he? Are we going for a Future? He sees the CC. Cham, he pulls away. Yo, Future, I thought the plan was to catch the Overlord. Never mind. Oh my god. We have a second Rax. 2-1-1. Yeah, the 2-1-1 setup. Again, Cham, he was so careful with the Overlord as well. Like, he saw the Rax. Sorry, he saw the CC, and then he just got the hell out of there. He got out of there. But this is going to be a second Rax. Now, from here, we can go into a third Rax or a fourth Rax. This could just be a 2-1-1, or this could be a 3 Rax or a 4 Rax setup. Okay, 2-1-1. But with this, we're going to be going for an early sim timing. Early sim timing here. Tech Lab should soon be on the way for said stim. Likewise, getting into reactor marine production, into a starport, into a 16 marine medevac drop. But Future, he does his own thing. Like, even here with the opener, this is very quirky. This is very unorthodox. There it is. There's that Tech Lab. That is a third Rax. 3-1-1. Oh my god. This might just be a 2-base all-in. Future, we've seen him pull the boys multiple times this series. He might pull the boys with this as well. This is interesting. Okay. I've seen Beyond do variations of this. Like, we have seen Beyond be hyper-aggressive in similar ways. There's a starport. So a 3-1-1 setup, that means extra Marines. It's going to be a very heavy bio composition. It's going to be crazy. Crazy. As it's still building up more Marines, more bio. Likewise, Cham, so far playing standard. He's still trying to piece together what's happening. Like, I'm still trying to piece together what's happening. Like, this is very committed here. So I'm still leaning along the lines of that we might just send it. Lin gets eyes on the Marines. I mean, the lack of Hellions tells Cham this is at least a 2-1-1. At least. Because 0 Hellions have been revealed. You can see observers pointing out that Cham, he hasn't really seen much of what's happening. He's been very careful with the Overlord. Very careful. And we're waiting for Sim, waiting for the medevacs. Here we go. The first two medevacs have arrived. You can see here that there are too many Marines. Like, typically a 2-on-1 is well refined, where it hits 16 Marines and 2 medevacs all at once, and then you just send it. But here, like, there are just so many Marines. So this is like a 2-1, it's like a 1-2 punch. That's it. I almost said a 2-on-1 again. It's like a 1-2 punch where you go in initially with the 16 Marines, you distract, you get some damage done, and then you follow it up with, I would imagine, it all in. With your reinforcements, with the wave of tanks and Marines. The supply block Cham. Cham is supply blocked. Future, he pulls away. Gets the hell out of here. Again, he's trading, picking off overlords, denying creep, and getting ready for that next wave. Getting ready for that timing with +1 and combat shields. I just don't know if he's going to pull the boys. That's the only thing that I'm not certain of. I think he will. He likes it. He likes to. So pulling away, building up Marines. Any live bets? I could be mistaken. I think there were bets for this series, right? Am I crazy? Did I forget to open up predictions? I might have. If so, I do apologize. But I think we did open predictions for this one. Yeah. It's right now it's 50-50 predictions for Cham in future. 50-50. Meanwhile, here comes the follow-up wave of reinforcements. Future K does not pull the boys with this, but he is 2-base all in. 100%. We got Liberators on the way. Marines are clearing a creep. Cham is scrambling for a defense, but he doesn't really have much to work with. But here we go. He comes in from behind. Collapsing on the Marines, knocks them down. Very nice flank, very nice engage, takes out the tanks. And Chami holds. Now there's still so many Marines left over. There's still so many, 3 full medevacs. It's insane. But the tanks are dealt with. And Chami's keeping up. He's keeping up. He will shut this down. Shaving off more Marines. Liberation has arrived, he's going for the ramp. Oh, Cham, he's not quite in position for this though. Liberators do get some free damage. But this bio army is not large enough. Future say, Future killed his own Liberator. There were 2, now he's down to 1. A bit of a misclick there by Future. Kills zone Lib. Queens, they do miss rally. 2 queens go down, 2 queens left. Again, he surrounds nicely, but there's a tank on the low ground. The Future being so annoying here. We have 5 Hydras on the way. More Liberators coming in. Future, can he pull this off? Getting 2 more queens. And once again, Future just picks up. He just picks up free damage from the Liberators. Free damage. Unloads the tank. The tank is going to go down. And Liberators are still just picking up free lings, free banelings. Spore tries to reposition. There we go. Hydras have arrived. And does force the unsiege. Cham defense. He's holding on. He's got his Lingbane Hydra. But this was just such an awkward setup here from Future. And he's still going, by the way. He is now getting a very late 3rd CC. And he has not done enough, I would say. But Chami does miss the army, which is concerning. Does miss the army. Going for a very committed run by. Future, he fakes a drop into the main. Let's go. He fakes the drop. That's 5 Liberators. There's so much freedom. And here we go. We see Cham going for the kill. Going for the mineral line. Very committed run by. Takes down all the SCVs. 20 SCVs go down. And the wall is open. Remember, there was never any SimCity at the ramp to begin with. Never any SimCity. And here we go. As Chami cannot dive in. Yeah. The tanks are behind this as well. Future, he abandons the bases. He just goes to the mass migration. And Future's all in. Gets the mineral line. Oh my god. A lot of drones going down. A lot of workers falling. And Cham, can he deal with this? Can he deal with 6 Liberators? Sorry, 7 Liberators. It's crazy. There's just so many Liberators here. And Future, he can still win the game with this. Depending on the setup, of course. Tanks are sieging. There's going to be 3 tanks on the ground. 7 Liberators. 41 Marines. Sham, he has to come back home. And he does try this around. He does collapse on the army. Decent bailing connections. Takes down all the tanks. What about the Liberators, though? They stand strong. Jesus. Oh, my God. They take down 15 Hydras. And he's done it. Future, he's done it. Future with the mass Liberator. He has done it. There's no anti-air. There's not enough. We do see Chan trying to take advantage of the gold. He's trying to build up. I mean, true, if given time, like Chan, he has top right. He has top right and he has the gold base as well. Like, he has production. He still has the Hydra Den. He lost the spawning pool, though. Ooh, did lose the pool. So Chan, he needs to rebuild as quickly as possible. It is still possible for Champ to survive this, to win this game. It's still possible. Meanwhile, Future, he has mules, so he has some economy. As Champ is building up, he does find a command center. Very nice catch. Very important pickoff, actually. Kills the CC. Champ, oh, he does find the production. And there's still more Marines on the way. Meanwhile, there's a base bottom right and center left. So Future's on 2 bases. Sham, oh, it's having a hard time engaging. Starter steps in. Nice control. Nice control so far. But once again, Liberation has arrived. Sham has to get out of here. Does pull away. Future's army split. Now, if Cham can engage these armies like one portion at a time, he can totally take this. Like, he can win this. Just has to pick and choose his battles wisely. Future walling up in the main? Oh. Interesting. Okay, does wall the main off. Still being active. Yeah, I mean, Future, he's at least aware of the gold. So he knows what he wants. He wants the gold. Pushing onto creep. Cham, can he engage? He has some Bailings. Yeah, Bailings are left over. Going for the main army. Cham, the line shots! Oh my god, they're trying to force friendly fire. Brutal connections. Brutal connections, but the Hydras, they are barely holding their own. They outposition. The Liberators running out. Running out of Liberators. Dropping onto the healing pad. Going for the Hydras. He wants them. He wants the Hydras. And the Hydras, it looks like they will be able to take down those Liberators just barely. Yeah, 1 Liberator left. Down to 0. Yeah, no more liberation. No more freedom. Not here. Not in this game. Future pushing in. He has so many medevacs. But Ling's going to surround. Shuts down the bio. And Cham, I think he's done it. Cham, he has done it. Oh no, the Hydra! Never mind, the Hydras! Get out of here! Some extensive losses. Cham, he knows what he wants, so he goes to the mineral line. Denies mining, denies the production. Queens, they can hold their own. GG gets called. Cham, he survives. He makes it. He will claim the series 3-1. A crazy game, but Cham, he will take the series. Will advance on to face off against Astrea in the next round. GG. Whew, oh my god. GG, well played. A crazy game. A crazy game. Again, Future going for an insane 2-base all-in as well. Doubling down. Remember, winding it back. It was a 3-1-1. A 3-1-1 build. It started off looking like a 2-1-1, but he followed it up with a very committed bio push with tanks, and more importantly, with Liberators. That was a crazy follow-up there. Going up to 7 Liberators. And we saw how annoying he was. And, like, it wasn't really doing too much damage early on. Like, he was killing, like, Lings, like, a couple of Banelings every now and then. As he was in between the bases, it was just so frustrating to deal with. Eventually, Cham got into Hydras and was able to shut it down initially, but then he got up to 7 Liberators. He took the fight across the map, he got into the bases, he killed the natural, killed the main, but he wasn't able to deny the gold. The gold base was a big X factor there, which did allow Cham to recover, did allow him to recuperate, and to rebuild and remax and to have a standing army. Again, unfortunately, Future, he never did deny the gold. He couldn't, he was not quite in position for that, and with that, GG well played. Cham able to maintain an economy of some sorts and build up. Crazy game, baby. Let's go. Let us go. Whew. And with that, we're getting ready for the next round for the lower bracket finals. The lower brackets finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between Cham and Astrea. Let's go. Here we go. As we are getting ready for our next series. Getting ready for our next match. Whew. Just catching up. My dream is to see a Siege Liberator on Lava to prevent opponents to build other anti-air than Queen. You're an animal, puppy. You're an animal. Here we go. As our players need some time. Our players need some time to conduct their vetoes. Vetoes are underway as we speak, so we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here while we catch up on the rest of... so just catching up with the chat. While we catch up on the rest of the tournaments, while we catch up with Cham and Astrea. So again, we're going to be going on a short break. That is going to be a rematch. And take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready here for the final 2 series of the broadcast. Bearing in mind that Astrea was waiting for this match and Trigger is still waiting as well in those grand finals. So we'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup EWC 2025 America's Closed Qualifier. Aye. I'm of course just VIP, and it's been an intense day of StarCraft already here. We of course started the day off with the Asia qualifier. We were of course live last night with the Asia qualifier, and now we're here with the Americas qualifier as well. As we jump into this, of course, a big shout out to Turbo Quacker in the chat. Papi, ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Thank you so much for the support in the chat. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Oh my god, we do appreciate it. 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you, Turbo Quacker. Thank you. Always the support of the channel for many years. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support. As we are jumping into Astrea versus Cham. Again, we are down to our top 3. We're down to our top 3. It's been 5 hours, over 5 hours of non-stop StarCraft, and now we have our top 3 players. We have Trigger waiting in the grand finals, and we have Astrea and Cham fighting, facing off to have a chance to up against him. Let's go. Let us go. Astrea and Cham, they're going to be starting off their best of 5. As a reminder, this is a rematch, by the way. They faced off in the upper bracket. They faced off in the first round. Now, I did not see any of those games because we were casting Scarlett versus Kellezer at the time. So I have no idea what happened. I have no idea what transpired there. But I guess in a way, I'm about to find out. I'm about to find out as we are jumping into game number 1. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Maganatha, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is Astrea. Ah, there it is. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Xeratus Esports. It is Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our best of 5 PVZ. Now, coming into this Astrea, he already had the advantage here of taking him down 3-0. Astrea, he already has that experience. He's already been looking dominant already, but I didn't see the games myself. I have no idea what happened. If you did watch them, if you were a part of that, let us know. Let us know what the hell happened. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. How did Astrea approach Cham? How did Cham approach Astrea? As we now have our rematch. Aye. For those that are curious, during that 8-minute break, I hanged the washing. I hanged the washing, got some water, and now I'm ready for another 2 hours of StarCraft. Let's go. Now, I was expecting this broadcast to be at least 6 hours. We're already 5.5 hours in. It's gonna be more than 6 hours. 5. It's gonna be like 7, at least 7. That means even less sleep. Let's go. But now that we have a standard open out of Astrea going for the gate expand into Cybercore. Meanwhile, across the map, Cham going for his own hatch gas pool. Yeah, hatch gas pool opener as well. So far, everything looking as it should. We're okay, Pappy. We're okay. Oh boy. We're settling in. We're gonna get through this together. Let's go. Get through it together here. As for the time being, again, so far standard openers, typically Astrea, he doesn't really want to deviate too much. He does thrive in the mid to late game as well. We've seen a lot of late game out of Astrea. I don't know if I would imagine he played that kind of style against Scarlett as well, but it's hard to say. Again, I wasn't quite privy to any of those games as we were busy with our own matches. We'll see if we can get to that late game. We'll see if we can get there. Until then, we do have our Stargate open out of Astrea. Stargate into Oracle into a third base is the standard kind of way to play this out. Meanwhile, Cham claiming his third. Let's go. As he does get into the mineral line. So far does threaten the workers. But Cham is keeping up. Is zoning away. Does zone. As the Oracles are in production. Again, right now we just have the dance between the Adepts and the drones, and so far no major damage, not yet. still calming down. Third base not being taken for Astrea. We can see Cham is still droning. Cham, he will not attempt to punish this with any kind of ling run by. Again, the map is quite large. Welcome to Maganatha. Maganatha, of course, being the largest map in the map pool, does allow for more safer play, longer games as well. Can be difficult to be aggressive early on. It is going to be a Twilight Council follow-up here out of Astrea. Does go for the Twilight Council. We'll see if he throws down the Forge or not. As your Oracle goes for the dive. Gets one, gets two drones, not bad. Two workers go down, does pull away. Decent start here from Astrea, nothing major. So far, I still didn't see a Forge. 3 more gates, oh my god, we have a 3-gate setup. Gases have been taken on the low ground, and we have the Twilight Council. Are we indeed going into Glaive Adepts, or are we just going for Blink? Both are viable options here. There it is. Forge on the way, this should be Blink Stalkers. If there was no Forge, then this would be Glaives. But there it is, Blink is on the way. So this is going to be an earlier Blink timing and a later Forge and later upgrades. This is considered to be a little bit safer. This tells me that Blink would be done in time. If Cham were to go for it all in, then Blink would be available here to the defender. So here we go. So far, Stasis Trap into the mineral line. We are keeping up. Meanwhile, second Stasis. Oh, a layered Stasis Traps and does get another 2 drones. Not bad. Yeah, 3 workers getting caught in total. Meanwhile, we do have said Hydra Den. So Cham getting into Lingbane Hydra. At least attempting to. And the Stalkers are moving in. Remember, because Blink is done so early, that does mean that Astrea can be more aggressive early on as well. As Blink is almost done, he can poke in, picks up a couple of Lings. Lings are going down. As a reminder, Cham did cut corners, he did skip Roaches, trying to rush into Hydras. He is getting there. Almost there even. Shammy does pick forward. So far. Astrea keeping up. Oh, even sniping a Hydra. Nice pickup. Does snipe a Hydra. Behind this, we do have options when it comes to how we want to tech. We can work towards Colossus or work towards Storm. We have the answer, Storm. Storm is on the way alongside +1. Astrea embracing Storm. I mean, again, Storm as a follow-up has been very trendy as of late, especially with the change of the energy overcharge. It's been all about that Storm. Been all about it. And nothing but it. As Storm is on the horizon, Cham just embracing Lingbane Hydra. Or, I should say, just Ling Hydra. No Baneliness yet. Likewise, from here, Cham has to make a choice. Either we cut workers now, we commit with Ling Hydra across the map, or we tech up, go for an infestation bit, and start working towards lurkers and towards hive tech. I see more drones on the way. I see more workers. Do we drone up even further? Do we tech up? Cham, he's still waiting for his upgrades. Still investing. Astrea is coming to Cham. Again, he has a Storm. He's ready. He's moving out. And again, there's not going to be an easy defense. As we have a lot of Storms. Now, Cham, he hasn't made drones in quite some time, and he's not taking. He's not taking up into lurkers. He is committing into pure Ling Hydra. He has a massive army coming in for a surround. A very cheeky move here out of Cham. He does come in. He looks down the army. Here come the Storms. The Storms are decent, but with that surround, Cham will swallow this army. He takes out every single High Templar. Massive pickoffs. Takes down the High Templar. Nice setup here from Cham, and now he can just keep going. He can send it. And remember, he's all in. At this point, he's all in. Remember, he chose not to take up. He chose not to work towards Hive or towards Lurkers. It's purely Ling Hydra. He started steps in. Gets one. Gets one Archon. Ooh, there's still Storms there. Oh, God. There's still a couple of Storms left over. He's got to respect it, but he's still rallying. He's still just rallying across the map. Cham, he wants to win the game. He wants to end it. Can he, though? Yeah, rotates over. Does rotate. Trying to get on top of the Archon. The Archon does go down. Shield barriers are not done. Not yet. And I believe Chammy should have enough. He should have enough to break through. Does move in. Takes down the cannon. Oof. Storm grazes the army. But the numbers here are just too heavily in favor of Cham. As long as he avoids any kind of crazy storms, he should be okay. He should be okay, baby. Let's go. Starter steps in, takes down the pylon. Again, no more storms, no more High Templar. Oh, I say that spoke too soon. One more storm does connect. The other grazes the army. No major connection. And Chammy's done it. Chammy has done it. He breaks through the Archons. He breaks through the middle line. 15 probes go down. And El Chamaco, he's doing it. He's stutter stepping in. He's breaking through. We have two Archons morphing in, and I mean, they can pose a threat. You see Chammy respects it. He backs off. He respects the Archon. Nice kiting. Takes down one. Takes down one of the Archons. Now he's going for the other. Once again, stutter stepping in. Takes down the Nexus. Now going for the final Archon. Yeah, and again, Astrea, he just cannot hold on. Not anymore. Cham stutter stepping forward. Breaks the base. Now going for the natural. Astrea, he has nothing left behind this. I mean, he has an economy, but he has no army. He has no army left. He has one Archon, one High Templar. Oh god, he has storms though. That one High Templar, he's got some storms. But Cham, GG gets called, and Cham, he overruns the army, and he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. Cham, he does take the first game here. Again, 3 base all in at Cham, as we did take note. He did hit with +1, did hit with Hydra speed and Hydra range. And again, Cham, he chose not to tech up, not to take extra gases, not to join up any more past 73. I think he cut workers at 73, and no lurkers, no hive, no nothing, just purely Ling Hydra. 73 workers, sent it across the map. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Damn right, Poppy. Damn right. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. As it does take a lead in the series, but as a reminder, this is the best of 5. It's the best of 5. We got plenty more games ahead of us, plenty more games to come. Astrea, he can begin that comeback. And again, you know, if you're in the chat, if you watched Cham versus Astrea at the start of the broadcast, I'd love to know how those matches did occur, how they did play out. Otherwise, so far, Cham catching Astrea with his pants down. And again, he just had a really nice setup, a really nice engage, setting up that surround, right? The Hydras that came in from behind, he was able to just sandwich the army in. It was a beautiful engage there by Cham. It had a lot of setup as well, because it took so long for the Hydras to go the long way around and to rotate and to come in from behind. It was not easy to pull off. Very impressive. And with that, Cham takes the lead. It takes his first game against Astrea in the entire tournament. And we'll see if he can keep this going. We'll see if Astrea can bounce back. What I'm most curious by are the maps. What are the maps going to be? Where are we headed? We're back on Brutal with Ling Hydra. True, true. Who needs Banelings? Who needs them? Just Ling Hydra. Let's go. No. But alas, depending on the map, some of these styles are more viable than others. We'll see if we load into a smaller map, or, I mean, we don't get larger than Maganatha. True, true. Don't get larger than that. But smaller maps will allow Cham to be more aggressive with Roaches, to be more aggressive with Ling Hydra, sorry, with Ling Queen, with Nidus base play as well. We'll have options. We'll have options. So it looks like we are getting ready for game number 2. Oh, jumping in. And spawning in the top right hand corner here of ley lines, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 1-0, representing Xeritus Esports. He has a lead. Can he extend that lead? It is Cham. Ah, it was too soon. Let's go. Let us go. As we are setting up and settling in. Whew. Okay. So far, Hatch first out of Cham. Meanwhile, Nexus first out of Astrea. Again, they did choose not to throw down the gateway, so very greedy build here. Straight up Nexus first, not even gate expand. So we do see Astrea cutting corners here, coming into ley lines. Aye. Does cut corners, does claim the Nexus. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Cham, Hatch gas pool. So standard opener out of a Zerg player, meanwhile a greedier build out of our Protoss. And Astrea, he should be able to get away with it. Again, Cham, he didn't really open up too aggressively here. And not so sure he will attempt to punish, but we'll keep an eye on him. As we're now getting into our next game. It is going to be a 2-gate follow-up. Okay, so 2-gate follow-up here by Astrea. Into set a Cybercore. Cham just now waddling in with set Overlord. We'll confirm. Yes, the Patreon. See, the Patreon. So I was just catching up. Cheering for Cham from Brazil. Let's go. I mean, it's all Latino America. It's all Latino America. Might not be Spanish, but you know, close enough. Close enough. From here, Cham will be taking his third, just scouting with the initial drone. Make sure everything's as it should be. The Overlord Scout does confirm the 2-gate setup. Again, because of the 2-gate follow-up here, Astrea, he can make 2 adepts at a time. So he'll have extra adepts than normal, and with that he can apply more pressure. 2 adepts, a 1-shot drone, so they are going to be a threat to Cham. Meanwhile, we have a tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Once again, which is standard, going for the Stargate. It's just with the initial 2-gate opener, adepts are moving out, and this is more than usual. Cham forced to make lings. We have 12 lings on the way. That should be enough. But it comes down to the control. Cham, can he minimize losses? Can he keep up with the Adept harass? Adepts are shading in. They do shade in. They commit. He gets 1. He gets 2. Already 2 drones going down, getting up to 3, getting up to almost 4. Yeah, 3 drone kills for 1 Adept. That is a better trade for Astrea. Very nice. Very nice trade from our Protoss. Now he claims his 3rd. And he pulls away. Does pull away. Oh, Cham, with all those things he was forced to make, he can try to surround. There we go, collapsing on the Adept, but he took too long. Oracle does arrive. And Astrea holds. Astrea, he does hold. Likewise, getting across the map. Denies some of those, or some of the larva. Oh. Doesn't get too many drone kills though. Again, Cham has been on point. I'm very impressed. It's been very much so on point when it comes to preserving his mineral lines, saving those drones. Very impressive. That's behind this, going into his lair first. Based on the fact that I believe Cham has no Roach Horn, I mean, he has no tech, no Roach Horn or no Evo Chamber. This does look like Ling Hydra. As gases are being taken. Gases are being taken. Oracle's on the way. Technically, this could be Ling into... Sorry, I think it said Ling Bane Hydra. Ling Hydra. This can lead into Ling Spire and Ling Muta, technically, but that is quite risky to get away with. Very risky. Cham is keeping up. So far he is keeping up with Astrea. There's that hydrogen. There you go. Eva Chamber's on the way. So it is once again Ling Hydra from our Zerg player. Now, does Cham go for the same build? If you recall, what was the build? Cut workers at, he gets a 4th base, cuts workers at 73, and just maxes out on pure Ling Hydra, and he does hit a timing with +1 range. So we're looking for +1 range. We're also looking for Hydra upgrades. Lack of too much saturation. Astrea the first to push out. Oh, you can see Cham just buying time. Zoning back the army. Building up more Hydras. Astrea does land the Revelation. Once again, Astrea working towards Storm, not Colossus. And that's +1 range. So far, this does look like the same build. Straight up. So far, it looks like the same style out of Cham. You can see he's joining up to 70. Joining up to 72. 72 workers, and yeah, it is the same build. Let's go. Now, there is a stark difference here. Ooh, gases. I believe last time Cham didn't take those gases. Yeah, there we go. With the gases being taken, bam, now he has the gas. For what? For lurkers. So Cham, he is macroing this time. He is not going for the all-in. He's macroing up and teching up into not just lurker tech, but this should be taking up into the infestation bit as well for Hive. We'll see. This could just be lair tech lurkers. So far, Astrea does rotate, gets a queen. Takes down the queen, pulls away. Overlord speed is in production, getting ready for potentially drop of lords. Now again, the big tell that we're seeing here as Cham is getting a 5th, and he does run up to 81. I don't see an infestation bit, which is surprising to me. Oh, clean feed. Are we okay? Clean feed. The clean feed is getting dirty. Oh. Hopefully it stabilizes. Okay, they're okay. They're okay. They're okay. As there we go, 7 lurkers, and this is going to be a timing attack. Or this is like I don't know if I want to say all in. It's going to be at least a timing. Basically, there's limited longevity in this game. Remember, there's no infestation bit, there's no hive upgrades. This is committed on lair tech. This is a lair tech all in essentially. I say all in. This has to get damage done. Oh, and here come the dropper lords. So far, Cham is holding on. Here comes the infestation pits. Maybe saying he's committed is a better way of phrasing it. Yeah. As Lings they get in, oh my god. Lings they flood into the bases, into the natural, into the main, and Dropper Lords have loaded up, I believe, with lurkers. And probes are going down. Cham is all over this. Cham, just calm down. Hi, papi. Este Cham. So far, lurkers are moving out. Cham, he is pushing. He's almost maxed. And here it is, going for the lurker drop. Astrea, he's in the middle of teching. He's in the middle of getting ready here for Sky Toss. He's working towards Sky Toss. Lurkers do borrow. They do rush past. Astrea looking to get out position, actually. Also this around. Okay. Does set up. Do see Cham trying to get away. Lurkers do borrow in the mineral lines. And Cham has to get the hell out. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away with the main army. Lurkers are moving in from both ends. We have lurkers in the main, the natural, and the 4th base. But Astrea, he's pushing. Astrea, he's pushing. There are going to be less lurkers to defend. Yeah, there's so many lurkers actually. As cannons are going down. Cham, can he hold? That's a lot of storm. Yeah, a lot of storms are coming in. Takes down the base, takes down the expansion. Meanwhile, the lurkers are doing some damage, but they're not doing critical damage. They get 10 probe kills. 10 workers go down. And Astrea holds. Wow, Astrea, he holds on. And remember, there's no hive. There's no hive, there's no lurker upgrades. Skytoss is coming, and Astrea, he's out scaling Cham. We spoke earlier that Cham was committed with this. It was like, quote-unquote, borderline all-in. Like, I stand by that. Like, he doesn't really scale too well into a longer game. He has to do damage, and there we go, he does get a base. Whew, he takes down the 4th. This is the bare minimum. This is the bare minimum he needs. He does get the 4th. That is something. Oh, now looking to trade with the army, and he will lose everything here. Yeah, lurkers will fall. Nice cleanup here by Astrea. Cham at the same time pushing into the natural. As the Tempest are revealed. And again, Cham, he's stuck on lair tech. Rebuilding the infestation bit, actually. Okay. Does rebuild. I thought he already had. Yeah, he already has. Okay, he cancels. I was a little bit confused, but there we go. Now the hive is on the way. This is an 11:30-minute hive. This is so late. Such a late hive. But he denied the 4th. So the economy of Astrea is lackluster. Like, it doesn't really have the best economy. The economy is not quite there. But he does have the army. That's what he does have. He has Tempest, he has Storm, he has Archons, he has +3 on the way. In a head-on fight, I have to favor Astrea. Like, Cham, he has to do everything he could to keep Astrea busy at home. Ooh, as we do tank a lot of storms to the face. Jesus. A load of storms. Speaking of storms, they just keep connecting. Oh my god, he sends in the storms. So many Hydras melt. And Cham is being outscaled. He's being outscaled in this game. The army that Astrea is building up is just so much more efficient, so much more effective. You can see him just bully back the lurkers. Again, the army has arrived. Astrea moving in, and he's here to make a series out of this. He's here to fight back, to put a point on the board. He's breaking through, takes down the lurkers. At the same time, 24 drone kills. Critical damage. 31 drones. 31 drone kills, and Cham, he can't stop this. Like, we spoke about it, right? Like, he was all in earlier. He had to do more damage. He killed the 4th, but he needed more. The reality there, he did need more damage, as he was unable to stop or slow down Astrea. And with that, there's nothing to stop Astrea, as he does break down the 3rd base, now pushing into the natural. Oof. Storm pops up. Storms, they just keep connecting. And with that, Astrea pushing forward. I mean, from here, he can just go into the main if he so chose to. Like, again, there's just not much that Cham can do about this army. He's he's plummeting in supply. We got the token meter. Rare sight. Token meter's coming in. Let's go. GG gets called. And Astrea, he will tie the series 1-1. We have a back and forth. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We do have a back and forth here again. As we were mentioning at the time, like, Cham, I had a hard time, like, kind of phrasing what his build was, whether I should say the word like all in or committed. I think committed is probably a better word, but he had to do more damage. He had to break Astrea then and there and get some economic damage, get into the middle line. He killed 10 probes. He killed 10 probes and the 4th. Not good enough. Not good enough. Not when you're that devoted to lair tech, of all things, or that committed to lair tech. And with that, Astrea, he was able to defend, able to minimize losses, able to build up his Skytoss and just outscale Cham. Just snowball out of control from there, get out of hand, and Cham just could not keep up with that kind of army, with that many storms, with that many tempests, with the Skytoss supports. It was just, yeah, not enough. Not enough there for Cham. GG, well played. With that, Astrea does tie the series up 1-1. And we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth series here. We'll see if Cham can recover. We'll see how Cham will approach the rest of this series. Let's go. We shall see. I do appreciate that Cham had a different approach, right? Like game 1, we saw a 3-base all-in out of Cham, and here in game 2, we saw something similar, but he actually teched up into lurkers, into lair tech lurkers instead, which did have a strong timing, had a lot of potential, but Astrea did a great job defending, right? I should emphasize that as well. Astrea did a great job at minimizing losses, pulling away against the lurkers, keeping up with the main army, and even counterattacking. Like Astrea, he was all over the defense of that in that game, and was able to shut down Cham. Well played. GG, well played. With that, we now have our back and forth series. We're getting ready here for game number 3, and we'll see what map we load into. I'm curious to see where we're dropping, where we're headed, and where our players take us. Oh boy. Oh boy. As we are going to be setting up. And jumping in. Just making sure we're good to go. Beautiful. As we're loading into Pylon as game number 3. Okay, and in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss fighting back, putting a point on the board. It is Astrea. It's too soon. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Pylon, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Xeritis Esports. It is Cham. Hey. Let's go. As we are stepping in. Yo, shout out to Trigger, by the way. Trigger, he's had so much downtime. He speed ran his way through to the grand finals, and from then he was able to cook dinner, able to do the laundry, clean the house twice over, have a nap. It's working up. It's like, we're good to go. It's like, no, we still got like another couple of hours. Like, okay. Este Trigger. But here we go. Gate expand this time out of Astrea. Gate expand. We go. Does go for more standard opener this time. As a reminder, the last game is ready to go Nexus first. We will hatch gas pool out of Cham. So far, standard openers all around. But welcome one and all to Pylon. For those that are curious, Pylon is one of the smaller maps in the map pool. Much smaller map. Much smaller map in the map pool. And from here, we can see more aggression. More aggressive plays are favored, of course. Going into German taxis, going into Ling Queen Nidus all-ins. There are options here for Cham. We'll see what he goes for, assuming that we're going to be aggressive. Assuming. He can be up 2 bases and 40 supply versus Protoss and hope to win. The soup does lie. We say this all the time, but the soup does lie. What's important was the quality of the army. There's a reason why we didn't mention that, again, Cham was like borderline all in, because he did not have any tech further to kind of like progress in that game. He was on a timer. The longer the game went on, the worse it was for Cham. When it came to the all in that it was going for. Like, he had to do critical damage. So if I failed to convey that, I do apologize, but that was a big part of that last game. Behind this, though, going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of Astrea, into Oracle, into a third. Everything looking normal. I mean, again, Astrea, he hasn't really been spicing things up too much. He had a bit of a quirkier start to the game last game, going for the Nexus first into Double Gate. But outside of the opener, like, it's been pretty standard. Going into Blink, going into Storm as a follow-up. It's been Cham who's been mixing it up here, for the most part. So our eyes that's why our eyes are mainly on Cham. As we have that Twilight Council follow-up, we have 2 more gates on the way. And from here, I mean, we always have the option to go into Glaive Adepts, depending on the Forge timing, of course. So we're still waiting to see if we do throw down the Forge. Do we go into Glaives? Do we go into Blink? Meanwhile, Lair first had a Cham. That was a 420 Lair timing. Interesting. Really fast Lair. Twilight Council was done. And where's that take of choice? Safety Roach run out of Cham. There it is. Glaives. Glaives are on the way. No Forge. No Forge committing to Glaive Adepts. And a Cham does go for the Safety Roach Warren. So he will have access to Roaches. He's playing safe. Playing safe this time. Or being aggressive himself. We did speak about Pylon. We often see all-ins on this map. We often see aggression as part of why Astrea is going into Glaive Adepts. You know, Cham happily droning, and that's okay. You can drone up to 3-base saturation against this, but you will need Roaches. Roach speed is being researched. We have our initial Eva chamber on the way as well. As Astrea moves out, Cham, he moves in with the Lings, not bad. Does get into the mineral line, but he doesn't get much economic damage. Astrea, he defends well. He defends well. Adepts busts in towards that natural. And so far, Cham, he's holding his own. Yeah, so far he is keeping up. No major damage and no major losses yet. Oh, does get into the mineral line though. Yeah, and boys are being pulled. Roaches, they pop out just in time. So far, getting 3, 4 drone kills, getting up to 5. Can we get 6? Can we get 7? Oh, we can. 7 workers go down. It's okay damage out of Astrea, but he was hoping for more. He was hoping for more there. Cham with this one, you can re-drone, resaturate, does catch even more depths. Oh. I say we can re-drone and resaturate. He's making more links. He's counterattacking. He's not re-droning. Let's go, Cham. It's time to counterattack, time to punish. We'll see if he can. +1 has begun. Blink is halfway done. No Immortals, I believe. No Roaches. Sorry, no Immortals. No Robo. Shield batteries are on the way. Cham, can he break the 3rd? He gets spotted. He does get spotted, and Cham is not droning. He's not droning. It's all or nothing for Cham. But the shield batteries are finishing. It might be too late. Oh, denies 1. Does focus down the shield battery. Does focus down the cannon as well. Nice pickoffs. Collapsing on in. And Astrea, he did need more time here. He did not do enough with the Adepts. Yeah, Stalkers are up against the wall. Remember, Blink is not done. And there's no escape. The boys are being pulled. Roaches, they do overwhelm. And Cham, he punishes Astrea. The Glaive Adepts, they did not do enough damage. They killed 7 drones for like 14 Adepts. And with that, Cham, he's here to punish. He's here to take a lead. To take a lead in the series. We spoke about it earlier. The rush distance by ground is quite short in this map, and that goes both ways. Sure, Adepts they get across the map faster, but so do Roaches. As they get 25 probe kills. Blink is now done. Astrea, he forces back the army, but that was good damage by Cham. He's still not done. It's still not over. He keeps rallying. He keeps going. Does keep going into the 3rd. And he wants those probes. Takes down 31 in total. Make sure those gateways stay depowered. And here we go. Cham just started stepping in. Oh my god. Catching out more Stalkers. And Astrea just cannot keep up. Not with this. Not after so many losses. From here, Cham is droning. Finally, Cham is droning up. He's saturating. Cham should be able to kill the base. It's getting close. Yeah, it's getting close, but with the rally, with the reinforcements, he should snipe the expansion. The Nexus does go down. And Astrea down to 2 bases. Down to 49 workers. Yeah, some Stalkers, and they're holding their own. But what about everything else? What about everything else, Pappy? Aye, aye, aye. Astrea just forcing Cham back. We have the Spire on the way. which I think is a little bit unnecessary, but sure. Like, champ, we just calm down and go Roach Hydra. Like, we're fine. Like, no. He wants his mode, that's fine. Does want the mutas. Lings, they force a cancel, they deny the third. More Lings flooding in. Again, Cham is just so close to causing that upset. Like, we all expected it to be like top 2, like Trigger versus Astrea for the most part. But it's Cham, the unlikeliest of heroes, here to disrupt that PvP finals. Still a ways away, but that one step closer though. As Astrea, he does push right down middle, right down mid. He gets met by the army. And, God. Does try to blink away, but it's Cham who will chase him down. Does force a recall. And Astrea, right now, he's coping a little bit. He's on that copium, Pappy. Oh god, he gets caught out. More stalkers fall. Astrea, he should never be able to expand. As Shami moves in once again, going for the third time. For the third time. Now Astrea, he does have Storm, actually. Okay, crazy. Storm is not done. He has what, 4 High Templar. But speaking of the Lings, they get us around. They die for the High Templar. There's what, there's no High Templar left. Oh god. Very nice engage there by Cham. Collapsing on the army. And again, we're down to what, 6 Stalkers. Yo, we got Warpins. Go. Likewise, music hit the main, and GG gets called with that. Cham, he will take game number 3 and take a lead in the series at 2-1. Whew, GG. Aye. GG, well played. Cham does take a lead and is 1 game away from making it through into those grand finals. Let's go. Again, Cham, he has been on a tear here. He's been putting in a lot of work. Fatigued, I'm sure, because hey, Cham, he got knocked down in the first round to the lower bracket. He's been clawing his way back in through player after player through that lower bracket and is so close, 1 step away from those grand finals. Let's go. So close, man. So close. Should have made Void Rays earlier. Even if he had, I'm pretty sure that the same outcome would have occurred. Just to re-emphasize once again, Astrea was quite committed with his Glaive Adepts, and remember, he did not do enough damage with them, so he was behind. Like, the reason why he was so vulnerable is because of the failed damage dealt by the Adepts. He had killed 7 drones, only 7. That was not good enough. That means that he was vulnerable back at home, even though he had shield batteries and cannons on the way. They weren't done in time. On top of that, it isn't just that the Adepts failed to do damage, it's also the fact that we're on Pylon. Remember, the rush distance on Pylon is short. It's a short rush distance by ground, so the counterattack hits even faster than normal. If we were on a map like Tokamak, or Incorporeal, or Maganatha, different story. But on Pylon, you have less time to react, less time to respond, less time to muster up a defense. So again, the map was favoring Cham there when it came to his decision to go for the counterattack, and to just double down. GG. With that, GG well played. With that, Cham does claim it. And again, Astrea punished for being a little bit cheeky on Pylon. Punished for being cheeky. And with that, we're now getting ready here for potentially our final game of the series. Now, it's not over. You know, Astrea, he's down, but he's not out. He can fight back here and now to force the ace match, to force a game 5. There is still potential here for Astrea to go the distance, and to bring it back and to still make it to the finals here. He can still pull that off. We'll see if he will, though. See if he will. Here we go. As we are now getting into, as we are getting into our next game. Getting into game number 4. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak. We have our American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. Can he force the ace match? Whew, it is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Xeritus Esports. It is Cham. I could have said a little bit more there. Of course, leading the series 2-1 and 1 game away from causing the upset, from getting his revenge and taking down his opponent. There he is. El Chamaco, papi. Let's go. Let us go. The music was popping off though. Those are curious, outside of the game I'm playing like the Broodor music or SC2 music. Oh, but here we go again. Cham El Chamaco, he is 1 game away. So close here. So close to making it through into those grand finals. Of course, Trigger is still patiently waiting. I say patiently waiting. He's probably asleep right now, and he probably like he let us know. He's like, "Yo, call me to wake me up." Okay. He's resting up, recuperating, getting ready for that final match. As do open up. Cham going hatch gas pull once again. We do see Astrea being as annoying as possible with that probe. Going for his own standard opener as well. Let's go. Did any games from the Korean qualifier get casted? Unfortunately not. I did say this before. I guess I'll emphasize that again. Unfortunately, yesterday we were supposed to cast the Korean qualifier, but we were stuck patching the game for 2 hours. Literally 2 hours patching the game. By the time we finished patching, the qualifier ended. The qualifier ended by the time we were done. So it was very sad yesterday. Of course, the second Korean qualifier is in how many hours time? 5? In 5 hours time from this message. So we should be there to cast it. I say we should be there. I'm gonna go to sleep once this finishes, and it's looking more and more like I was hoping to get at least 4 hours sleep. I'm probably gonna get maybe 3 hours sleep. It depends how long these matches are. This one and the Trigger series as well. So I'll do my best to be awake in time for the Korean qualifier and not sleep in. That's my one concern, is that I because it's gonna be so little sleep, I might sleep in. And I might miss it. Oh my god, we're doubling down to Twilight Council Opener. Twilight Council Opener into Glaive Adepts. Let's go. 4 gates are getting ready. So 4 gate Glaives out of Astrea. He's doubling down. He's committing. Astrea, he's run out of patience. He just wants to end it. Okay. Now, this is not an all-in. It's not an all-in, but it is aggressive nonetheless. You can transition out of this into another expansion. The goal here is to cripple the economy of your opponent. And we'll see if you can. See if you can. Hopefully I have the time to, now that I think about it, hopefully there's enough time for me to patch the game to be able to actually even cast on Korea as well, as it will take a couple of hours for that to happen. Regardless, here we go. We have a safety Roachhorn on the way. Shammy does confirm that there's no expansion. Adepts are moving out, and Shammy is massing up Lings. Yeah, he does confirm. He does see Lings are amassing. He needs a little bit more time for the Roachhorn though. The Roachhorn is still on the way, but Sham, he does have a defense. Does have an army. As Astrea does push in and gets a drone, gets 2 workers so far. Queen's trying to hold their own. Is there a transfuse? Oh, 1 queen goes down. Lings are coming for the surround. Oh, they cannot quite commit, and not against that many Glaive Adepts. Adepts, they threaten the shade. They get into the main. Roach production has begun. Cham, he needs a little bit more time. And there we go. Roaches have arrived. Lings, they lock down the Adepts. They at least try to. And you can see the Lings, they just melt. The Lings, they just go down instantly. Every Ling falls. That was too soon from Cham. Yeah, it was a little bit too premature. Not enough roaches. Roaches have now arrived. Drones getting targeted, losing 2, 3 drones. Shades back over. Back outside of the bases. Still warping in more depths. Jesus. And this is becoming a bit too much here. 6 drone kills. I mean, ideally, he does want more. Behind this, Astrea getting another expansion, getting a 3rd. Dropping into the mineral line, getting more damage done. 11 drones. 13, 14! Oh, 14 workers going down. This is too much damage. And Shen, we got to make a choice. He's down to 28. 28 workers. He barely has. He's on a 1 base economy. 28 drones. That's nothing. And at this point, it's got to be an all-in. I say that Shen is still making more workers, still making more drones. But with that, Astrea, he's done more than enough. He's done crippling damage. And now Astrea can just calm down, build up on 3 bases. Immortal production has begun. Now, Chem, when I say rejoining, he did make a couple of workers, but looks like he has accepted his fate. He's realized, I cannot macro out of this. We're going to double down. It's an all-in. So Chem, he's going for a 1.5 base all-in off of 32 drones. Yeah, there's not too much economy behind it. There's not too much going on. But Chem is doing what he can. And the only option is to all-in. Oh boy. As Shammy does commit, dives on the army, Bowser will take down the shield battery at least. But there's another shield battery as well. Yeah, Immortals, they have arrived. Sham trying to break through, takes down the first shield battery. There's still one more left behind this, and you can see that we're running out of links. We're running out of links, running out of supports. Nice juggling here by Astrea. Astrea, he shuts down the all-in. GG gets called, and Astrea ties up the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Again, Astrea, he was able to just completely shut him down. I say that, crippling damage. 14 drone kills, that is unacceptable losses early on for Cham. That is game-ending damage. So once those many workers went down, Cham was forced to all in. The problem, though, was it took so long to really get going because Cham was redroning and he was stumbling his way out of it. So we saw that Astrea had plenty of time to react and respond, making Immortals, shield batteries, and warping in more depths. Like Astrea, he was more than ready for it. And again, Cham, it did look like he committed too soon. It looked like he engaged too soon. I'm referring to when the adept shaded into the main and when his first roach popped. It looked like he was maybe expecting more roaches to pop out at the same time, but they were staggered. So he surrounded with the lings, but there was only one roach attacking. Only one roach, so it just wasn't worth it. And with that, lings went down and we saw Astrea just snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 5. Here we go. It's catching up. The Grand Finals best of 7? Yes, yes. The Grand Finals is a best of 7 against Trigger, where Trigger will have a 1-0 lead, a 1-0 advantage, as he hasn't dropped a series yet. I say he hasn't dropped a series. Fun fact, Trigger, he hasn't dropped a map. It's crazy. He's not dropped a map. Why did the patch take 2 hours? Routing to the Korean server is really slow, so the download speed of the patch was like 20 kilobytes per second on average, like spiking down lower and a little bit higher. So on 20 kilobytes. It was brutal. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match. We have found ourselves in the final game of the series here, and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of Persephone, we have the American Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss, it is Astrea. clawing his way back in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is Cham. Being forced into game 5. Let's go. Let us go. As here we go. We are getting into that next game, into that game 5. It all ends here. It all ends on Persephone. Once again, we are getting into the final game of this series. One way or another, the game will end here and now. Will this go the way of Cham? Will this go the way of Astrea? Let's go. We're here to find out. So far, Astrea going for a gate expanse. Meanwhile, Cham, Hatchcast Pool. And welcome one and all to Persephone. Persephone is one of the more, do I want to say aggressive? I guess middle of the road maps in the map pool. Rush distance by air is quite short. Rush distance by ground is very direct as well. But we do often see longer later games on this map. Just because of certain features, just because of how close together the bases are. So you can rotate between them to defend. It can be quite difficult to actually get across the map and into the bases unscouted. But we'll see. We'll see how aggressive we plan on being. Because, again, we have yet to see, like, a proper standard game between both players. It's either been Cham doubling down or Astrea doubling down instead. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in. There's a Stargate from Astrea. Again, standard opener out of our Protoss. Going for the Stargate. As from here, we just see Astrea poking in. I think I'm going to make the executive decision here as well. I think this will be the last game on our stream. I think. Oh, as I say that, Clean Feed died a little bit. Well, that was a little bit foreboding. But I do need to get some sleep before the Korean qualifier. But I think more importantly than that, my throat is actually getting quite sore. Getting a little bit sore, Pat. Yeah, I made it through 15 hours of DreamHack, but I mean, we have had less downtime in between games. So I want to make sure that I'm okay for the Korean qualifiers. And I don't want to like lose my voice just before we're like halfway through the qualifiers. Like we still got more to come. We have Europe tomorrow, we have Korea tomorrow, or today. We have Korea today, we have Europe today. Got a lot more to come. That'll be the plan. That'll be the plan. For now though, we do have our Twilight Council follow-up. So standard follow-up here, Forge on the way, so Blink into Forge, standard follow-up here out of Astrea. Likewise, we do have our gases being taken, faster layer out of Cham. Looks like once again, Cham plans on going into Ling Hydra. I mean, again, for the first two games, that is what Cham relied upon. Rushing into Hydras a little faster. Rushing into Ling Hydra and just overwhelming from there. So that is what we expect. So we do expect him to double down. But now, though, you can see Cham taking all 6 gases. Joining. Oh my god, my apologies. I assumed it was going to be Ling Hydra. He's going into Ling Muta. Going for the Spire. He's crazy. Okay. Going for the Spire instead. as your oracles do move out. We do see Astrea applying pressure here to the top right base. And he does force a cancel. Nicely done. Does force a cancel. Likewise working towards Storm. But this is a big gambit here that Cham is going for. Going for the mutas, going for the Spire. So far unscouted, that is true. But against Mass Blink Stalker like this, it's gonna be hard to pull off. It's gonna be Stalker, it's gonna be Storm, gonna be Archons as well. It's gonna be a lot of anti-air. With that, another base is denied. Cham, he cannot save his fourth. Yeah, fifth base goes down, fourth base goes down. Ay, ay, ay. As no, he gets a revelation. He gets a revelation. Revelation pops off. Astrea, he does spot the Spire. He knows. And behind this, cannons. Cannons are on the way. We can start Phoenix production as well. Of course. Getting more cannons for the time being. Mutas have arrived. Cham is supply. He's supply blocked. Not like this. Not like this. And things are looking a little bit bleak here for Cham. Cham, he committed so hard here into these mutas, and he has to get something done with them. He's been losing bases, losing expansions. More mutas are building up. And it's getting into more mutas. Now working towards Hydras. So you can see Cham trying to make the switch out of muta play. He's killed one. He's gotten one adept so far. Let's go. Gets an oracle. Ooh, brutal storm. Oh no! Takes a storm to the face. Mutas, they go down. And Cham, he has to get out of here. He has to pull out. Has to pull away. And it does have to pull away. Astrea moving out across the map. Again, he's got plenty of storms to work with. Yeah, the storms are coming in. Storms on the mutas. Oh god, and he's gonna lose everything. Yeah, the mutas, they just stand in the storms. We have a couple of Hydras trickling in as well. Lings, they come in from behind, and Astrea, he will shut this down. As Cham just cannot engage, not into this kind of army. He joined up to 83. He was so greedy here. Joining up heavily, and that means that the army is lacking. Again, the soup does lie. As these are slow Hydras, they're lacking upgrades. Storms, they've been popping up. And a lot of the supply of Cham is in workers. It's in the economy, not in the army. What are we storming? Storm zones mainly. Mainly does zone away. Archon's morphing in. They're just pulling every single boy we can. Cham, we can't afford to lose them. But even then, it's not going to be enough. As there's just a sea of stalkers. And with that, Astrea, he's breaking through, takes down 55 drones. Cham, he had a crazy result here, having the comeback. Remember, Cham, he went down 3-0 earlier today against Cham, against Astrea. But Cham, he made Astrea work for it. As we go for the massive warp in, GG gets called, and Astrea, he will take it. He will take down Cham 3-2. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Astrea, as he does claim the series, does advance on. My condolences to Cham. Cham, he had a great performance here. Again, just clawing his way back in from the lower bracket. It was insanely impressive what Cham was able to accomplish, taking down some big names like Kelzer, like Future, and again, forcing Astrea to the ace match as well. but barely couldn't quite pull it off. Astrea, he was having a lot more success when he was the aggressor. I'm referring to Glaive Depths. Both games that he went Glaives, he was able to pop off and deal crippling damage. I mean, not on Pylon, of course, but in the other maps he was. And with that, there it is. You can see the grand finals here. Astrea takes down Cham 3-2. And up next, we have Astrea versus Trigger in a best of 7 to determine the best player in the region, to determine who will make it through into the main event, into the Esports World Cup. Let's go. Let's go. Astrea versus Trigger is going to be commencing soon, TM. But as I mentioned before, I do think it would be wise for me to step away here and now. I would love to cast everything, and it's not that I'm too tired. No, I'm here, I'm present, I can keep going, but it's about making sure I'm well rested for the next cast, because that's in less than 5 hours. Less than 5 hours is the next cast, and also my throat is actually it's actually hurting a little bit. So I gotta look after myself, Pappy. Gotta look after myself. We've been casting a lot over the past month, casting like 15-hour days, so we gotta take it a little bit easy, take a little bit slow, and settle for a 6.5-hour cast for now. Again, for those that don't know, we were live earlier today with the Asia qualifier, so we covered that as well. Did the Asia qualifier, then into this, and into the Americas qualifier. So again, in 5 hours time is the Korean qualifier, so I'm gonna go and quickly get some rest. I'm gonna try to at least get 4 hours sleep, and then bam, we'll be back with the next qualifier with Korea. Meanwhile, shout out to Beelmoth and Steadfast. They're both casting on the mainstream, so they got you covered. They got you covered there. Likewise, if you want to experience some of the other language streams, we have Enki and we have Cosmos as well. They're also casting in their respective languages. Enki in Spanish, who's also a CranKy Duckling, by the way, and Cosmos in Portuguese, in Portuguese. Let's go. In Brazilian. So alas, they are still covering in their own respective languages as well. No. But now they're, oh my god. For now, though, we are going to be giving one of them. I guess we'll raid the mainstream. I guess we will raid the mainstream, as they are, of course, covering that final series, that final best of 7. Let's go. Mute a sad noise. Here we go. But yeah, with that GG well played. Congratulations here to Astrea as he does claim the series. And again, with that, we are going to be giving the mainstream a raid. Let's see here, the EWC Black, right? EWC Black English. So we're going to be giving a mainstream a raid. They are on a 10-minute break before the finals, so they got you covered. They got you covered with those finals. Meanwhile, I'm going to go and try to get as much sleep as I can before the Korean qualifiers. Actually, you can actually have a look together here. Bam. This is our schedule, by the way. This is how intense the EWC schedule has been. The other casters, they have the luxury of only casting one region each. Like they don't cast out all the regions like we do here, as we do cover Korea, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. And again, our next cast is going to be in 5 hours time. You can see here on Friday, Korean qualifiers in 5 hours. Sorry, on Saturday. Wait, is today Saturday? What happened to Friday? Jesus, it's Saturday. I feel like I missed a full day. Oh my god. I could have sworn it was Friday today. Jesus. I mean, it was, I guess. We just saw casting Friday. But yeah, Saturday, we just wrapped up with the Americas qualifier. And up next is going to be the Korean qualifier at 6 p.m. KST. Followed by the European qualifier at 1 a.m. KST, followed by the May Mayhem at 1 p.m. KST, followed by the Korean qualifier at 6 p.m. KST. So again, that Saturday-Sunday broadcast schedule is up next. Non-stop casting, non-stop StarCraft, and I'm going to be going to get as much sleep as I can. So thank you so much for watching, thanks so much for tuning in, and do give Steadfast and Beelmoth some love as they are covering the finals. They got you covered, papi. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Always, if you want to help support us, you can do so via Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. That does help fund specifically our tournaments. 100% of the money there goes towards the tournaments we run, tournaments we host. Again, as you can see here, we are live every single day of the week, twice a day, sometimes 3, sometimes 4 times a day. We do all the casting. We cast more than any other channel out there. We cast more than Wardy. We cast more than Steadfast, more than anyone else. We have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. I'm going to head off and get ready for bed and get ready for the Korean qualifier. See you soon. See you then. Ciao. Bye. Ciao. See you then. Bye. See you then.